fantastic out. More refined and a more better understanding Vitality where they want to go in the game. Splyce have actually grouped up as a 5-man unit.
If Vitality managed to win this...
Maybe they just want a more front line, I'm not sure.
Hey, Daisy.
Oh, that's not enough. They get blown up right there.
And so as expect, they're going all in
for it right now. If they can melt through the shields, they just can't do it. And the rest of Giants caught in a massive strangleforce. G2 spelled blood.
We didn't even consider the playoff spot being an opportunity for ROCCAT. We thought the bottom four were fighting to stay out of relegation, but things have changed so quickly.
But what did we get from Misfits? And it's absolute dominance. He's gonna go right back down as Hans Sama goes on a rampage. Vizicsacsi still up, still alive. Shockwave goes in, it goes wide. That's massive. Unicorns, they're coming in. They're going strong.
Origin yet to win a series this split so far. Things are looking pretty bleak for them.
This is really good teamwork from H2K, not leaving any man face-checking on his own.
Make sure we don't rush any of these plays and just focus on what we can do.
Every time we get some small lead, we need to really fast ask ourselves, what is the next proactive play? What are we doing, you know?
It's not important how the game starts, it's much more important who finishes the game.
Welcome to the European LCS. 2 weeks remain in the regular split and so much is on the line. 2 playoff spots remain up for grabs and the battle continues to rage at the bottom of the tables as teams fight to keep their head above the promotion tournament waters. We can see Splyce there setting up on stage for the first match of the day. Hello everyone, I'm Eva Schock-Supporter and joining me at the analyst desk is Mitch Krepo Voorspoels.
Did you
Token Belgian joke. Yes, I did.
Oh, that's nice.
Thank you very much. No jokes needed, just compliments. Loving it. With 2 weeks remaining in the regular split, here is how the teams stand. 4 playoff spots have been locked already. Those 4 teams at the top of the table, and G2 Esports is still undefeated, raging on.
Yeah, massive game differential there as well. I'm also looking at the Unicorns in Group B. Quite a surprise. They started off really strong, and then for a moment, everybody was ready to write them off. And still, first place in Group B, looking for that bye.
Yep, and most recently beating out H2K for the second time. This split, bottom of the table for Group B. Gotta repeat it here, officially also locked into the promotion tournament is Origin now.
What a surprise.
Well...
I mean, we all saw it coming, so
Yeah,
they have their eyes set on promotion, which is a lot sooner this year.
It is all coming very quickly because the regular split ends April 2nd, difference from previous splits, so quickly that it is in 2 weeks, actually. The promotion tournament is coming up right after week 10, as are the quarterfinals of the playoffs.
Yeah, with the wonderful new format that we have here, we get another week of European LCS, which is great, but that means right after we go into quarters, we go into promotion tournament, but the goal is still 23rd of April right there, the EU LCS Spring Finals in Hamburg.
In Hamburg, or the 22nd if you're playing a third place match. But as said, everything is just coming a lot quicker along than it was previous splits. Do you think that'll have a huge influence on what we'll see?
I mean, it'll show an adaptability. Some teams are really good at preparing for a single opponent over the span of 2 weeks, but some of these teams will need to kind of come to terms with the standings the way they are at the end of week 10, and then they have a single week to prepare for the next round of matches. If anything changes there, new picks come out, they'll need to adapt on the fly. But I like it. I like it when it's fast-paced and teams have to really show how quickly they can adapt to new opponents in a row, because it shows versatility and flexibility.
That it does, and how exactly our European teams will be spending April depends very much on what happens this week. And here is what is on the cards. A bunch of matches. Today, Splyce versus Vitality will be the first, but I'm looking at that ROCCAT Misfits game of tomorrow, Krepo.
The ROCCAT hype train, choo-choo, it keeps on going. 4 series wins, is it right now?
Yes.
Looking for a 5th. They beat Fnatic, who were considered above them by quite a margin. Obviously, ROCCAT was on the up and up, and Fnatic was on the way down, but the fact that they actually won that matchup created a really cool storyline, and maybe they can do it again. Can they work the magic against Misfits? A lot of people are kind of rooting against them and saying it's not possible, but I'd love to see an upset here.
Hey, and, you know, if they don't meet Misfits, they still have a chance to beat G2.
Yeah, of course, you know.
Well, they've themselves admitted that both of those would be hard, but it's
Yes.
definitely a match to watch tomorrow. But first up tonight is a battle between Splyce and Vitality. And seeing as we're very, very close to the end of the split, we wanted to talk about expectations versus reality. And let's start with Splyce. High expectations coming in. Why wouldn't it be? They had a fantastic summer split or end of summer split all the way up to Worlds and very close to G2 at the end of
Yeah,
that.
they went into Worlds as like the 3rd seed, but we kind of rated them the 2nd best team before Worlds finals happens. Obviously, they took a dip during Worlds, and HGK surprised many of us with the best performance right there. But that was all due to that 16-2 win-loss that they had at the very end of the split. Obviously, that last loss right there you see is a tiebreaker game where they were playing Science support. Obviously, Max played it right now, but super OP, but they won't bring it out. But it's interesting to see that the kind of same thing is happening right now in spring.
Yeah, because we thought that they were on a downward trajectory in the beginning, but it seems that that ramp-up time is very similar to their summer split 2016 run, which should be good for them.
Yeah, it should be good. Now we obviously have to come to terms they played some weaker opponents, so if they really want to continue that upward trend, they need to start taking names of the big boys in their group, and they'll have to warm up with Vitality, but then the harder matches will still come for them. But Splyce, they've been known to perform well in scrims, and a lot of teams have been saying Splyce are actually not looking to find their footing. There's more of a translation error from the scrims environment to the stage.
So going into playoffs, this is what we really want to see now. We want Splyce to find that upward trajectory or find the good form right before playoffs.
And that handsome man on your screen just now, Trashy, I want to see him become a really good captain right there, a shot caller. Find some more engage-heavy champions that he can kind of put to work and really, win the games for Splyce.
Yeah, that's what we want to see. And if they manage to win one single game, that secures a playoff spot. And that would also then mean that Vitality is completely out of that playoff race. Now, playoffs is not something that we really see as reachable for Vitality. And if you talk about expectations versus what is it? The reality of the things that are actually true. Then we hadn't expect them to be a top team, but a playoff run should have been in there.
Yeah, I think that's the goal for every organization when they start at the spring split. They have hopes, especially and dreams, and then they all get crushed. For Vitality, it was another kind of, was it poor scouting? They had the Police Mighty Bear story for a while. Obviously not the greatest Korean scouting right there, and now they had Hachani, came in as honestly, great support player, had a lot of good things said about him, but he couldn't find the direction in the games because he was always playing too forward and his team wasn't fouling. But then, once he was removed from the roster, we saw Vitality lost without any semblance of identity whatsoever. They were just playing like headless chickens.
Yeah.
Now, when Hachani came back, they're actually more willing to follow him, so that is good progression. Now, we don't know where does lead for Vitality, because if they stay in 4th spot, they're not playing relegations, they're not playing playoffs, and I would be surprised if they keep the entire roster together. So what growth they may get in these few weeks here, I don't know how much it'll benefit the organization.
Oh, that's definitely something to track and look at. And the identity, we just want to see an identity from them and something, because they can still keep Splyce from locking in, of course, that playoff spot if they manage to get out a win here. But it isn't seeming likely. Krepo, do you want to even have some predictions here?
For predictions, I mean, Splyce will take this serious, but it's very, very important for Splyce to take it 2-0 for their personal goals. And obviously, if Vitality want to keep their playoff dream alive, they need to win everything 2-0. That's very unlikely to happen.
Off the back of who do they
do that? This guy right here, Hachani, man, he's got to show up. He's got to lead them to victory, because he is kind of the shot calling component that brought more proactivity to the roster. So if they can follow him to war, maybe it can happen.
Or Nukeduck, he had a fantastic week last week, so maybe there's a shot there for them. The players are almost ready for picks and bans, so let's send it over to the casters for game 1.
Thank you very much, Sharks, and welcome to the Caster Desk. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry. Joining me for this best of 3, it's Andrew Vedius Day. Are you pretty hyped?
I'm very hyped. I think this is going to be a fun matchup. I think that Vitality, they can play spoiler for Splyce, and they can actually deny them an opportunity to get far in the standings.
They absolutely can. Splyce will be playing for a potential 2nd place, which we'll talk about later today. Let's start with the rosters. It'll be Vitality on the blue side for game number 1. Splyce picked red, and therefore Cabochard in the top lane, Joko in the jungle, Nukeduck in the mid lane, Steelback and Hachani down bottom with their coach Irian will be on blue side for patch 7.5 picks and bans.
Meanwhile, facing Vitality and starting on the red side of the Rift, we have Splyce. In the top lane is Wunder, their jungler Trashy, and the mid lane is Senkirks. AD carry is Kobe, their support Mickey, and coach Yamato Cannon.
All right, so they elected red side. 7.5 is now starting to become a little bit more stable. We didn't see the craziest of changes last week. Obviously, the rise of Vlad coming to mind.
We saw Fizz last week.
We saw
Quick
Fizz,
shot.
indeed.
We saw Fizz. We saw a lot of fun stuff last week in their series versus Origin. I feel that Splyce are the team to experiment. They are the team to bring crazy stuff out. We saw the Sion support yesterday, Quick Shot. I mean, there's been a lot of talk about Mickey playing it. There was even discussion on PGL about Akali. Like, it's exciting.
We can hope.
Exciting.
We can hope. Okay, we can hope. And I think with Splyce being so close to a potential second seed and the implications, if Splyce takes second, it means they play the third seed in Group A, which is currently Fnatic or potentially Roccat. If Splyce end third, they end up playing against Misfits in the quarterfinal, and nobody wants to do that. We'll expand on how those numbers work out a little later. As far as picks and bans are concerned, Camille, Malzahar, and Olaf off the table.
So the Olaf, very specific ban towards Joko. He's brought it a lot throughout the regular season. Clearly, Splyce just showing a lot of respect. They don't want to give him that freedom. Fascinating that the Gragas ban has actually come out, because we have seen that since the return of IEM, since we've been playing on 7-4, 7-5, we've been seeing a lot more Gragas jungle, and it's something that Trashy has actually had a lot of success on. Now, I am thinking about this Elise pick. I think it has actually a lot of value in this in the current metagame. We've seen it heavily prioritized over in the LCK, and I think that it is a jungler that Trashy actually has a lot of success on.
And with Graves and Rengar also off the table, surely that increases the value of that Elise potential pick. For Vitality though, first pick, it's going to be the Lulu. Definitely raising in priority over the last couple of weeks. Teams now wanting to play her more, as she's had some buffs a few patches ago and other supports around her have taken nerfs. And there's that Elise you predicted.
So the Lulu is just a very well-rounded safe support right now. She sets up for a lot of individual peel comps, like we saw from G2 last week, the whole Kalista Lulu composition. There's also been talk, Origin brought out the Lulu Kog'Maw composition. She's just such a great lane bully, and she also just scales very nicely into the mid game. Now, when you're looking at the rest of the composition for Vitality, I think that it would be safe to pick up something like, you could go for an Ezreal or a Caitlyn right now, look towards that hyper carry, but instead, they're actually just focusing on getting a few comfort picks.
Yeah, safety and comfort there for Joko with his Lee Sin. One of his most played champions now. This will be the 4th time this split. Vladimir locked in for Nukeduck. What options does Senkux have in the mid lane to run into this? It looks like the answer will be Orianna at the moment.
He could go for a Cassio as well. Cassio scales quite nicely and does well into a side lane. The risk you have with an Ori is the fact that Vitality are already starting to set up for a possible 1-3-1. It's not that unknown for Cabo to play more carries in the top lane. We've seen a shift back towards these carry top laners, which means that Splyce could be in a bit of a difficult situation if they're not able to prevent this Vladimir from getting strong enough to go into a side lane later on.
All right, so potential side lane pressure. You know, you talked about the Fizz a few minutes ago, Vedius. It's actually banned away by Vitality. They don't want to give that to Wunder. I'd love to see Wunder on Gnar. I think he's a phenomenal Gnar player, and also has been one of the star carries for Splyce these last few weeks. Great, reliable performances on really anything.
I think it would be very risky to blind pick a Gnar. If you're going to do it, you want to be picking it into the Renekton. But I think that, speaking of Renekton, he's taken off the board. I'm thinking now, like, champions like Nautilus rise very heavily in value, because you're looking at what possible answers are there for the Nautilus, with Gragas taken off the board, with Shen, Renekton, Fizz even being taken away. He's now, like, the strongest safety tanky top laner, and it would round things out nicely for Splyce, because then they've got a great engage, they have a solid front line, they have a good team fighting comp. Like, it would just round things out nicely for the overall comp, and then if they finish things off with, like, a Tahm Kench, they'd actually be in a very good position to force plays come the mid lane game.
So we have a little bit of everything. Front line, engage, team fight power. It's too standard for me. I want something
very standard, yes.
I want something a bit more splicey, you know, a bit more flavorful, and we're going to get it. Kennen in the top lane. So is this an answer to a potential 1-3-1 here? Also a lane bully in the top lane if Vitality want to go for a tank?
He definitely can go into the side lane, especially against the Vladimir. That'd be absolutely fine. They're picking this preemptively with the expectation that a Nautilus will come out, and it will hopefully deter Vitality away from picking the Nautilus, because they're basically saying, well, look, if you're going to pick the Nautilus, it's going to be into a rough matchup against the Kennen. He's heavily going to outscale you in the late game, and he can be an answer to the Vladimir as well. But Vitality are just saying, you know what, we don't care. We want the tank, we want the front line, we want a form of engage, which I do feel they desperately need when the only other form of engage they would have had is the Lee Sin.
Yeah, very pick-oriented, of course. But that's going to make this laning phase very difficult for Cabochard, won't it? Against the Kennen, Wonder will get his hands in the top lane, and Mickey's going to round up the team composition with further pick power
And I
in
love
the
it.
Thresh.
I love this because what we've been seeing more from Mickey in recent weeks is his movement away from champions like the Zyra and the Karma and more into these pick champions. We've been seeing Camille from him, we've been seeing Braum, we've been seeing Tahm Kench, and we've been seeing Thresh. And Mickey, as a player, is very much about trying to make plays. He's about trying to set things up on the map. And on champions like Thresh, he has the ability to do it. Now, if you guys have listened to Crapo in the last few weeks, you would have heard him talk a lot about Ignite Thresh and the amount of power that it has during the laning phase. It's very risky to take that into a Lucian Lulu, which is why he's decided to be a little bit more reserved. He's going more towards this mid to late game with the exhaust.
Let's find out how much it'll work out. I also like the reduction of burst damage for that Vladimir when he decides to jump into those team fights. Going to prove to be exceptionally valuable. Steelback getting his hands on the Lucian as well to round out that team comp as Arian and Yamato Cannon shake hands and head off stage. Team composition-wise, fairly straightforward, I feel, for the Vitality side. Tank on the front line, let Vlad run at you.
I think the biggest difference is very much about Vitality have a pretty powerful bottom lane with the Lucian and the Lulu, and they should have pushing power with the Vlad in mid. And when we saw them play last week against Origin, this is something that they took advantage of very heavily to enable Joko and Hachani to roam into the enemy jungle, get deep vision, and try and force fights, get picks, which is where they get a lot of their early advantages.
I'm so glad you bring that up because it's been Trashy who stepped up for Splyce in the last few weeks, and he may be under pressure from the men on your screen from Vitality. Hachani, Steelback, and Joko. Can they synergize in the bottom half of the map? It's Splyce versus Vitality in week 9 of the EU LCS. And as we've mentioned a few times already, if Splyce pick up a single game win, they guarantee mathematically their postseason playoff position. Splyce will, Vitality will then be locked into 4th.
And every team wants that, right? Like Splyce, thinking back to their last split, perhaps they're not performing as well as they would have liked to, but what is really nice to see is they followed a very similar growth pattern to what they did in their summer split, where they started off a little rough, they were still figuring out the meta, they were still trying to find a style that works for them, but now they're at a point where they are considered one of the top teams in Europe. We have to remember that Fnatic, due to their loss to Rocket, you could make the argument that right now, Splyce is the stronger side because they haven't dropped a game yet to this bottom tier team, but this could be the opportunity for Vitality to get that upset.
Well, we're going to see how much Hachani's going to improve the Vitality squad, right? Last week it looked better, but it was against slightly weaker opposition.
It was.
Splyce will be a very different kettle of fish than Origin were last week. And we're looking at this lane setup. So, Veris, you're anticipating Steelback and Hachani with this Lucian Lulu to have some fun into Kobe Mickey. Does that level 1 trade make any differences in your opinion?
I mean, it will definitely hurt Hachani a little bit, but once the minions show up, the problem that Mickey's going to have is that every time he walks up to try and harass Hachani or Steelback, he's going to end up taking minion aggro, right? Like, it's super easy for the hyper-mobile Lucian to be able to very quickly punish Thresh as he tries to look for these trades. But Hachani, right now, he's not respecting the fact that vision had already been established by Mickey, and the fact that Splyce have gotten themselves a good early push. So for the level 1, this could very well go in favor of Splyce, but around the level 2, level 3 mark, Splyce's bottom lane have to be very careful of the dueling power of Lulu and Lucian.
Yeah, we'll find out if the LL combo works in their favor. Level 2, going to get raced towards on this next minion wave. And it looks like Hachani and Steelback the potential to lose that race. If we take a look up top, Wonder should have a field day. So if Vitality can push down bottom with Steelback and Hachani up in the top lane, surely Wonder has all of the harass potential.
He does. Cannon is really annoying to deal with in lane. Usually you max the W because you want to get that 5th proc on your lightning mark, which means that you get very easy harass. You walk up to them, you apply the mark, you hit them with the electrical surge. Ah, no, I've taken harassment, and you're forced to back off. It's really difficult to trade back against the Cannon. But he takes a while, like in terms of his teamfight value, depending on what he chooses to build, it actually looks like he's going more for the AD split push build rather than the AoE teamfight cannon build, which means that Splyce have said, look, we can see what you're trying to do with the Vladimir, and we're going to match it with the cannon later on.
We'll see how well Wonder can handle that side lane pressure. We caught a glimpse, by the way, as Joko is picking up his blue buff. Oh, great death sentence onto Hachani. Takes a couple autos for his trouble. But to finish the thought, Kobe shot the Hawk shot all the way across the minimap. And it spotted Joko out, Splyce revealed Joko with the vision and pings, and That's why Trashy's moving in to steal some of those Raptors and XP.
Now, I want to take this very quick moment to illustrate the level difference that you now see between the two junglers. What you will have heard a lot of color casters talking about in the last few weeks is the Raptors start. And the reason why you start Raptors is because they give you more experience. Now, what you've seen is that Trashy actually started on his Raptors, went red, went round to blue, took the Scuttle, and he got level 4. Joko, he started on his red, went up to Wolves, went up to blue, came back down, and he's only level 3, which is forcing Joko back and allowing Trashy a lot of pressure in the enemy jungle.
Especially with a pushing wave down bottom as Kobbe and Mickey got the advantage early. It allowed Mickey to roam. Full support with Trashy before Steelback and Hachani could respond. So good opening play here by Splyce. Already 500 gold up because of some big camps being stolen away and some CS advantages for Wunder in the top lane.
It's just good pressure overall from Splyce, right? They know how to play aggressively in this lane. They know how to take advantage of very minor mistakes. But now you're starting to see that Hachani and Steelback are getting better at being able to trade back, right? I love the fact that Splyce, what you often see is in lanes that you think you're going to struggle in or lose in, you'll either go for the Boots 3-pot start or you go for the Longsword 3-pot start, right? In this instance, Kobbe actually went for the Doran's Blade because him and Mickey feel comfortable enough that they can actually just trade as often as they want. And because of this early power advantage that you have by going for the Doran's Blade, it means that they're actually getting this push and they're actually forcing Vitality's bottom lane back.
And I think it's so important you bring up Kobbe and Mickey being comfortable with the itemization and the lanes play, because this is a duo that has been playing together for a sizable length of time. Going on around a year for Kobbe and Mickey as a duo, and Hachani and Steelback. Well, Steelback's had 3 different supports that split already. AOD, Nukeduck, and the fabled return of Hachani. Well, let's see what he can do to, claw back this deficit. Splyce just slowly but surely inching forward with their gold difference to good farm.
Now, you need to keep your eyes on the top lane because the Trinket Ward has actually just ran out for Wunder. He's pushed up pretty far in the top lane. That could have been a great opportunity for Joko to actually try and push in, try and look for a gank. The minion wave wasn't actually that big for Wunder. But instead he's going to choose to play it safe. I guess that when you are playing a Nautilus, better to just be safe than sorry. Just get what farm you can, accept the deficit, and realize that in terms of the value in crowd control that I bring later on, it's going to be bigger than that of the Ken.
Yeah, point and click CC, always going to be exceptionally valuable. Looking at Trashy though, he was the one that went for that early invade, doing it again onto this Raptor camp. Looks like Joker's going to at least get the small camps away. Smite be smite, and it's picked up by Trashy. Grabbed himself that one. But Trashy's been sort of the turnaround player for Splyce. His first 4 weeks of performance versus his most recent 4 weeks. A marked improvement. The meta shifted a little bit in his favor. Look at this. Jungle proximity time, the amount of time Trashy spends with his mates, the same across the last 8 weeks. But look how effective his kills plus assists at 15 minutes is in his kill participation.
Trashy as an individual just has a much better understanding of what he needs to be doing on the map and how better he can utilize this kind of pressure. It's great to see him as an individual really stepping up because he was one of the players that we had nothing but praise for in the summer split of last year. He was, again, one of the big turning points in setting up his laners for success, and now we see an all-in from both top laners in the top.
Well, there we go. The tank beats the carry. That's standard, right? At this level. I mean, it's recurve bow. Wunder needs a lot of time to get damage down, whereas Cabo, full rotation, drops Wunder to, what was that, like 25%? It shouldn't have a huge impact on the lane, though.
It's pretty good so far from what Splyce have been able to do. Now, what you're seeing is actually, this is great from Splyce because thanks to the early pressure that they were able to exert down in the bottom lane, the way in which they're constantly playing the harass play has forced Steelback to go back on a Vamp Scepter. Now, the reason why we're seeing more Lucian on the current patch is because very small changes were made to his Q and his W in the way in which his passive interacts, which means that it flows better. It feels more fluid and dynamic. And that means that he's also building in the Blade of the Ruin King, which actually hurts your laning phase quite a lot and can mean that if you fall behind early, you can't play as aggressively as you would typically like.
And it allows Steelback to basically ice skate around the map later in the game. Get those E's, those relentless pursuits down over and over. Dash forward, Mickey, not going to connect with the Flay. Didn't really make a big difference. And Mickey was the one that secured that Dragon #1, 8 minutes in. It's 1,000 gold in the lead for Splyce. It's an early Dragon. And Splyce will be pretty happy with this. They have a potential answer to the 4-1 that could come out from Vitality. They've got good pick-making potential. They've got decent engage, but it is very reliant on hitting those skill shots. Right?
And what you'll see from Splyce is, I would expect them really to be the playmakers, that when you have an Ash Arrow and a Elise Cocoon, you are looking to try and force a lot of skirmishes around the map. While they were setting up for a good teamfight composition, and while they definitely still have a viable teamfight composition, Nick, you can never underestimate Orianna, Ashe, Kennen, right?
Yeah.
It's not as potent as it necessarily would have been if they'd gone for the full AP Kennen. Instead, they are preparing for the possibility of, hey, if we fall behind in the early game for whatever reason, and that Vladimir is able to split push, what answer do we have to it? And that's why this Kennen is here, that's why this Kennen is going for this build.
Okay, so we'll find out if Kennen's build works out with support from Trashy. Gonna come toe-to-toe with Joker, but look at the mini-map. Kobbe and Mickey are around. Enchanted Crystal Arrow could find a target if they decided to pull the trigger. But Trashy spotted out by the Warden. Again, this is Splyce. They initiate the lane swap. Hachani's a little late to respond because he's helping Joker in the jungle. And a lot of damage going onto this tower as support now from Trashy comes up in the river.
There's a lot of wave clear from Cabo, though. He's full health. He hasn't actually taken a huge amount of harassment from Wunder while he is at a significant lane deficit. The actual setup for that Splyce took a lot longer than they would have liked. So now, Wunder's going to be forced to TP down bottom, and he needs to be careful.
Oh, wow. Teleport for teleport. Cabo matches it. The minion wave is slowly being shredded, and Wunder forced to flash to save his life.
Now Wunder, he used the ultimate to try and clear the minion wave as fast as possible, along with setting up the CC to prevent Vitality from getting the dive. Notice that he was able to stun both Steelback and Cabo Shard before they could successfully set up the dive, which means that he's able to get away with his life. But I don't know for how much longer he's going to be able to hold on to that tower.
All right, so it's a race for Tower First Blood. Very big gold bounty available for secure. Trashy stood right on top of a ward, so Vitality will keep pushing unabashedly in the bottom lane. Without Nautilus in the top lane, the wave clear is significantly lower. This should be Tower First Blood to Splyce.
Good movement from Splyce. They make the rotation from bot side to top. Utilize the fact that they got level 6 first. They'd already pushed Steelback underneath his turret down the bottom lane. And they will be able to net themselves an early advantage. Arrow comes out.
All right, connects onto Hachani. Flash over the wall for Trashy. Death sentence kills Hachani. First blood to Splyce.
Oh, Hachani. He ends up getting caught out. The vision from Splyce is deep enough that they're able to spot him as he's trying to recall. Questionable decision-making from Hachani. Why recall in your jungle when there's a tower right next to you? But still, it will be first blood going in favor of Splyce, and look at that gold advantage.
The 11th time that Hachani has died in an isolated manner, with none of his teammates around. This time around, unfortunately, just Splyce pulling the trigger. So they get first dragon, they get first tower, they get first blood. It's a 2,500 gold lead. And Splyce going to be extremely happy with the opening to this game.
Yep. So now all they do is, with Dragon off the board, they can actually look to set up a dive bottom lane, because now there's only one member left. The push is already coming out from Kobbe.
Slicing Maelstrom's almost available. Where's the death sentence from Mickey? A lot of support from the rest of Splyce. Defensive flash. Wunder can connect. Blade of the Ruined King slows down Cabo. Point blank skill shot. And Mickey sets up another.
They don't even need all 5 members. Mickey and Wunder are able to get that themselves. Cabo even used his flash, and it wasn't enough. And look at this, the additional attack speed that Wunder had gotten from the Blade of the Ruined King. The fact that he was able to quickly apply those Mark of the Storms, get the stun, easy follow with the chain, very clean. I wouldn't even call that a dive. That was just a clean execution from Splyce.
I mean, Splyce are just running circles around Vitality. The first tower is picked up here for Vitality, but it's at the cost of Cabo's life and the bottom tower. And all of this vision, what? Splyce aren't even done. They're still putting pressure on the map.
Bear in mind that it was Splyce that made the proactive play first. They were the ones that got to the tower before Vitality, and because now there's no answer for Vitality, Splyce end up coming out ahead in the trade.
Such a clean opening to the game. And you know, the analyst desk, Shox and Crepper were talking about expectations versus reality. This was the expectation of what Splyce was going to do at the beginning of the split. Took them a while to find their gear, took them a while to, you know, improve a few patches as well. But what a great start against, look, it is also the 4th place team. You know, let's not disregard that fact.
But I think it's really worth praising how every member, except for arguably the mid laners because they weren't doing anything, just farming, but work together in order to guarantee the successful early game, because Wonder, he was constantly pushing in the top lane, netting himself a 50 CS advantage now at this point. The bottom lane, they took advantage of a very powerful level 1 to force Steelback and Hachani back. Trashy took a jungle path, which gave him level 4 before Joko got level 4, which means that he then moved into the jungle, kept applying pressure. Joko could not punish the pushing lanes of Splyce, and they end up getting this huge lead in the early game.
All right, but now will Splyce be able to react, engage from the depth charge? Trashy finds the lantern, and Mickey saves his jungler's life. It will be at the cost of a tower. Splyce, this time round, caught a little unawares, but they still have a sizable lead. And it feels like, to sort of summarize what you were saying a second ago, Vedius, the early game for Splyce, they had a game plan, and it feels like every single thing they wanted to accomplish happened, right?
Yeah.
They found the picks, they found the invades, they got the objectives, and this was the first counterplay from Vitality that has proved successful.
I think that it was just a little bit slow on the mark from Splyce. They were a little bit late to leave the bottom half of the jungle after they took that tower. They were still deciding, okay, what's the next objective we go for, because taking down that mid-tier 1 is a lot harder than taking down the outer towers. So now they need to better set up. What's our next game plan? Baron isn't really an option for them. Senkux, he tries to throw out the Ball of Doom, and unfortunately, it's just a Ball of Gloom for him.
It is indeed.
But Splyce, overall, they're playing the map very well. They are now even, or they have the advantage in terms of turrets, which they'll be pleased with. And their next objective should be towards this mountain Drake. They've already got the deep vision set up in the bottom half. You can see that because they know where the majority of the Vitality members are, Mickey should feel pretty comfortable to walk in and start setting up this vision.
You're talking about the Dragon. If Splyce are able to secure it, it will actually be the 62nd Dragon that Vitality have conceded. They've given up, yes, they have currently given up 61 dragons throughout the course of the spring split. It is the most amount of dragons that they have given away.
Wow.
Yes, and it just shows you Vitality, in terms of the prioritization, not around the dragon pit. Also interesting to note,
hey, that's not fair.
CSD
that's
at
not
15.
Fair.
Hey, it still counts.
Last week he played Fizz into Gragas, and now he's playing Kennen into Nautilus. Like, definitely it's warranted. He likes to play this style. It is a fact, yes. And now we see the Dragon being started. This was the objective we were talking about. Will Vitality answer?
The answer is fight. Joko's going to get caught by a death sentence and the arrow. Double teleport into the river. Splyce smite down the Dragon. It looks like Cabo. He cancels the TP. Hachani's caught by a cocoon. Splyce get Dragon and 2 kills as well.
Very clean play from Splyce. They had good setup around the Dragon. They had full vision control. I feel like the communication from Vitality was not on point.
Where's the Sombrero? Flash! Sombrero it! Sombrero it! Steelback gets pulled backwards, and Senkux with the solo kill.
Adios, mi amigo.
Oh my word. Wonder also gets a kill. Like, it's gone from bad to terrible.
Yep. Splyce, they're on a rampage right now. They are steamrolling through the lineup of Vitality. After they win a fight around the Dragon, they just turn from one kill to another and this mid lane tower that we were talking about being difficult to be able to take, it's going to be an open door for Splyce to now walk through.
Yeah, open door indeed. Tower number 4. Man, what a great start to this game. Okay, so, Splyce, you've done everything else well. You've had a pick and ban that had answers to a team composition that Vitality put in place. Splyce had a good early game, which they've executed on well. Now we get to judge their ability to close.
Yep.
At 17 minutes, Vedius, that's a lot earlier than usual.
I mean, yes. I think that for Splyce now, you can start eyeing the Baron response in 3 minutes. I mean, like...
I think the Baron, it's not even there yet.
I know, right?
They need a telescope.
The problem is, like, normally you'd see this kind of advantage, this setup, at around the 22, 25 minute mark, right? And that's when Baron becomes an easier objective. When you have this big of a lead, I mean, like, they have a big item advantage, that's for sure, but now all Vitality have to do is just not fight them, right?
Yeah.
And instead, Vitality, they have to be so careful. They have no real control over the map. Just look at the vision coming out from Splyce. They are so comfortable in their setup. They've now moved Wonder off to a side lane, so that now they can just rotate between Wonder and mid, and they can just keep the pressure on, and eventually they're going to take one of these turrets.
Okay, where is the wave clear here? Steelback still got the culling on cooldown. It's just about to peel off in Splyce. They move away from where Vitality have numbers and instead go to secure a safe objective. Crystal Arrow, Cocoon, Death Sentence, all of the CC can lock somebody down. Hechani's making his way forward, and Mickey gets a death sentence onto Nukeduck, brings Senkux for support. Nukeduck instantly goes into Sanguine Pool and flashes to safety. He has the re-engage. Senkux in a little bit of trouble. Death sentence goes between two targets, and Vitality, they lose Joko. Cabo's forced to flash away, and this should be another dredge line into Kobe's waiting hands for the double kill.
Splyce with a very clean fight once again. They're able to catch Nukeduck as he's trying to set up a flank around onto Splyce in the enemy jungle, but it goes against what we were just talking about. Vitality, they just needed to buy time, they needed to wait. They're at such a deficit at this point in the game that there is no chance that they can fight, because, like, just look at the level difference. Wonder, he's level 13. Senkux, he has the level advantage over his counterpart, and while Steelback, sure, he's been farming well off in a side lane. What does it matter when you've lost pretty much your entire base?
Is there enough time for an inhibitor? I think the answer to that is yes. Steelback, no culling available, not real support. 19-minute inhibitor. Paging the stats team. Is that the earliest inhibitor of the split?
I just asked them that, quick shot.
Yeah, but I asked on air, so my question's more valuable. We're going to make the stats team work today, Vedius. After this replay of course, Nukeduck getting caught.
But you can see that the full vision in this jungle just enables Splyce to be able to land these kind of picks. Where's the support from Vitality, right? Oh, we don't have time for that because Mickey, he's forced to flash. We talked about being out of position, and then Mickey, he goes and bees out of position.
Don't bees out of position. You get stung. That's what happens. But Hechani, Mickey this time around survives with his life. All right, what's this? 10,000 gold lead. Inhibitor, 8 kills, 7 towers, 2 dragons, and nearly a flame horizon for Wonder, all before 20 minutes. If you wanted to gift wrap a Nexus, these are the steps that you needed to follow.
I mean, like, so we've praised Splyce a lot, but I now actually want to criticize Joko a little bit because we have to look at his early game. He played Lee Sin as an answer to be able to sort of match the early pressure that Elise put out. His jungle pathing was set up in a way in which he was looking to try and gank top early, which in a way makes sense. You have a lot of utility with the Nautilus. You can look to punish the overextending Kennen, but then he paths back down throughout his jungle. So he didn't take an optimal early start. It seemed a little bit haphazard. He didn't really know what he was doing. I felt like the Vitality, again, they didn't come in with a clear game plan. They picked champions which were strong. They picked champions that made sense in terms of the laning against the enemy team, like it was safe. But then they seemed to come into this game without a real game plan.
It's also tough though, right? Like, yes, Joko has a champion that could have made a difference, but where? You know, he got invaded on early. The picks from Kobe onto Hechani in the jungle opened up a tower. You know, like, a lot of where Vitality started to fall over was from some of their laners being punished by a really clever Splyce.
I mean,
it
depends on which, it depends on which perspective you want to take, right? Because the reason in which why Joko ended up getting invaded was because he chose not to start on his Raptors rather than starting on his blue, right? Like,
and the Hawk shot from Kobe, giving that information, allowing them to do it. Vedius, Baron has been started by Splyce.
As we predicted.
There we go. Very early on, there's no vision. Thank you, observers. Look at no wards from Vitality. The minimap is just littered with Splyce vision. The safest Baron we've seen in a long time.
It's actually impressive how one-sided this game is towards Splyce.
Let's look at the gold differences for Splyce over the last 8 weeks. We're going to split it into Splyce's first 4 weeks of performance versus their next 4 weeks of performance. And it is day and night. The red line is Splyce's gold difference on average from weeks 1 to 4. And the gold line is the last 4 weeks, and this game is definitely going to help that climb even further.
It's just evidence to show how much Splyce has grown in the second half of the split. They seem to really better understand how to get an early gold advantage and then how to utilize it and close out games. So Splyce right now, 22 minutes, they have the ban, they're knocking on the doors of Vitality's base.
Oh, they're knocking on multiple doors. The front door's gone down as Wonder's knocked out the bottom lane. Splyce are working on the back door. As that tower's under pressure, no one from Vitality is stopping Wonder. They can't deal with him. Witsend, Blade of the Ruined King, an army of minions at his side, and Inhibitor's down at 22 minutes, and he can even look to come in to pressure the Nexus or come in behind Vitality.
Splyce at this point, they don't even need to fight. Oh, good kick from Joko.
It is, but there's no support. Finally, Nukeduck arrives, but the fight may already be over. Nukeduck goes down, Wild Growth, a literal waste. Hechani's going to be the next target. Death Sentence won't catch him out, and Splyce, they're looking at the Nexus towers. Somehow, Wonder's done it under the base.
Wonder, he's looking to try and end the game himself, but can Steelback claw back at least one kill for Vitality.
Hechani will not. Hitani is down.
Wonder
Gets the stun. Relentless pursuit, but the range is too short. Steelback gets his first kill of the game before the fangs are sunk in. Splyce win the fastest game of spring and secure their spot in the quarterfinals.
Oh, Wonder. You had to just give away that kill, didn't you?
Look, I got very excited at the end. That was a very hype win moment for what was a 23-minute obliteration.
I was expecting more from Vitality. I thought that they would at least put up, like, nothing but praise for Splyce. They played that map very well. But I thought that maybe Vitality would at least try something. But I suppose with the composition, it's difficult to force fights, especially against Splyce, who had netted such a significant lead so early on in the game.
It is indeed. You know, Splyce just got so fed so early. It was just a sweet victory. Very well played. You can see ecstatic smiles on their faces. And Vedius, I must let you know, the stats team has got back to me.
Yep.
The earliest inhibitor of the spring split was 18 minutes and 21 seconds, which is what Unicorns of Love were able to secure. This one at 19:06 doesn't quite cut it.
So Splyce is slacking, is what we're saying.
What they did do, however, despite not getting the earliest inhibitor, they won the game in the shortest time of spring so far.
Wow, congratulations, Splyce.
It's so hard. I mean, it was just such a good game from Splyce. And you can't really criticize Vitality a huge amount because it was proactive plays. Look, you can, but...
I mean, it's a combination of the two, right? Like, very small mistakes on the side of...
Vitality.
Like, let's think about, like, the level 1 play early on in the bottom lane, right? Hachani just walking up, losing half his health.
No,
you then
course.
lose the ability to push early on, right?
Fair.
One of the greatest powers of Lulu and Lucian is you just put the shield on the Lucian. He can then go aggressive. He can start to trade in. You have a range advantage over the Thresh, and you can look to try and take advantage of that, right? Which they conceded very early on because they were playing the lane super safe. They took a lot of harass. Joker with his early jungle pathing. Like, there are very small things that Splyce did a great job of punishing.
Very, very many things they did a great job of making even bigger. I mean, I don't think I've seen a snowball that clean or that well executed in a long time. And game 1 stomp, Splyce, they did secure that spot in the LCS Spring quarterfinals. Let's head over to the analyst desk to find out exactly how they did it.
Thank you very much. Quick shots. I also think that's very important. The fact that Splyce closed it out and had a super clean game, fastest win in the spring split, because they wanted to make a statement, or you'd want a team like Splyce to make a statement running into the playoffs.
Yeah, and I like what they did in the draft as well, because it suits their style very much so. I love Wunder on this cannon on the side lane. It also went against every historically strong point we made for Vitality, right? Like, what do we want to see Cabochard on? Carries, fighting, you know, who fits that style as well? Wunder. Cabochard gets put on Nautilus duty, he gets counterpicked with the cannon. That's an impossible matchup to play. The only thing you can do is get some CS. And then pray that your team wins the map, and it clearly wasn't happening with this draft. Bot lane was pushing in because Mickey X was playing fantastically. There was some really nice flays in lane, really punishing the lack of synergy between Hachani and Steelback. And I think Splyce was always in control.
Yeah, always in control. At 8 minutes and 30, they were 1,200 gold ahead. Wonder, as you said, was doing really well in that lane. Bottom lane was winning. Trashy also had a good influence on the map.
That's at that point where they were so even, and then eventually they understood how to take the game. And that's actually a beautiful set of map rotations. And Shocks, to really explain that, I'm going to need a bigger television, so you can stay here. But I really want to show the world how great that play was from Splyce, because this was just not rotations 101. This was every single action they did had a purpose, and it really worked out, especially if you consider how the replay started. We started off with a freeze from Hachani, so this is a nice play, right? Like Vitality, they see an opening, they're already behind in lane. Hachani's like, you know what? I'm going to catch these 5 creeps. Park the bus right here. Steelback, you get the easiest job as an AD carry in your life. You just have to farm these creeps in the turret. Now, Splyce, they know this is happening. So what they do is they send their bottom lane to the top lane and say, you know what? We're going to surprise Cabochard. Notice how Mickey and Kobbe are not just running down the lane and playing for the turret. No, these guys are actually going to hide, wait for a window where they can maybe engage. And now Steelback sees he's sniffing something. He's like, I don't like this, guys. These guys should have been back in bot lane already. So you see Vitality play very defensively, and this is a good defense from Vitality. But Splyce are still playing super correct. They wait to go for the turret. The engage kind of gets foiled, and now this is a move I like personally from Vitality. They switch the map up. They say, you know what? We have one guy in the bottom, Steelback has been pushing. We can send Cabo go in for a dive, but a very well-timed cannon flash and get an ultimate makes it so that Wunder can stall the defense on the turret long enough. You know what happens on the other side of the map? Splyce eventually pushed through, and this should be kind of a net neutral exchange in a play that was started by Splyce, but a good defense by Vitality. But the problem is, right after, the power of Splyce determination picks too, because they get a nice arrow that's going to come out here and they get a single pick, and now it's no longer a case of an even trade with first turret going to Splyce. No, it is an additional kill, and the tempo and the flash Cocoon into Hook, you know, all this synergy is much better for Splyce, and you can see Vitality, they were already behind and they start crumbling apart. Obviously, if you play strong on one side of the map, what you do when you base is you switch it back up, and that's what we see right here. Kobbe down to the bottom lane, but look at Mickey. He peels off, he's like, you know what? I don't need to defend Kobbe. I can just join with my jungler, pull him over, or my top laner in this case, and they surprise Cabochard. And this is the kind of the experience. Wunder didn't go back to top lane. In solo queue, your top laner would always go back to the top side, but he knows if he goes top, he will just get dove, just like Cabochard got dove in the bottom lane. And this means there's nobody to defend. And yes, there's two people top lane, and Hachani and Lucian and Steelback rather are working on this top turret, but Splyce, again, much faster on the play. They get an extra kill again. They get a turret down here, and when they're already at the second tower, that's only when Joko start joining here with Steelback. And what's Joko doing? They're basing to defend the bottom lane. Again, Splyce one step ahead, one extra kill, then another kill, then an extra turret. They're really breaking down this game and just dismantling Vitality step by step. And that's pretty much it. Eventually, Senkux walks top, picks up the farm, and it just shows you if you're a great team and you're planning things together, it is really easy for you to kind of get ahead of your opponent as long as you have a plan. And Splyce, they had that plan. They broke down Vitality. That's enough from our side. Shox is getting lonely, so I need to get back to the desk. See you guys after break.
back to the European LCS, where we are about to get into the second game between Vitality and Splyce. Before that, we'd like to remind everybody that a second wave of tickets for our finals in Hamburg will be released on the 29th, which is Wednesday of next week. Make sure you get your hands on those tickets if you'd still like to join us in Hamburg here in Germany. And as we're getting ready for game 2, Various, Vitality had side selection. You can see them taking to the stage right now. Vitality picked red side. What has to change in picks and bans, if anything, that could help them bounce back?
More engage. Let's try and fight Vitality. Let's try and see if you can be a bit more proactive on the map. Yes, Lulu, she's really strong as a support. She's very well-rounded, she's safe, but I feel like it's not Hachani. Like, when we think of Hachani, he's like that...
Rounded, safe are not words I associate.
Yeah, exactly. When I think of Hachani, I think this is the guy that plays Tahm Kench and goes, I can engage 1v5, and what we've been seeing is, like last week, especially in their series against Origin, the team is more likely to follow up. While he's still maybe as zealous, perhaps the team is a little bit more confident in the fact that they can trust him now. And while arguably, yes, okay, against Origin, it's harder to punish because they are the weaker team. Against Splyce, I feel that given that your back is against the wall, you're already like looking like the significantly weaker team, just throw everything at the wall. Why not see what sticks?
Yeah, especially because Vitality, they know they're coming back in summer. They've got that safe spot in 4th. They no longer have an opportunity to get into playoffs. I'm going to have to see
what's he got stuck to his head?
I don't know what he's got stuck to his head.
Wonder Boy.
Is that a name badge?
That is Wonder Boy.
The only problem is you can't read it. If you look in the mirror, it doesn't say what we read.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, the Wonder Boy. Alfari had a tweet. He wasn't sure about the blind pick cannon, but apparently it gets plus 50 CS in 10 minutes. So Alfari was amazed by the Wonder Boy himself.
Yep.
And of course, yes, I want to round out that comment about the Lulu. It was first pick for Vitality. And we're on blue side, such high value on that champion. And Hachani and Mickey, their champion pools, maybe we'll get Sion support with all the supports
are banned. Wouldn't that be great? That would be...
No, I don't believe that it will. Karma's still up as well. Tahm Kench, Zyra, Thresh, and Malz. What do you think of these bans so far?
Ooh, I think that there's a lot of focus on the supports. I'm sitting there thinking like, okay, so Camille is open, Graves is open, Gragas open, Olaf open. We have literally seen the only same ban that we've seen from game 1 is the Malz ban. Everything else is different so far, which means we're going to see a very different draft phase for both these teams.
Yeah, but what gets picked first then?
For Splyce, probably Camille, because you can flex it, right? You can flex it both top and bot, and they're saying, no, none of that for you, Mickey. But now Splyce, they can get themselves the Lulu, and that's fine for Mickey, because he's demonstrated that he can play both the playmaking, engage style supports, which is the ones that I prefer to see him on. However, he's demonstrated many a time that he can play the Zyra, he can play the Lulu, he can play more the backside, more peely, more like disengaged styles of support.
Okay, but then what does Hachani now play into that? With all of these bans, it is an Ashe lock in for Vitality, and I know we're getting ahead of ourselves, but...
Karma is available.
Yeah.
You could also go... Ooh, Nami is an option as well. You have a little bit of sustain to deal with the harassment coming out from the Lulu. And actually, Ashe Nami is a pretty safe bottom lane overall. But the fact that Graves has been left available... I'm looking at Jace as well. He's actually been up as well. Still pretty strong, even with the... I mean, just in the current metagame, he's still a decent pick that you can go for.
We'll see if Senkux wants to play it. For now, though, over and above Gragas, Trashy's going to decide to play Rengar in his hands on the Kitty in the jungle. And it's an Ezreal lock-in for Kobbe. So this will be the 3rd time that Kobbe has played Ezreal. The split, he's currently got a 13 KDA on that champion. He's going to have a lot of safety and really annoying poke with Ezreal Lulu.
I think if you want to play for lane, yeah. I mean, you could pick both Karma and Nami. Both are fine. Nami would be better at trading. You'd have more dueling power, but if you go for Karma, you have more wave clear, push, disengage, and I could... Well, we wanted playmaking. I think it's risky, though. It's definitely a bit of a gamble picking Bard.
Why is it a gamble?
I mean, because Bard is usually a pretty good lane bully. He actually does well in trading in terms of early... Actually, I think this can work pretty well.
Okay.
You also have a lot of engage, which is something that we wanted to see more from for Vitality. The Ashe plus Bard, you can set up for, you can either start with the arrow, follow up with the Tempered Fate as an engage tool, or you can set up with the Tempered Fate, 4-step flash, and then hit with them with Ashe arrow, right? So you have a lot of mid-game setup, and in terms of early dueling, level 2v2, I kind of want to give it to the Ezreal and the Lulu just because, again, it's very similar playstyle of Ezreal is very strong early on. You put the shield on him, he can run up and trade, but it depends very much on how Hachani utilizes the Bard and how aggressively they can play during the laning phase.
And whether or not Hachani makes any more mistakes, like we saw in the previous game, that level 1 trade that allowed Splyce's bottom lane to get that advantage. Now, we talked a lot about the duos. Let's look at the rest of the map as both solo laners need to get locked in for Splyce and Vitality. Shen, Rumble, Syndra are the first bans in phase number 2. Vitality will get the first pick in phase 2 over on red side and the ability to counter pick for one lane.
So they might go Vladimir again. There's no reason not. He's a pretty staple, safe mid laner at the moment. And you can blind pick him into most things. So there's no reason not to pick him. That means you can save your top to then get the counter. Ideally, you don't want to pick a matchup that goes so heavily in the favor of Splyce this time around. And if you are Splyce, I think that again, you can go for the Cassio. Even though Ryze took a couple hits, you could also go for the Ryze as well.
I mean, Victor as well, if you wanted to go the safe route for Splyce.
Yes, very true. Yeah, Victor's a good one too.
Would it match the team comp? I don't know. Fizz, blind pick. Brave, not brave?
I mean, the thing about Fizz is you can flex him, right? So you can actually put him mid and top. Now, Kassadin is a champion I love into Vladimir. I think that it's a really strong pick, simply because you can actually trade pretty effectively early on if you take a couple of extra points in the Null Sphere. And he scales better than Vladimir does. I believe that Kassadin is one of, if not the strongest split pushers in terms of mid lane champions that you can move off into a side lane, and I think that he's going to eventually outscale the Vladimir, and I think that as an answer, it's a great pick. The best thing that you can do, though, is punish it early on, which you actually won't be able to do as effectively with a Graves and a Vlad.
Yeah, Graves and Vlad, not the greatest CC to lock down Kassadin. So Senkex may need to overextend to get in any sort of trouble. Renekton was banned in game number 1, and it will be running into this Gragas top lane, which is what I expect from Wunder. Cabochard, you have a carry, you have a lane bully, a lane dominant champion. You have support from a high damage jungler as well. Is this the game where Cabochard steps up and hard carries portions of it for Vitality? No traditional frontline tank here for Vitality squad.
So, you have early pushing power in mid lane for Nuketoke. You have pushing power in top lane for Cabo, and bottom lane, depending on how you play the laning phase, depending on how the level 1 goes, this bottom lane can be very swingy. It's very back and forth. Both are actually pretty good at trading. It's quite a fun matchup to watch. At least I'm hoping it's a fun matchup, and Steelback just doesn't play scared like he did in game 1.
Well, I had to play scared a little bit. The hook threat from Mickey was definitely on point, so cause and effect in those cases.
But the big thing for Vitality here is that they have a lot of early game power, they have a lot of early game playmaking potential, and they have more tools in their kit in order to bring the fight to Splyce this time around.
Okay, more tools in the kit, if you can survive long enough to use those tools,
yes.
Right? The previous game was over in just over 23 minutes, the fastest win of the spring split. The Splyce boys definitely brought everything that they had. And then hashtag Splyce win, it actually won the fan vote as well. Can they do a 2-0, clean 2-0? That's what we're gonna look at now as we load up onto the ref. Jump onto Twitter and vote. And don't forget to spread the word that Hamburg tickets will go on sale once again next Wednesday. Added a couple extra to the dome. We'll see which teams get there. Quarterfinals locked in now for Splyce. Now it's seeding. Now that's what they're fighting for, right?
Yep.
Vedis, we talked a little bit earlier about how Splyce is sort of potentially chasing H2K. Now, Splyce and H2K actually play each other next week.
Yes.
And in terms of series score and game difference, if Splyce beat H2K in a clean 2-0, it will even their series wins and it will even their game difference. And then it depends on the other results. So for Splyce, it's so crucial they get a 2-0 here. And they're going to look to do the same thing to Unicorns of Love, because that's some of the very important things that can help Splyce secure second place.
To give a bit of additional context onto that as well, H2K, they've already fought the big dogs. They only have teams below them left to play. So they've got Splyce, Vitality, and Origin. So you would expect things to look in favor of H2K, whereas for Splyce, it's definitely an uphill struggle. But what we've seen over the last 2 weeks is definitely a strong Splyce. And when you look ahead to this Splyce versus H2K matchup, you are actually looking for a fight for the second place spot in Group B.
Yeah, and I think that's actually on this Saturday or the Sunday of next week. Also a reminder that Week 10 of the EULCS has a Sunday show, 2 best-of-3s that could prove to be extremely important as we close out the season. All right, let's take a look at the starting camps here. Nukeduck and Achani coming to annoy Trashy in the jungle. Those Raptors, I think one of them picked up by Nukeduck and none other.
Well, that's good. Denying that experience away from Trashy, along with getting a bit of experience for yourself, will mean that you should be able to get level 2 a little bit before Senkux during the laning phase. And because you're a Vladimir, you already naturally have a push over the Kassadin. Now, I actually want to take an opportunity to talk a little bit more about this mid lane matchup because we haven't seen a Kassadin for a while. And what you'll often see is the trading pattern for Nukeduck, right? So what he'll do is he'll walk up. There's no need for him to actually hard push the lane this early on because he can just zone Senkux away from the farm. And you'll notice that he holds onto his abilities until after the spell shield is gone. Because Senkux, he's forced to use his Q to farm from a distance, which means that Nukeduck will always be the one in control of this laning phase. It's up until around the level 6, level 7 mark, where Senkux, he has a couple of extra points in his Null Sphere to give him the biggest shields. And he's got himself a bit of magic resistance under his belt. Very likely that he'll go for a very early Megatron and then start to focus on, alternatively, sorry, he'll rather go for the Rod of Ages, so he stacks that HP, makes trading in lane a little bit easier.
Okay, so Senkux survived the early game and then turn it around. Talking about surviving the early game, Trashy was actually waiting in the bushes there for Joko. Joker's going to set up for an early tower dive. Ignite goes down. Senkux is being burst out. Tower aggro. Nukeduck's going to reset it. Now Joko is going to be the target. It's Nukeduck actually forced to flash. Senkux survives. Joko and Nukeduck, they fail the tower dive.
Please, observers, give us a replay of that dive because that was exceptional from Senkux. He took advantage of the fact that Graves cannot hit through the tower. He just played around it beautifully. He almost got himself a kill down onto Nukeduck. But my word, that was fantastic from Splyce.
Oh, Glitter Lance onto Joko. That's going to interrupt the Scuttle Crab. And now Hachani and Mickey, they're going to do a little bit of battle over this one. Both of them with some empowered autos. Mickey's going to win the extended trade thanks to Helper Picks.
Now remember, we talked about in Champions League that you want to try and shut this Kassadin down as early as possible. If you can put him behind, get that Vladimir even a slight item ahead, then that's going to snowball the lane so very quickly in their favor. But just watch how the dive actually happens, right? Nukeduck, level 3 to level 2. He tanks up the majority of the damage. But look, Joko misses 1 shot, right? He misses 2 shots. He misses 3 shots. He cannot hit Senkux because Senkux is just abusing the fact that Joko cannot hit through the tower. That was a really good understanding from Senkux of how he's able to get away from that dive. Because if that was any other jungler, that would have been a first blood kill for Vitality.
Yeah, unfortunately it was Graves. And that means no first blood, no early advantage. Flashes were blown on both sides of the rift for Senkux and Nukeduck. And both, mid laners have got tools to escape ganks, Sanguine Pool, and then eventually a couple level time, Senkux will have that Rift Walk. But let's take a look at the top lane. Aggressive trading here for Cabo. Actually takes Body Slam to the face. And Cabo not as big an advantage yet, but he's about to get that dominance. He's about to get some ability to extend his lead.
The obnoxious thing about Gragas is because of his natural resistances due to his W. Renekton isn't as oppressive as he is against a lot of other matchups. The wave clear from Gragas is pretty good, and he has a pretty effective trade pattern with the Q into E and then W, and then he just backs off. So you don't fall into such a deficit as a lot of other tanks who can't trade as effectively. But as the game progresses, it will get harder for the Gragas because his base values are good, but he doesn't scale very well with tanky stats.
It doesn't. But I mean, the utility provides is
yeah,
really
of course.
Right?
He makes up for that in utility, of course.
Yeah. We'll find out if Wonder can make those shots count. It feels like every time I start talking, I'm going to change the topic a little bit, Vedius.
Yeah, you go ahead.
I'm going to change the topic down to the bottom lane. I want to talk about Hachani a little bit. He gave up 2 isolated deaths in that previous game. One of them he was punished for recalling in his jungle. And this is a guy who breathed additional life into Vitality last week. Vitality as a team lacking some leadership and decision-making. That's what he's bringing to the team, and that's what he's going to need to do on this board.
I think it's really important as well to identify how much of a difference this guy is between AOD, because when you look at the middle stat, the control wards per game, this guy on average gets about 15, which isn't that different from, well, it's pretty
average.
low. Yeah, it's pretty low from the league average, whereas AOD, he was getting 25 on average per game. Now, we might not have time for that, as there's a bit of a gank in mid lane.
Right, there's no support from Joko. He's still in the jungle. Trashy, just here for support, anticipating a potential dive. Mickey's even come to the mid lane as well. We'll be playing around Hachani in just a moment, down on the mini-map.
They really want to kill him.
Senkex is the target. No flash, no level 6. Insta-flash from Trashy. Respecting the potential engage, no first blood.
Okay, Senkex, he's able to get level 6 now, though, and this is the window with which Vitality have missed. But you can see the big difference in shift in mentality for Vitality between game 1 and game 2. They know in this game, let us shut down the Kassadin. Let's stop him from getting to that late game point in the early game by giving a big advantage over to Nukeduck. And the plays, the logic behind it is great. The setup has been great from Vitality. It's just small executional outplays from Splyce and a good read from Trashy to always be around and help Senkex through this rough laning phase. Now that he's level 6, he's going to be so much safer, and these dives and these ganks from Vitality become about 10 times harder.
Yes, I think that's the truth, especially as Senkex is also going to get his flash available. Oh, very good Cosmic Binding onto Kobe. Steelback's not close enough to continue trading, though. Actually, Hachani walks away worse for win. You know, a difference of 10 control wards per game between Hachani and AOD tells you a lot of difference in terms of vision. And then you can have a follow-up discussion on how well they use that vision. We'll follow that this game. But for Hachani, his forward percentage significantly higher. And that's the amount of time that Hachani spends across the halfway mark with the river. And last week was a great example of how Hachani worked with Joko to invade, set up dives, get vision. But that was against Origin, a team that wasn't aware how to punish or how to play around it. This game, this series, Splyce have demonstrated they really know how. As Wonder just trades ultimates in the top lane.
And I think that that's something that we saw a real lack of in game 1, this great synergy between Joko and Hachani, or at the very least, a follow-on to Hachani's aggression. But he was on the Lulu, now he's on the Bard. He has more of an opportunity to do so. So we have to track this. Right now, Hachani has made a few map movements, has been at the deficit now of Steelback, who's now struggling in terms of the laning phase. Kobe and Mickey really taking advantage of that powerful duo in Lulu and Ezreal. And now you can see that Vitality are very well like, there's a possible dive coming up. TP is available for Wonder. We have no idea of where Trashy is. And just look at the vision control in the bot side of Vitality's jungle.
Yeah, let's actually see if the observers can toggle onto Splyce vision. You can see just how much of the bottom half of the map is available to them. Now, at the moment, Trashy doesn't pull the trigger on that mid lane dive because you can see how many Vitality champions are missing from the mini-map. Of course, safe call. Joko's just going to get spotted out as he moves onto the blue buff, and thank you for that toggle, observers.
But it's all about the feeling of Dread right now, because Steelback and Hachani know that they can't try and make a play happen bot lane at all because of they don't have enough vision. And while you don't necessarily make a play happen with your vision advantage, it's the idea that you could.
All right, Nukeduck goes down the Hemo Plague. There is support. Hachani and Joko coming in. Ash Arrow catches onto Trashy. Trashy goes down for first blood. The downtown arrow, that gives Hachani access to Tempered Fate, and that gets the flash from Mickey. Great turnaround for Vitality.
The response from Vitality was exactly what they needed to do. The gank comes in from Trashy. All they want to do, if you're Splyce, is just help Senkex go back. If they clear out the mid wave, they can just send the Kassadin back to base. He can get a couple of extra items, and because they have good vision control around the Dragon, if Vitality try to go for the objective, they can. But Vitality saying, no, we're not going to let you push up mid for free. We're going to punish you. We're going to look to try and force a play, and that is exactly what they're able to do. They get themselves the Dragon on top of it, and Vitality already off to a fantastic start.
Yeah, first Dragon, first blood. Vitality, a team that don't often get first Dragon in the game. Only 30% of them. And this is the replay.
You can see where, look, Trashy's just coming in. They want to put a bit of hurt down onto Nukeduck. If they can get anything, great, but all they want to do is wave clear. Now, Hachani, Great binding onto Trashy, sets up nicely for the follow-up arrow from the bottom lane. And this is the communication we were wondering from Vitality.
Yep.
Where was the setup play? Where was the preemptive planning from Vitality? And in this instance, they saw, oh, we have the vision of Trashy, we saw him coming in, and let us quickly respond and try and punish Splyce.
All right, Vitality needs to be a little bit defensive here. Cabo shot slices once, then flashes. Wonders managed to escape. A lot of damage onto Senkux. He Rift walks out. Cabo shot survives. A 3-on-1 dive. It's not over yet. Trashy looking to escape, and Nukeduck could cut off the escape path. Nukeduck moving up into the river. Vitality surrounding Splyce. They put down a control ward. Trashy's down. Cabo and Joko get the 2-on-1. The collateral damage keeps Wonder low. Hemo Plague's on cooldown, so Nukeduck needs a few more seconds. Got a flash available, but not much more after that, and Senkux is able to escape with his life.
Vitality keep the pressure on. Nothing but praise for Cabochard. For a long time, the comments have always been made, when is he going to play carry champions? When's he going to move away from these tanks? And he does a fantastic job of being able to turn around a 1 versus 3 dive, utilizing his dominance in such an effective manner. Now being able to turn it around into a tier 1 tower in the top lane as well is actually going to give Vitality the gold lead at 12 minutes into this game.
Well, Vitality getting that tower is so important for them, extending the lead, giving a lot of gold to Joko, who really could prove to be extremely important for the Vitality composition. Needs to be on the front line with that Vladimir, get some of that burst damage down when Hachani or Steelback set plays up, and good start to the second game. How did Cabo survive this dive?
Now watch, he's still holding onto the Dominus. He can see the dive coming in, and then he utilizes it early to build up his Fury to be able to get himself the heal. And it's this big hit onto both Senkux and Trashy, where he gets a heal and forces Senkux to take a chunk of damage that ends up deterring Splyce from being able to successfully get that dive. Dives have not gone very well for either team early on in this game, but then it's the movement from Nukeduck. He sees the dive has already happened, he was able to push up mid, and because there was no flash available for Trashy after that earlier gank that happened mid, he cannot escape. So, good collapse from Vitality.
I like the slow-mo on the collateral damage there. Just to see the minion wave getting shredded down. So Cabo, at 12 minutes, he's got himself the Black Cleaver. Joko sitting on Warrior Enchant, as well as the Proto Belt for Nukeduck. So first items kind of completed ahead of the curve. Vitality in a good spot if they want to keep pressuring, and it looks like that's what Joko wants to do. Remember, there's no tower for Wonder to fall back to. He's not exactly overextended, but it's a long way to walk, especially if he's about to run into Joko. And Joko's looking to close off one of the escape paths. Quick draws over, and unfortunately, not enough hard CC to keep Wonder in place.
But look, you can see Vitality, they've just pinged out Trashy, they know exactly where he is. They're feeling confident that they can start to set up a bit of deep vision around the top half of Splyce's jungle. They wanted to try and put some damage down onto that tier 2 in the top lane. You can also see the movement from Vitality's bottom around to the mid. They're going to try and take this tower, take advantage of the lack of wave clear from Senkux.
Okay, Tempered Fate from Hachani. Sidestep as Senkux gets away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. The tower will fall shortly, and Mickey doesn't get stunned down. Hachani holds onto the trigger, and Vitality extend that gold lead. They also take another tower.
This all comes back from the knowledge of where Trashy was. They saw him, thanks to this control ward that he's just about to walk over. They saw that he was in the bottom half of his map. They saw that he's gone back to base. That enabled Joko, forcing Wonder underneath his turret. Nukeduck had already started the push early on in mid. The movement then from Steelback and Hachani around to mid lane resulted in a very clean tower take, giving them more control over the map.
Yeah, more control and well-executed plays.
This is great.
It is.
This is fantastic. This is what we want to see from Vitality, because the biggest criticism that we had is they didn't come in with a game plan. They didn't seem coordinated. Like, what were these guys even trying to do? And now, this game, they have a very good understanding. They've done a great job of punishing Splyce, and they seem to know what to do with this league.
Yeah, and it's just amazing to see the difference in a team. Vitality, who lost in 23 minutes in game 1, the smallest of mistakes was so heavily punished. I mean, look at that, plus 4,000 gold. That's the lead Splyce had in game 1. And it's around 2 and a bit thousand, and 15 minutes in favor of Vitality. Now, let's also give some kudos here. You know, Senkux had a losing lane. Wonder also had a losing lane in the early phases. So Vitality had a team comp that could punish that, and they have done so with great counterplay.
And it's important to remember that Splyce still have a great scaling composition. This edge roll will really hit a big spike at around the 20-minute mark. Looks like that what we often see these days is the Trinity Force plus Muramana build. Still up for debate which one he's going for this game, given that he's only completed the Sheen. Senkux is going to take a while. He wants the fully stacked Rod of Ages, plus either an Abyssal Scepter, or he might go for an early... Probably not an early Void Staff, depending on what he wants. Wave Clear is valuable. He could go for Luden's Echo or Morellonomicon. He actually has a wealth of options in his build path. Morello actually makes a lot of sense if he wants to go into a side lane against Nuke Duck for the health regeneration that he cuts in half.
Yeah, deny that. The Grievous Wounds, I believe,
the Badger.
Is the term you're looking for. Dragon number 2 here for Vitality. This should be a safe, secure. No one around to contest. I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but I've got some information from our stats team, Venius. The league average in the EU LCS when a team is ahead at 15 minutes is 70%. Okay, so if you have a lead of 15 minutes and you look at all the games, 70% of the time you'll win the game.
Wow.
For Vitality, when ahead at 15 minutes, their win ratio is 50%.
Oof,
they have 5 wins and 5 losses. So it's a flip of the coin, you know? We'll see whether or not they're going to land on heads or tails.
And I think back, and I think, could that coin be Hachani by any chance? Could it be him flicking that coin, being like, what will happen in today's game, I wonder?
What will happen on this invade? Let's figure it out. The two faces of Hachani, win or loss. No, that's not fair. There's been 3 different supports over the course of the season for Vitality. And while we were being distracted by the coin flip analogy, Kaba shot with a huge respect flash instantly from Wonder's barrel.
I mean, it's the right thing to do when you don't have enough vision to understand where the rest of the enemy team is. Now, Vitality, though, they have a good idea of where Splyce is setting up. They can see that, you can see they're pinging down onto the mid tower. They know, right, that's probably what Splyce is going to take next. They don't have a minion wave, though. Vitality had already set up the bottom lane minion wave. They have fantastic vision control around Splyce's bottom jungle. And this should result in them taking their final tier 1 tower.
Okay, so I've got a question now. Renekton into this Gragas has not proved hugely successful. Wonder's going to have potentially more impact in team fights. And we know that Senkux can maybe handle like Nuke Duck in a side lane. So how are we going to see lane assignments coming in the next few minutes? We'll talk about that after a potential dive, because it looks like both teams are applying pressure on opposite sides of the map.
Well, right now, the focus of Vitality is because of the amount of control they have over the bot side jungle, they feel confident enough to keep pushing onto this tower. They're pushing into the lack of wave clear on the side of Splyce, because one of the big weaknesses, one of the big risks you have by running a Kassadin is that he cannot clear waves very quickly, and now he might be getting dived by.
Oh, great stun from Hachani. Senkux goes down without even needing the Tempered Fate. Now, Wonder's teleported in. His ultimate is available, but there's no support yet. Trashy's making his way down from mid lane, but Vitality, they're not letting up the siege.
They're keeping the pressure up. The teleport is available for Cabo, but I don't know if Splyce have the wave clear.
Look at the 3-man body slam! That's the team fight impact Wonder was looking for, but is not enough damage to follow it up. It's Mickey that goes down before he can get the wild growth off. Wonder's the next target as Cobby's running for his life. Flash and heal is blown. Trashy still not made his way down. Can he close something out? Thrill of the Hunt is available, but you don't want to jump into 4. And Vitality get themselves a few more kills.
Wonder tries to go for an engage, and the execution was great. He's able to land a body slam onto all 3 members, but it doesn't result in any big team fight win for Splyce. There's still a man down. They're still lacking in Senkux, and their composition hasn't reached a point with which it is strong enough to fight Vitality. They're utilizing this early gold lead in order to win out on a lot of these fights. Now, this comes back to what we were talking about. Play towards the lack of wave clear. Senkux, there's nothing he can really do in this situation. He's going to get collapsed on. He should have preempted the dive earlier. And this is where you see Splyce just trying to claw together some kind of a defense. They need to keep this tower alive. They cannot lose this much control over the map. And Wonder lands onto all 3 members, but then where does the damage come from, right? They knocked Hachani into the wall. Cobby, he's forced to use his E in. I don't even know if that was properly communicated, because Cobby and Mickey, they did not seem to follow Wonder up on that. Cobby, he used his Arcane Shift very late in. It was allowed Nuke Duck to even get the ultimate down onto him. And it was just a poorly coordinated setup or defense from Splyce, I feel.
Didn't have the numbers in their favor at all, and Splyce ended up you know, losing that one. So it extends the gold lead further. Vitality had a 4,000 gold lead, 3 towers to 0, 4 kills to 0. Got themselves some dragons as well. And this is a good turnaround. Now for Vitality to keep this up, right? We need to look at the playmaking power of this Ashe and Bard. And obviously with Nukeduck very well farmed and fairly well fed, that's why he's got the most damage to champions on his team. And the Liandry's Torment, which he's just picked up, is going to amplify that even more.
And Nukeduck, now that he's feeling pretty good. He can move off into a side lane. He can pretty comfortably trade into anyone. And earlier on, you actually asked me about that Renekton pick. Like, what's he going to do? Where's his value going to come from? Well, the fact that now he's got himself that Spirit Visage, he's very comfortable going off into a side lane against Senkux, which is the big thing, because you can move the Vladimir into the Gragas, and you can move the Renekton into the Kassadin, and Vitality will have those winning side lanes. They will have the push advantage. They will always force Splyce to constantly try and swap back, and this will give Vitality the tempo advantage, will allow them to get a vision in the enemy half of the jungle, can then better set up for them to try and look towards this Baron objective.
Yeah. And looking at that Baron, it's actually going to be very crucial for, actually for both teams if you think about it. Wave clear is okay. You know, it's not the greatest. Ezreal's not amazing. Gragas is okay.
No, it's bad, right?
Yeah.
The wave clear is weak.
There's a tiny bit of AoE on both sides, but like really short range and not very effective at clearing it out instantly. So a single Baron can really swing like absolute map control.
Yeah, it can.
As neither team can successfully hold off Baron empowered minions.
Because, I mean, think about it, right? Like, Senkux, if he has a Baron, then that side lane completely changes. But it's going to be difficult to be able, for Splyce to be able to really set up around the Baron, because look at the vision that we're seeing from Vitality. They are sitting on 9 control wards in their inventory.
9 control wards, 3 blue trinkets, 2 sweepers. So very much about controlling the vision around the map. And the observers have just toggled their Splyce, no vision past their own river. They don't know the dragon's going on, or let me rephrase that. They can't see the dragon going on.
Yep.
They will know it's just been secured. And for Vitality, now we get to judge how well they use these control wards, right? Because they are the team that places so many on average, partially because of AOD when he was playing with him.
I believe the value is 53 on average control wards per game, which is well above the average, which is around like 30, 34, something like that. And it just goes to show, like, even though they are a losing team, they always have a good mindset on vision. And
yes.
While there has been criticism in the past, there has been debate about how they use that vision. Are they just buying a lot of control wards because they spend a lot of time dead? Or are they just not being able to properly defend their own vision?
Well,
it varies depending on which Vitality show up.
Oh, yes. And this game, it's not about being in base with death, because they've got 0 deaths, and they're just trying to extend the vision. There was no real contest over that Brambleback. And Joko, no real support. If you're looking at the minimap, Vitality starting to play the vision game. Mickey's going to clear out as many wards as he can, because look, it's around Baron. That's going to be the objective. Bring Splyce to you, use that Ashe and that Bard to engage, and then kill Splyce.
But remember that Splyce still have a win condition, which is very much that 3-4 item Kobbe and the 3-4 item Senkux, right? These guys are powerhouses in the mid to late game. They scale very, very well. And while Ashe will have good scaling, like she definitely has a great impact in the late game, Vlad is very similar. If you give Kassadin and Ezreal this opportunity to come back, especially when you have a Lulu support, this team fighting power of Splyce becomes something that you cannot afford to underestimate. So we want to see now from Vitality what Splyce did in game 1, where they had this advantage. It was just push, 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 push all the time, always using the vision superiority to stop Splyce, or to stop Vitality from being able to answer. It gave them free objectives, and now Vitality, they just need to pull the trigger. They have so much control. We were already discussing it earlier on around this Baron. Force Splyce to come and check, get that pick, turn it into an objective.
And let's follow Hachani or Steel back to start that. To pull the trigger for Vitality, it was Hachani, his leadership, maybe, you know, calling. That was the big improvement last week when he came back over AOD. And that's what I want to see from him. I want to see what level of impact he can have against the number 3 team in the group right now. And Splyce potentially challenging for number 2. If Splyce lose this game, it potentially has huge impacts on that battle for second. And of course, the eventual quarterfinal seed against Misfits.
Yep. it becomes a much harder battle because then the control comes out of your hands. You then need H2K to lose a couple games. Now we see the arrow onto Trashy.
There we go. Trashy's going to try to escape with that savagery. The bowler not going to find anyone, and Mickey and Trashy successfully sidestep a very early exhaust from Mickey. Nukeduck didn't even throw down his Hemo Plague. And Vitality, okay, what did they get? A flash and an exhaust from Splyce, as well as True Shot Barrage. Is it enough for Baron? Not safely, I don't think.
A lot of engage tools have now been dropped for Vitality. This could be an opportunity for Splyce to say, you know what? Maybe we can go for a fight now. Remember, some of these item spikes we were discussing have now been reached by Splyce. Could have been a window that they're saying, you know what, we're just going to take our time, we're just going to be a little bit more patient. Splyce they're accepting that they are behind right now, and they're just mitigating whatever they can to make sure that Vitality can't get a big enough lead to break into their base.
Conceding gracefully without conceding too much.
Exactly, yes.
You know, playing it safe. If you look down the farm values, pretty much even across the board here. Small differences at 26 minutes into the game, which are not going to prove too substantial. I think for Splyce, it's so important that they do have 2 teleports. You can see Senkux and Wonder continuously have been in this side lane setup, allowing them to secure the farm and the levels that they so desperately need, as well as, in theory, being able to react.
Look at this though, pings coming down from Vitality. We wanted them to pull the trigger, and now they're going to do it.
Okay, who's going to tank up Baron? Hachani's waiting in the wings. The rest of Vitality make their way out. Baron actually knocks up Joko. True Shot Barrage used just for the vision at this point in time. Steelback's also got that Hawk shot to complement all of this vision. Despite all the control wards and the potential to force a play, it's slowed down the game for Vitality.
So Vitality expected their Baron clear to actually be a lot faster than it was. When they actually started the Baron, they realized this is not going down quickly. Splyce, they should have the realization that this Baron is going to be started. So we have to disengage. We're taking too much damage. If Splyce get engaged now, we're going to lose the Baron and we're going to lose the game. This results in all of this vision control that Vitality have set up to now go in the favor of Splyce. They have conceded that entire area of the map because they made a decision. They realized that it was the wrong decision and they had to back out. And that is the best case scenario for them because now they still have a lead. They can still look to fight back for that vision.
And the control wards in the inventory is going to help that.
Yeah, just a few.
It really will.
Has he got 3? He's got 3. I think that's overdoing it a little bit, but...
3 more for Hachani, as well as 2 for Joko, 2 for Cabo. We also looked at Wonder down that bottom lane. He'd never really needed to TP up. There wasn't enough shenanigans for him to show his face. And we focused on the Vitality side of the story. Let's look more towards Splyce. How do they break open this game? Vitality are playing around Baron, so Splyce don't want to give that one up. That's the obvious thing to say.
The thing is, Splyce are in a pretty cool position where they realize the onus is on Vitality to make the move, right? Because Vitality don't feel confident enough right now that their 1-3-1 will consistently or be strong enough to just break into the base of Splyce, which means that Baron has to be a point with which Vitality have to go for, and Splyce are just waiting for that moment. They're waiting for Vitality to try and make a play happen so that they can get the turnaround and use that as a window for them to get back into the game.
All right, reactive play then. Every time I see somebody solo from the Splyce side, I'm waiting for an Ash Arrow or a Bard ultimate. Vitality just brute force face check the tower and take that one down. Senkux waiting on the side lanes as Wonder will get at least a tower. Okay, 1-for-1 trade, but it is inner for outer. Vitality still marginally in the lead as far as map control goes.
But what we've just seen is a movement from Vitality that there is...
Where did it go? Where did it go?
It went that way.
All right, straight between the goalposts.
I'm pointing at the screen and no one can see that. I'm sorry. Right, mid tower going to go down now in favor of Splyce.
All right, Wonder threatens the body slam engage. Nukeduck can flash ult, can go over the wall. Tempered Fate only onto the tank, so Splyce might be able to get away. 5-man stack. Nukeduck does not pull the trigger. Joko flashes to safety as the barrel helps him ever so slightly more. And at the end of the trade, Vitality commit for the tower, but lose 2 on the reply.
Now, the reason why Splyce were able to make that play so confidently was because they knew that the arrow was gone from Steelback. Nukeduck was stuck over the wall, which meant that they had no real ways in which to defend that tower. So Splyce felt confident that with the engaged tools gone, with no flanking teleport really being an option for Vitality, that they could just walk up to that tower and use their poke and use their siege to be able to take that objective down.
Unfortunately, Splyce's reactive team comp helped out, right? We talked about the mobility and how Splyce are waiting for Vitality to make a decision, then Splyce can make a play.
Exactly, yes.
And they end up prioritizing. You can see the goal differences on your screen. I want to go back to this vision discussion that we've had a lot. Vitality as a team, they place the most, they have the most control wards per game at 53. Splyce have the lowest at 27 on average per game.
But you can make the argument that while Splyce might have the least, they use their control wards more efficiently, right? It could also be that their AD carry has a full inventory and still has a Doran's Blade, so he won't buy a control ward. But here comes the engage.
As we talk about it, Steelback is the man that gets jumped on. Didn't quite see how he was caught out. Trashy's going to trade his life, though, 1-for-1. Senkux flashes away to safety. Now Cabo, with Dominus still on, trying to put the damage down. Kobbe and Senkux get out of range of Tempered Fate, and Wunder is being culled down where he stands. The body slam allows enough damage for Kobbe to pick up the kill into Cabo. Hachani burns down. It's a double for Kobbe's Ezreal. Wunder's looking for another. The barrel not going to be enough to slow Nuke Duck as he tries to proto belt out. Teleport from Senkux, full HP. Joko's the next target. It's Senkux who gets the kill. Senkux looking for more. Rift walking forward. It's 2-second cooldown at this point. And that's a double for Kassadin.
Splyce with the team fight win. We talked about how these item spikes are so important for Splyce. We talked about how if you give them too much time, they become this composition that can turn these fights in their favor. Vitality, they were not prepared for the trashy engage. While they did get a good reactionary play, it's going to cost them an inhibitor.
I wasn't prepared for the Splyce engage. Vitality somehow lose Steelback and the entire team. And after 30 minutes of being in control, Vitality now have to deal with super minions and the threat that Splyce can play around Baron.
Splyce have reclaimed control of the game. They've got themselves the vision, and now they've got their eyes on that Baron.
Okay, there is that ward that has been denied in the pit. Splyce decide not to touch it. Senkux and Mickey, they're trying to play interference here for Vitality, not letting the Vitality members towards Baron pits, and that's a safe secure. Just the threat of Senkux alone dissuades Vitality.
Great mobility, enabling him to just weave in and out of the vision, preventing Vitality confidently enough to walk up towards that Baron pit, because there's always that risk that all 5 members are just sitting in the bush waiting behind Senkux. So they are not able to walk up to the Baron. Splyce let themselves an objective, and sure, Vitality, yes, you get this fourth dragon. It sets you up nicely for the Elder Drake, but at this point, Splyce, they're not going to give you an opportunity to consider that objective.
Absolutely not. It's just too little on the Vitality side, unfortunately. Going to end up being a fairly disappointing end to the spring split. The Hachani story, bringing him over, his leadership, benching him, bringing AOD, even having Nuke Duck in the wings, you know, there was no hyperbolic time chamber to turn Hachani into Goku and to save the season for Vitality.
There wasn't. I mean, he took the break. We thought that he would come back stronger, and while he definitely hasn't been the reason for their loss, I just think that Vitality, they've just been a little bit too slow this game. There were so many windows for them to take advantage of. Now, Vitality, they're throwing out the arrows, they're trying to defend, but it's just not enough right now for Vitality.
No, it really isn't. Vitality, yes, they've got dragons on their side, but Asher is on finding the target. It's a 3-item Senkux, as well as the Medjai Soul Stealer. He's got that one up to 6.
Senkux, that is rude.
Well, why not? You've survived to late game, turned it around, and Wunder with the rest of Splyce now peeling away in the bottom lane. Nuke Duck gets rooted down thanks to the bowler strike from Trashy. This is pressure on all 3 lanes at the same time.
This is how you play the split push comp. They're just utilizing Senkuk's great mobility to move through the base, and this is going to be all 3 inhibitors down for Splyce.
1, 2, and 3, knocking them over like bowling pins. Nuke Duck goes golden to at least avoid the barrel, and Trashy doesn't get the bowler strike. Nukeduck is down. Trashy's going lone, forced to retreat. Redemption heals up most of Splyce. Hachani follows thereafter. It's a double kill for Senkux as Trashy gets one before Senkux dies. Splyce turn their attention to the Nexus turrets after acing Vitality, and they turn the game around from a 4,000 gold deficit for a clean 2-0 over Vitality.
And notice the difference. When Vitality had a lead, they were slow, they were calm, they were taking their time. The moment Splyce see a window, they just run straight through the base of Vitality. There was no hesitation from this team. Very similar to how they closed things out in game one. They took the Baron, and then they went straight for the game.
Great turnaround, great comeback, gigantic smiles on the side of Splyce. It's gonna make the game so exciting next week. Between Splyce UOL and Splyce H2K. This series, of course, guarantees Splyce a place in the quarterfinals. Now it determines seed, second or third. Vitality locked in the summer split because they have that safety net in fourth place with Origin going to the promotion tournament.
And I think that when we look back at this game, we think about what are Splyce showing. I think that for Vitality, this was great in terms of the early game. The way in which they responded to Splyce, the way in which they punished Splyce was actually very good. But they didn't take advantage of the biggest weakness of Splyce's comp, which was that lack of wave clear.
Yeah.
We saw them a few times actually group up, push down mid, play towards that Kassadin where they could just very easily break into the base, and then they don't end up doing it.
Unfortunately not. I think some kudos has to be given to Wunder for that Gragas pick as well. Looking at the pick and ban phase, locking the Gragas in, Cabochard responded with the Renekton. It was a counter pick, last pick, and it never got going. It never really had the oomph that Vitality needed to control one of those side lanes. Gragas and Kassadin for 30 minutes could farm waves until they were strong enough to win a fight, and then they just won the game.
But it was also great patience from Splyce, right? They didn't get too scared about the possibility of a Baron. They always were aware of, okay, this could be an objective that Vitality go for. What's our plan if they do it? They seemed already aware of this, and then they played around it very, very nicely. And I think that that's a good sign. But I think this early game, how quickly they lost that early game when they picked more of a scaling composition is something that they have to be very mindful of, especially when you go up against teams like UOL and H2K, who will very swiftly look to try and get those early game advantages.
No, of course it is. And I agree with you in the context of playing against stronger opponents. But when you look at the series as a whole, right, the incredible performance in game one from Splyce. Like,
oh, definitely.
The clinical textbook punish plays. The ability to bounce back from a 4K goal deficit admittedly has helped when a team like Vitality doesn't necessarily push their advantage, right? But these are great performances from a team who is looking very exciting in the postseason, you know? H2K, UOL, and Splyce from Group B are very close together in terms of skill from what we've seen for the last few weeks. And how on earth do you separate them? I mean, only playoffs will finalize that. But in my mind, I'm already starting to try to wrap my head around it because it's not a clear answer.
And I think what makes it even more unclear is that when you look at the Unicorns, Misfits, H2K, it's also unclear where all those three kind of slot into one another because they're all beating each other, right? So when you have no clear top of Group B, like, well, I mean, in terms of the standings, yes, you have UOL, who's above H2K, who is above Splyce. But when you actually look at how the teams play and how they've done against each other, it's not quite as clear-cut as that.
I want to step back and look at like the big picture, because in EU, there's a very clear bottom four, right? There's no doubt about that. There's a pretty clear top four. There has been in G2, H2K, UOL, and Misfits. And now Fnatic are no longer in the running for that, like really at all. They're officially 6th in the running. And Splyce, they've been teetering between 5th, 6th, and now top 4. Have they cracked it? Is a series against Vitality the one where you decide that? No. I don't think that it is. But we'll find out next week because, of course, Splyce play UOL and H2K. They're locked in for the playoffs. Before we talk more about that, let's chat to Pyrotechnics, who's on stage with Steelback.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. Now, I am joined by Steelback. Unfortunately, rough loss for you guys, but you were able to fire back in game 2, and it looked like you were going to be able to take it for a bit. How do you stay focused after tough losses like that?
Yeah, so the first game we lost it pretty hard. We got stomped because they had a better draft and they played very good. They pushed every lane and they won real quick. And the second game we were actually winning early very hard, but we couldn't snowball properly. We should have done Nash really quickly, but we didn't manage to. So late game they had Lulu, so they won the late game. Yeah.
Well, they were, in fact, the better team on the day, but you guys still played admirably. Now, I want to ask you about your plans for the rest of the split, because you're pretty safely locked into 4th place. What are you looking to do for the next couple of weeks to keep improving?
Well, the couple of weeks that we will face H2K and Unicorns, so we will use those teams to improve for summer split, because now we're 4th, so we will do everything to improve and come back stronger in the summer split.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it. Now, so last question for you, Steelback. Just looking back at your split in review, what you think went well, what you think didn't do well, what was the biggest learning you had from the split overall?
Well, I think the split was hard because we changed a lot the players. We were new, Joko was new too, so we had to get along together. In scrims, we're actually doing pretty well recently, but we don't manage to do it on stage. So it seems like we have a bit of an issue on stage, but I hope we will improve and we will do everything to be a good team in summer split.
So you're still looking to improve just overall in general, jiving with the team. Do you feel like you just need a little bit more time, or is there something in particular you need to work on?
Yeah, I think we need definitely more time. I think we need confidence as well. That's what we're lacking, because I feel we're all good players, but when it comes to stage, we seem like we play scary, and it's one of our main issues right now, and I hope we will get confidence and be a strong team, because we can.
Alrighty, so now that we know mostly the teams that are looking ahead to playoffs, who do you think is looking strongest on that side of the spectrum?
Well, I think the 2 strongest teams for me are G2 and H2K, from scrims and from seeing them playing, and then I would say like 3rd Unicorns, and then I'm not sure, but I would say that's the top 3 team right there.
Alrighty, well, looking forward to seeing it and looking to see how you guys perform throughout the rest of the split and in the summer. Thank you very much once again, Steelback. We're going to go ahead, though, and send it off to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Pyra. Always happy to hear from Steelback as well. But right now, we're joined by Sencux and Mickey from Splyce. The first thing I have to say is congratulations not only on the series win, but you guys are locked in playoffs for quarterfinals, at least, Sencux. So that's officially the case is maybe a relief as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice, but we all expected the win today, and we are kind of still aiming for 2nd and hoping for the tiebreaker and go in our favor. So we'll have to see after next week. We got 2 of the roughest games in our group. So.
Yeah, you do. A lot of interesting matches coming up. Let's focus on the matches today first to round that out. Mickey, how do you feel the series went versus Vitality?
The first game went pretty smooth, I guess. The second game, we kind of fed the early game really hard.
Splyce, summer.
Yeah, but we knew the late game is out without Kassadin, so if you get level 16, the game is over. The only problem was we didn't have like much Nash control, I think if they executed better, then they would win.
Yeah, if they were debating the Baron properly, I think you guys would have lost. And this was actually some of the early critique that people had against Splyce at the start of the season, where you played this like passive style, mid laners that don't have the push pressure early on, and then kind of the map falls apart. Why did you guys go back to this Kassadin pick? Because it still has the same weaknesses, right, that cost you the games, or were you just comfortable doing it against Vitality?
I mean, I think in general it's okay. Like the reason that Kassadin kind of came back last year was also because of that. So picking it into that, I think, is still fine. And you can actually win the lane. You can actually pressure the lane after 6. The problem was this game, like, even though I survived the dives early and like it should be game over, I think, because Rengar was ahead and I was still even. But we kind of did fail dive on top, and then we did a fail execution in mid, so Trashy died, and then Graves got back in the game. And from that point, it was kind of hard to pressure. But I think if we kept even and we were even ahead in the early game, I think the game should have been a lot easier for us. And I think in general we're a lot better at early game now than we were last split, and I also think that we're better at like putting pressure points also around mid.
Yeah, definitely. You guys coming back in the games was something we saw a lot from you in summer 2016. What do you think specifically has improved in your early game?
And I think in general, me and Trashy's team play as a duo has gotten a lot better. We've worked a lot on it, and then I think Mickey and Trashy has been working on some stuff as well in the early game, and I think that helps a lot when, like, it's really underrated how a support and jungler goes around and finds vision, and it makes you more comfortable as laners as well to play the game, because you almost all the time you know where their jungler is. So I think in general we've just improved on a lot of stuff that we didn't really have before. I think we were still great players in summer, but the problem was we just didn't pressure the lanes really much, and then when we got to late game we could still win these fights where we were really far behind. So.
If you look at the laning phase, Hachani was out of the roster, now back into the roster. Could you feel that in lane that they didn't have the same amount of synergy that you and Kabe have?
Yeah, I think so. I think the first game, he kinda solo lost the lane. But
tell us why. What happened?
Because he walked in like level 1. He was just standing at the end of the bush, and then we just warded it and walked to him, and I flayed him, and he was like half HP. And then they couldn't get the push and not do anything, so they were just getting pushed in all the time.
And that first game, do you think you should have won that push regardless of the matchup, or is the what was it? Was it Lulu Lucian to Ashe Thresh? Is that a skill matchup, or who wins?
Yeah, I think if Lulu plays it well, then she should win the push. But I guess that's how level 1 went, so we got the push, I guess.
You did get the push there, and you got the 2 wins in a row. And Sencux, you hinted at it beforehand as well. Playoff race, quarterfinals, and it is so incredibly close. You guys are now at wins at least tied with H2K, but you're playing H2K and the Unicorns of Love in the next 2 weeks. How realistic is the jump for you guys into second?
I think it's pretty realistic. Like you saw, like G2 is undefeated, and we almost beat them last week. So we had a really convincing first game, and then the third one was a bit even, but the second one was convincing from their side. But the second game didn't happen. But I think in general we show that we can still beat the top teams, and we're not a bad team at all.
Definitely not a bad team. I wouldn't say that. Mickey, if you think of, if you end up in the 3rd place, you'll end up facing Misfits in your very first match in the quarterfinal. Is that someone you would like to avoid? Otherwise, it would be Fnatic, obviously.
Yeah, I think it would be obviously a lot better to face the 3rd team from the other group. But I think Misfits are also a really strong opponent, so I would like to avoid them if possible. But I guess we can beat them for sure.
You could beat them. Well, it'll play out how it'll play out. You got to beat everyone if you want to be the champion, of course. Player of the series in this one was also Wunder. Sadly, not one of these 2 guys here.
Couldn't give it to Mickey. No side support, quarter kill.
No, we couldn't do it. No. All right, well, next up, the undefeated G2 will be taking on the last place Giants. We will see if they learn a thing or two when we return.
Riptak goes down the Hemoflake. There is support. Hachani and Joker coming in. Ashe Arrow catches onto Trashy. Trashy goes down for first blood. Vitality surrounding Splyce. They put down a control ward. Trashy's down.
The running cast in is that he cannot clear waves very quickly, and now he might be getting dive by.
Oh, great stun from Hachani.
The teleport is available for Cabo, but I don't know if Splyce have the wave there.
Look at the 3-man body slam. That's the team fight impact Wunder was looking for, but is not enough damage to follow it up. Copy and Sencux get out of range of Tempered Fate, and Wunder is being culled down where he stands. The body slam allows enough damage for Cobby to pick up the kill into Cabo. Hachani burns down. It's a double for Cobby's Ezreal. And they turn the game around from a 4,000 gold deficit for a clean 2-0 over Vitality.
Welcome back to the European LCS. G2 has remained undefeated in series throughout the split, and they are taking on Group A's last place Giants. G2 have certainly met our expectations this split, as that is the theme of the day, expectation versus reality. Sencux is joining us here as well, and G2, they are undefeated. What are your impressions of how they've been playing this split?
I think it's kind of similar to that split though. Like, they're not as main focus you can see in some games, but I think in general they're just strong players, and I mean they win a lot of games based off that. I think in general they haven't improved as much as other teams, but it's also easy to improve when you're like lower, when you're not as good. You know, it looks way better than when you improve. But I think in general they just performing like people expected them to.
Well, they also set out as goals, like Perkz did. It's not just about smashing it in lane. We want to keep the big picture and get better at different aspects of the game. Have you seen that they've kind of evolved more in the macro and it's not as noticeable in individual outplays?
I don't know, actually. I think in general, like, I'm not going to sit and tell all their weak points. I'm not going to do that. No. But I still feel like they have some stuff to improve on later in the game. But as they say all the time that they focus on late game a lot, they should be able to find these mistakes and fix it for playoffs.
Is the margin between G2 and the rest of the teams smaller than it was last year?
I think in general, last year it was only us and G2 really. And then like HTK wasn't as strong and they were in third place, right? By the end of the split. So I think now there's more team that can contest and actually win games off G2 now than they could last year.
Yeah. Giants, however, might not be the team to do that.
No, I think that it's definitely going to be an uphill struggle for Giants. When we look at them as a team, they are still a team full of rookies, right? This is something that we've been thinking a lot about, where when we look back to where they were in last year, in summer, they actually had a lot of new players. They had Knight come in, they had Maxwell come in, and then when we look at this split, we're still seeing a lot of young individual talent where sometimes it's their first split in the LCS, and sometimes, or for some players, it's only their second split, right? So where is that leadership? Where is that shot calling and communication that we seem to be really lacking from Giants? I feel like as a team that they seem to have strong individuals, but as a team, as a unit, they seem to don't really know what they're doing and really have any plan coming into the game.
Let's talk about those strong individuals, because someone we were looking at, rookie of the split last time around, Knight. Sencux, why do you think he hasn't been able to kind of make his mark this split?
I think his performance has been like good compared to the rest of the team in a lot of games, but I think in general he's not the type of player that's going to go in and completely dumpster his lane and then go out and carry the game. And he wasn't like that last year either. He was good mechanical, but it was more later in the game, more like team fight focused in a way, all the champs he played. So I think in general he's still like the player that he was last split, but I just don't think of him as the big carry player for the team. And the rest of the players seem to lose quite a lot in lane as well, and that's where I think it can go wrong for them.
All right, we will see how Knight does in lane versus Perkz, and we'll see if Giants can stand up to the might of G2 as we send it over to the casters for game one.
Thank you very much, Jackson. Good evening, all you esports fiends. I'm Devin Pyrotechnics. Joining me, I know, I said friends sometimes, but they also are fiends.
That's really mean.
You're a friend instead of a fiend. Crepo, joining me for this. Will you? Okay, cool.
I'll be a Pyro fiend. I'll watch all your VODs.
All right.
I'll be your stalker.
Yeah?
Outside of your door when you're trying to sleep, that'll be me.
Every step I take, every move. Man, that's dedication. I appreciate it. Let's get dedicated for this match, though. Let's run down the starting rosters. Starting on the blue side, it is Giants, which means up in the top lane, we've got Flaxish in the jungle. It is Memento, Knight in the mid, Hiku the AD carry, Hustlin' Beast to the support, and Losark the coach.
I'm loving the enthusiasm, Pyro. You're ready for this one. It's an important match for Giants here. They really want to prove something, and against the top dogs here, G2 Esports, it will be rough because they obviously have a great and a fantastic roster. And let's introduce that one right now.
Why don't we do it? Starting on the red side of the rift for game number one, it is G2. Expect up top, Trick in the jungle. Mid lane is Perkz, AD carries Sven, support Mithy, and of course their coach is Youngbuck.
Yeah, this should be a clear-cut 2-0 decisive victory for G2. So what we're going to look at is how clean are they playing? Where are they putting their eggs? In which basket? Early game, mid game, late game? Why not everything at once? Because they should, player for player, match Giants. And strategy-wise, they should just out-path them, out-rotate them. Everything that would make Monte Cristo enjoy League of Legends should be shown here in this matchup.
Yeah, we're expecting nothing short of very clean play from G2 Esports. This is how they got to the top of their group. This is how they've stayed undefeated for so long, domestically, in all honesty. And Giants, I mean, let's face facts. They're on the bottom of the rankings right now. And if they can showcase any signs of life, that is a good thing going up against this G2 squad. Because it's just, you're playing on ultra hard mode.
Ultra hard mode, especially if you look at like the meta changes. G2, they seem like open to kind of learn from other teams. Whenever you watch Sven's stream, which he's doing quite often these days, and you ask him about new AD carry builds or new AD carries, he always takes a moment to think about them. He's never just like, no, this is wrong, this is bad, this is the only way. Yes, G2 as a team may not always adapt to patches themselves quickly enough, but they like to learn from other teams and kind of filter in all the info. And their pick and ban is a co-op method between Youngbuck and the team. So we should see a strong 7.5 pick ban from them now on the red side.
Yep, we've had a week of it in Europe. It's been circulating around the world as well, so we'll see if things start to shift up. The Fizz is banned away by G2.
Yeah, I think banning away the strong solo carry split pushers could be a way to do it. Thematically, it doesn't really fit against Giants. We'll delve into that later because Flash is actually not getting too much help from his team. But if there's one way to beat a team that's better than yours, getting distinctive side lane advantage is definitely a way to do it.
Oh, absolutely. The Shen's ban, now that's something we can definitely come to expect. Followed up by the Camille on G2's side, so they've been targeting that top lane.
Yeah, some of the stronger picks for G2 have been kind of this Shen, you know, a playback tank that can influence the other side of the map. That's obviously what G2 like playing with, so they can put pressure bot side. Malzahar, strong support pick, you know, decisive engage from Mithy, taking that off the board.
Let's see what else they target. Giants, they still got 10 seconds on the clock. Do they want to keep it to the top? No, it's the jungle. They ban away the Rengar.
Yep. A couple of weeks back, we were putting so much priority on Graves every single game, but we saw mixed results, honestly. Some teams could use it, some teams would really not use the kind of trading potential that he had. Teams are now returning back to the Elise. I need to see what opens up here. Giants, they do have first pick, and that is that Elise, you know, trying to snowball the early game, because Memento, he is kind of the shining light, right, Pyra? He needs to break open the game.
Yeah, he's the guy that when we look at Giants, relying on him quite often to try and set things up early. Elise is the type of champion that can do it. Let's see what G2 answer with. Contemplating that Nautilus. Ashe still a very strong AD carry pick, but I want to see some experimentation from Sven.
Yeah, do you, like, does he, I think he can experiment enough in scrims and keep it super meta on stage, right? Why reveal right now?
All right, I guess they don't need to worry about it. There's always playoffs ahead, you don't want to give things away.
Yeah.
But they lock the Ashe, all right, is this going to be a Lee Sin in for Trick?
And this is what you see in Korea when kind of AD carry meta shifts as well. They put a lot more priority on the Ezreal and the Ashe. Ezreal is like kind of the safe laner that works every time and that scales. And the Ashe is the utility pick that will always come out ahead if you play well, worst case even, you know, and I like that G2 go for this option here. In terms of jungle kind of aggression, they match, you know, super strong early game jungler, well, put Trick on Lee Sin.
Yep, give him a chance to match that pressure pound for pound, see if they can take away Giants one advantage in the form of Mento. What else do Giants take, though? They're on their second rotation before the second phase of ban starts up.
They should block in an AD carry here, because if you go up against Sven and Miffy and you get pinched in the AD carry pool, you're going to have a bad time here.
There
so
we go.
Maybe just match that with the Lulu, get a strong bot lane. I personally don't think it's that bad, and that way you can still get some counter picks, at least one counter pick in the top side of the map, and then get a strong blind pick for the other lane, and then you have a decent comp for Giants.
Well, Giants shouldn't have too much trouble in the laning phase so far. That Kaelin on the range, it's going to be matched by the Ashe, but let's see what they do with the rest of it, because the Karma pickup has been something we've seen pretty much throughout the split everywhere.
Yeah, and it worries me because I feel like Lulu is just a better Karma right now. Everything she provides, I think Lulu can do better in terms of laning strength, teamfight addition. Yes, Karma has like the AoE speed up, but I don't think you need to speed up all your members at once. And Lulu has more protective capabilities. Maybe it indicates that Hustlin isn't just quite as comfortable on this champion.
Yeah, quite possible. You know, throughout the course of the split, he's only played the one Lulu game. It's honestly been a lot of Zyra, a lot of Nautilus for that guy. And well, we'll see. G2, they've answered with a Rumble pickup.
Nice.
Going up top lane since we already know the jungle, and it goes into second phase of bans.
And G2 indicating that they may just want to play around top side this game. You know, they have a strong early game jungle. They have a pusher top. They also get an AP top lane, and that's really important because this opens up a lot more picks in the mid lane where you can go heavy on the physical side. Obviously, they're going to pinch top lane right now. Giants haven't picked a top laner yet. You picked one of the few top laners that are strong. Like, Camille is out. Renekton is now removed. That means Rumble will normally win every single lane 1v1. Like, maybe they get rid of a Kennen, like, because the Fizz is out too. These are all picks that kind of do well into the Rumble.
You think maybe the Gnar possibly? That's something we saw at the likes of Rocket taking as a top lane choice. Let's see Giants. They ban mid though. They take the Orianna away.
Yeah, because right now in the second phase of picks and bans, red side goes first, right? And there are two picks that are really strong as a mid laner that you can blind pick, and that's Orianna and Syndra. Like, it's really hard to find a straight up counter. You can find some matchups that are playable, so we could definitely see Giants go for Orianna and then the Syndra, and then at least try and counterpick one of the two lanes that remains.
G2 sticking to the top lane bans. There's the Gnar off the board, and it's back to Giants for the last one. They ban away the Syndra themselves. Knight, he's been playing a whole variety of mid lanes. Maybe that Talon comes back again later on.
Yeah, but if you want to play Talon, you need to play some AP in the top lane, otherwise you're running a very heavy AD composition. Yes, there's the Elise, but she'll just get blown up right here. I like the Lulu Band still, because it makes the Karma worth a lot more in this particular rotation, but I can see actually G2 just locking in Syndra here early.
Let's see what they end up doing. 10 seconds still ticking. Contemplating that Nautilus like they were in the first rotation. This would be the support pickup for Mithy. And it's locked.
Oh wow, that's... I guess they just really want some sense of frontline. They're fine playing into Karma. Mithy spoke a little bit about how Leona is actually okay into Karma too, because at one point, once these ranged support champions get nerfed enough, their poke actually isn't that annoying anymore. And at one point, then you can just kind of pick the all-in tanks, and once you connect any sense of skill shots with them, they just die.
Yep.
So that's kind of the approach G2 are taking here. They have a heavy CC bottom lane that's utility focused, that can farm 1v2 if Mithy just absorbs some damage, and they can play around the top side of the map.
Not too worried about what's going on in that bottom. And up in the top, Giants, they lock themselves. The Gragas with so many champions banned away, it's Flaxus' next best bet.
Yeah, and if you look at, I wonder if G2 are actually going to play the Talon. It'll be quite interesting here. Whip it out, because they have AP top, they have double frontline kind of combined with Lee Sin and Nautilus, so they could definitely do it.
Picks it first, though.
Giants feel pressure, so they take it away.
Yeah, so there's the Talon locked in. I mean, they do have some AP, but right, you've got these tanky champions, right? The Gragas and the Elise.
It's fine. You say right there, Gragas and Elise. Combined, they bring enough AP damage to the table so that G2 can't efficiently itemize pure armor, and we'll need to see what Perkz has ready for his Talon in the mid lane.
Okay, well, we've seen Jason the Talon a couple of times. Let's see if Perkz ends up taking it. No, the Cinder is still available, so there's a contemplation here. 5 seconds ticking. What do they take?
Ooh. I think you can play everything that he covered. You can go Zillion if you just want to survive the burst. If you want to be safe. Like this teamfight comp, it's dirty, man. Look at what G2 can do in teamfights around objectives. Yeah. Giants, they have to pick people off. Yeah, the body slam engage is nice, but if you engage anywhere near 100% perfection, you're going to get grilled. So there's picks for Giants, but there's pure teamfight prowess against this Talon. Like he jumps somebody with a cocoon, revive, and then the CC comes out.
Seems like it's going to be hard to play, and for Giants, the execution is going to be crucial. I mean, it's never easy when you're playing off against G2 Esports.
If there's ever a game where they need to snowball the lanes, get ahead, and play the pressure game, you know, mobilize that Talon, put him on the side lanes with the Ignite, hopping over every single wall. That is the goal for Giants.
Well, we've seen Knight try to do that several times, and it's yet to bear fruit. Giants struggling here, sitting in the last place in Group A. Rough for them, especially with the ascension of Roccat, but if they can show any performance against this G2 squad, there's still hope for them.
Is there?
I don't know, man. If they could beat G2, I feel like they could probably handle the promotion.
That's true. I think that actually, I take it back. I think you're right there, Pyra. If they beat G2, there's definitely hope for Giants.
I don't often have good color points, Screppo, but every now and again something shines
I just heard hope and Giants and like, hang on. But no, definitely there.
I'm the devil's advocate. That's what I do. All right, so Giants, G2 Esports. It is first versus last in Group A, but can Giants find something here if they can get some picks early on? We'll find out. Or will G2 grind them into dust? We'll find out once again as we take to the Rift. But don't forget, hop on Twitter, hashtag G2win, hashtag GIAwin to give us your votes. We'll tally those up, show them off later in game. Here we go, and we're loaded. We're locked. Let's get on to the Rift already.
I'm going to keep my eyes on Memento, on that Elise pick. First pick for Giants here. A lot of importance put on that pick from the Giants side. Lozark said, you know what, Memento, you're the boy, you're the man, you're going to take it home. What can he do in this pick? And will his lanes help him?
Yeah, that is always the question as we get underway. Not to track where he goes to start things off. Don't expect any shenanigans, but G2 are stacking firm in the mid lane.
What is this play? This is to punish an invade, like from a delay point of view. This is really weird. The timing.
Giants are saying, where are they right now? Memento, he's going to have a whole horde of G2 members coming for him.
Seems
obviously
specific.
Uh-oh. Exhaust is on. There's the bomb. Oh, I think Memento's running out of time. He has to flash, but he's not getting out of there. That's first blood.
All right, my eyes were on Memento, and so were G2's eyes. That was very poorly played. If you're going to flash, flash a wall. If you're going to flash, do it immediately. I love the early exhaust. This is something Yellowstar used to do very often on invades as well. I think when he was playing, I think when it was during the TSM era, he would just play exhaust Braum and just flash closely to exhaust somebody. They would match the flash but be slowed, and then you can follow up with any projectile, and it worked.
Easy peasy.
Notice how Trick was holding his Q. I think that exhaust just guaranteed the first spot right there.
Yep. Still slows the movement speed. Even though it was nerfed on the patch, still useful for those supports. Let's see what Giants do to try and recover from that. There's a ward inside their map on the jungle. It's going to be spotting out Flaxus. Memento's Going to be on the bottom side, though, or on the Raptor camps, getting some help from Knight.
So we see two variations on Elise. There's the Raptor start without help, and then there's the Raptor start with help. So that ward itself doesn't really give or punish Giants too much. It just solidifies the knowledge of G2 that he's starting Raptors. Obviously, Knight knowing that is just going to leash for him. So he gets a slightly faster jungle clear, but Trick should always be aware where the enemy jungler is. Same story though for the Giants lane. Because they got a deep ward on Gromp, they knew Trick started on that red buff.
Mithy taking a lot of poke down on the bottom side, but we don't expect this one to really push too far in either direction.
Yeah, the trick is to take poke and then take auto attack so the minions change aggro. And it's a trickle-down effect, but basically it means whenever you get auto-attacked in lane yourself as a support, the enemies will push faster. Because your minions will be busy auto-attacking the enemy champions, but their minions will be busy attacking your minions. Therefore, the wave pushes faster and you can actually comfortably fight on the turret. Now, if you ever want to fight against that, poke with spells, not with auto-attacks, because only auto-attacks draw minion aggro.
Well, all right, dropping some knowledge bombs already. Speaking of dropping bombs, Perkz still keeps throwing them out in the mid lane. Against Knight, he's taking him down to half health, and Knight's somebody we do want to keep an eye on as well. We talked about Memento, but Knight on this Talon has been doing quite a lot to make things happen as Expect goes in and throws down the ward.
Yeah, really good ward placement there from Expect, leveraging push into D-Vision. He knows that Elise wasn't there, but this adaptation from Memento also really smart. Expect doesn't see Elise right now, he should just back off. He should know that this guy can't actually be behind him.
Well, he's still got his flash. He might need to use it. There's the body slam in, and there he goes. Harpoon's on.
Insanely good game read, but it still connects.
Yeah, they got them on the Cocoon, and Expect he's overheated right now, and he might be in trouble. Perkz is scrambling to come up, throws on some time bombs. He gets a double, and Expect is still trying to climb away. Repel in and out. There's a body slam come off cooldown. Knight manages to secure the kill.
Yeah, obviously Expect slightly turned around right there. Ooh, Sonic boom goes wide. That is
close.
That was really nice reaction from Expect, because the second Gragas goes aggro, he knows the jungler's coming. And he knew he wasn't coming from River, so he adapted to the pathing from Elise to go into River there and get help from the pushing Perkz. So that was all good, but the problem was that max range Cocoon still connected.
It's a game of inches, but this is what we talked about. Memento needing to show up early, needing to help get some of his laners ahead, and even getting the kill on Knight. I mean, that seems to have gone Giants' way well, despite the fact that they're down in gold.
Yeah, really fascinating opening here. Trick is obviously a really great pathing jungler. Putting Lulix in the shadows, look at it here. He loses a member on his team, but he takes away the wolves and the enemy blue buff that was still up. Obviously, Memento skipped that camp here and is getting punished for it very hard.
Blue gets taken away. He sees just time. Whoa, Flaxish followed through. Knight's back again. Let's see if Trick can get out of here. Double bomb. In goes Knight once again. He burns Flash. He burns Ignite, and he's not going to get the kill. But maybe Flaxish can get something back. Oh boy, this is a close one. Trick and Flaxish getting revenge.
Trick was waiting for a cooldown there at the very end. Oh, that was so close. A couple of really nice flashes there to really lock him down. Body slam flash from Flaxish was on point, but there just wasn't quite enough damage here. I like how Knight was avoiding the second bomb as well. But in the end, this works out very well. The greedy invade from Trick gets punished only with a 1-for-1, and works out very well.
Oh yeah, and there's been a lot of action on this map, but you know, well, I guess it's going to keep on happening as Hustlin takes a little bit of damage before they're looking to dish it back. I want to check in on the top lane one more time because we don't always see these guys getting involved as early and Expect. He's honestly gotten a lot more attention these days.
Yeah, we're in week 9 of the LCS, which is actually a great moment to look at some trends. So we looked a little bit at weeks 1 and 4. What was Expect doing? You know, jungle proximity, it kind of stayed the same over time, but the problem is the opposing junglers are looking at Expect a lot more, because while teams are finding it very difficult to find a breach in the armor of G2 Esports, they're just trying to get Expect. You know, everybody sometimes mentions like weaker Link. That doesn't mean this guy's a bad player, but a lot of teams look to him to punish him. That's why they went top lane very often with that jungle pressure. Same happened this match. Memento was there very early. Trick only reacted.
Yep. Trick this time though, he's going proactively, but he might not find Flaxish is sitting flashless underneath his tower, but perhaps if he pushes himself out, it could be trouble. Oh, he's going to walk forward.
That's actually a really good pathing there from Trick again. So he needs to bait Flaxish to use the double buffs for a body slam. Is Flaxish aware, however?
He's going to body slam in already, so now it's on cooldown. Trick is there. He does not have Dragon's Rage. Kick, it's going to be Flaxish slowly burning away. Trick claims the kill.
And he gets his double buffs back. That was really smart. He moves in as if he's going for the counter gank, but obviously when the wave bounces, he leaves Flaxish completely clueless. And then we have to look at his opponent rather. What is Memento doing during all this time?
Yeah, Memento is a little bit busy.
Not dying.
Yeah, not dying, which is good. That's always a good thing, but still. Buff transfer complete for Trick, and he's been picking up every kill on this game for the G2 squad, and looks like he's looking for more.
And he's going for the impossible. Trying to gank a Talon in 2017. Very
Let's
hard.
see if he can do it. Nope. Knight's walking it out.
This guy can jump over literally every wall in the game.
No summoners, no problems. Although he is stopped up by the bombs of Perkz. He's definitely having a field day on this farm game, but Knight's the one who picked up a kill early on. Let's see if Knight can keep it up. I mean, this is always hard for Giants. Oh, wow, he just ulted on in.
He just wants to reset. He knows at least the bombs are still in cooldown. And that is the trade pattern for Zilean. If Zilean knows the enemy jungler isn't close by, he can use all his cooldowns. He doesn't need to save that speed up for himself. He can just slow down the enemy laner and then get the double bomb on him. So that's well played by Perkz, gets the pressure out. And if you don't let a talent push, he can never roam. And that's exactly what Perkz wants to do here. And now he's pushing in the counter wave.
Yeah, keeping Knight locked up. You don't have to keep him killless since, well, it's a tick box you can't always check, but sometimes you can just keep him locked up as far under tower. Now that we have level 6s starting to come across the board, we see the ability for Perkz to start saving some lives if we have some more skirmishes.
This is every mid laner's dream right here. Walk by blue buff, 3 autos, it's done. You go to base, or you just go back to the mid lane. Perkz not really needing to with base with that blasting wand already in his inventory.
Yeah, and honestly, Knight, even though he's been locked up under base himself, or locked up under tower, I should say, he's not had too hard of a time at least finding some action. And the last couple of weeks, we've seen an improvement from him overall.
And it seems like Giants really started with a plan in the early game. Everything was set on that top lane gank, and Memento's pathing has been really thrown off here, and he's so desperate looking for an answer. Grouping up in River now, taking the very standard gank locations, doesn't really work against a team like G2.
Yeah. It's a little bit difficult sometimes when you're playing off against a team that just has such stellar map awareness, map control. Just can't do a whole lot, but take a look at Knight's numbers again. He has been improving over the last couple weeks.
Yeah, so this is the upwards trend. Again, week 9, look at some trends. Week 1 and 4, Knight was struggling a little bit. He was one of the standout players in last summer. That a lot of people were looking for Knight to really carry his Giants lineup, but he couldn't really do it. Obviously playing with new teammates again, but his numbers definitely went up. So he's slightly trending upwards, but he's going up against Perkz, one of the more consistent players, and honestly strong laners, if not the best mid laner in ULCS right now.
Yeah, and you're seeing that kind of reflected in the farm differential, despite the fact that Knight got a kill early on. Perkz has not had too much trouble evading him, avoiding him, and you know he has a pretty big CS lead that's just above 20. Expect, meanwhile, once again, invading into the jungle of Memento as Trick is about to find the spider. Sonic Wave is dodged.
And again, look how they're working together. On a single screen, you could almost see the Zilean, Rumble, and Lee Sin all together, even though they're in the opposing jungler, where they should be fighting against more opposition from Giants. And again, this double bomb coordinated very well from Perkz here.
Oh yeah, let's check in bottom lane though, because they continue to trade back and forth. It's not a whole lot of damage. Sven and Mithy though are working like a well-oiled machine against CQ and Hustle.
Yeah, playing the losing push matchup, but still being up in CS. Just Sven thinks Trick hasn't visited it once. Has just been mid and top here. And again, every time the poke comes out in the mid lane, Trick can just join and add more to the pressure. And now we're in all-in moments.
They grab Hikyu. He has to heal and flash his way out, but Hustlin is gonna go down to Sven.
Yeah, he exhausts his support after most of the damage has been done. And again, this is the power spike. If you cannot capitalize on the poke hard enough on the side of Giants, then level 6, this Ashe Nautilus lane will get access to 2 more hard crowd control effects, whereas Karma gets absolutely nothing from leveling up here. And now G2 are just slowly taking the map.
Yeah, Memento, he's being forced out of his own jungle, evicted as it were, and G2, they can start to get that vision control, start to rotate around and play the game exactly the way they want to. Everywhere on the map seems to be them pushing in.
Yeah, and this is where Giants get a little scared, and they're going to start forcing more plays that may backfire and just make the snowball into an avalanche, because they need to find something. They're playing an early game comp that requires picks and snowballs to win, because late game team fighting, the power from the Zilean is just monstrous. You completely deny a talent in team fights. Look at it again, right here, they're both level 6. They use Q on minion wave for what? And then they don't even block the Q for your AD carry. Hikyu steps back in, but there's nothing he can do against an exhaust already used on Mithy, of all people.
Yeah, not a whole lot to do, and this is just G2's bottom lane kind of outclassing, despite some of the criticism that you could have had for Mithy over the several weeks. Honestly, still looking a lot better than the Giants bot lane at the moment.
Yeah, it is hard to break open this lane, especially considering how well Sven CS is on the turret. This guy is a monster when it comes to just not missing easy minions. And it sounds like an easy thing to say. And again, Perkz, yeah, he's just really outplaying Knight every single time. It's really hard to land those bombs consecutively. It's not as easy as Perkz is making it look.
Yeah, it's always a nice thing, though, when you're making something difficult look easy. Sven solo under tower, or is he? Because Trick is waiting in the wings. There's a control ward down there to spot any push, any counter push. Memento's there as well, but you can see pings flying from G2. They want to make something happen.
Yeah, I can see what G2 were thinking. They were going to send in Mithy as the bait, but then Perkz would back him up, and then they would pincer with Trick here. But they found out Memento's waiting there anyway, so just going to go for the stand and play, group up, get river control, push into the Fire Dragon. That is definitely a play they can make.
Yep. Should be able to do it too. Still pretty hefty gold lead for this team. 3,000 plus at 11.5 minutes, and if they get an Infernal too, it really just starts the snowball going.
Yeah, they just use the Scrying Plant, then they use the Hawk Shot, then there's a couple of wards. It is so hard for Giants to deny any information, and G2 as a team are just much better at processing and using information for their advantage.
This is the coordination that G2 can showcase. Now Perkz does get caught up by Memento. He throws down one bomb, it goes wide. He's able to take the Blast Cone though right into the Dragon Pit.
And that's all he has to do, even if he takes damage. Denying the Blast Cone means that if Memento wants to steal this Dragon, he has to flash in and he can no longer repel out.
Will he commit to it?
Or has to face check into the river.
Oh boy, this is tense. G2, they're backing off actually. Dragon's not reset, teleport spent.
They get the TP, so it's worth trading. Smite.
They can do it. He does get the smite down. Memento. Giants needed that one. Let's see if they can live through the fight. Hikyu gets nailed by the Ash Arrow. Mithy pulls him in. Hustling. The depth charge is going to knock him up. Hikyu's down. Looks like Giants, they got the Drake, but they're going to pay for it with 2 lives.
Yeah, Expect actually teleported in to join this fight here, so that is maybe the only communication error, unless Giants push through, because they are unaware that Expect is in the wings. They find him now in the jungle. I really like that set of decisions that G2 made there. They start the Dragon, they back off when the teleport comes, they assess the situation and say, you know what, it's okay to go for a steal, because we can't get punished too hard. Gragas is not in the pristine flanking location. Then Giants back off to the left side, and G2, they open up on the weak side of the pincer, and there's actually, I was about to say, they'd Expect walk down, but it's the second teleport right now, really working out for G2, accelerating that first turret kill.
Yep, they got the doubles, using them, and that is another tower taken down for G2, extending that gold lead. 5,500 now on the mark, and let's take a look at the play that started this Dragon.
Yeah, so this Gragas comes down, G2 go back in for the steal, they back off, and it's like, okay, Giants is disengaging. Let's send out the arrow on the weak side of the flank. Look at Mithy, not tunneling on Hikyu. They know both these guys are flashless, so they just commit, and it's a really good punish.
Oh, speaking of punish, Memento, he was trying for a cheeky steal, but he has to exit stage right, and Expect is hunting him down. The Equalizer burning and burning and burning, and Mithy's right there, forcing the flash, but Expect is right at his back.
This is just Giants grasping at straws. Every move they make, G2's is ready for him. It's so easy to predict at one point because there's just so much pressure on Giants. And if they want anything, they have to move into the enemy jungle. And if they're not fast enough, not coordinated enough, or they don't have the backup, they'll just die and use their summoners.
Yeah, I mean, it's kudos to Giants for trying to make the plays, but against G2, you just can't get away with it nearly as often. It's 2 to 7 in kills. A couple picked up for the Giants squad, but not nearly enough on the map.
Yeah, defensive traps come out, but this is early, man. To start trapping your own jungle at 14 minutes in the game, that's when you know you're suffering. And every time, Trick and Mithy working together. Earlier, it was Trick and Expect with the backup from Perkz. You know, these guys never make a move alone. That is something to watch out for. When some guy's moving in, who is peeling from their lane to just offer assistance in case something goes wrong.
And they never seem to stop making moves either. This is the impressive thing about G2. They've never let up on the pressure. They've not allowed Giants to try and get back into it. And you know, Giants playing with this early game pick comp and not given an opportunity.
Yeah, Sven just pushed out the bottom lane as far as he could. That's now slow pushing into Giants, so he moved over to the mid lane. Tag team. It looks like they're not looking to set up a massive rotation top because there's too many Waveler there, too many members from Giants. So they're just gonna play 1-3-1 if Perkz goes side lane here. Zilean can actually play decently on the side lane since he is running that teleport.
It's fast enough. He's got the damage as well, and honestly, Perkz is just playing on another level this game. G2 showcasing superior macro, superior mechanics across the board. It's only 15 minutes in. We usually don't call games foregone conclusions, but G2 are well on their way.
Yeah, if you're 6,000 ahead, that's just so much, man.
Only giving up 2 kills, no towers yet. Keeping the map pretty clean right now. A lot of Giants vision invested in their own topside jungle, but that's about all they've had the gold for.
Yeah, and Trick is just always matching the opposing pressure. Just helping wherever it needs to be. Now they push the mid, and again, this is this concept of like transferring pressure from one side to the other side. You push up a lane, you don't try and win your lane. You just go help other lanes instead. Yep. They push up mid, they run top right here. Giants, they're looking for a reaction mid, but then Perkz is here because he came from the bottom lane. This is a double pressure transfer that gets more people on the side of the map, top side for G2.
Yep, keep squeezing Giants out of their own map. Oh, Mithy is able to take the express route out, even though he got nailed by the Cocoon. Sven and Expect finish off top tower. That is a clean 3 now for Giants, or for G2, I should say, and it's 16 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's a super fun Nautilus mechanic. If you start the animation, no matter what happens, it'll still finish. You can actually get out of Blitzcrank hooks with that dredge line as well, if you time it right. Korean supports are actually fantastic at doing that. If you watch some Korean solo queue, Mad Life, Mata, they were pretty consistent at doing it in those matchups, and it's so annoying for like Blitzcrank players to even do that.
Yeah, well, you know, Mithy's been watching, that's for sure.
Yep.
Definitely feeling pretty at home on this Nautilus support. Knight still hunting around, looking for anything, but honestly, even the squishy members on this G2 squad are slippery enough to get out of harm's way, and Perkz is pushing solo in the mid.
But it is really just kind of a textbook on how do I macro 101. you just constantly move from one lane to the other. It started with Perkz pushing out bot lane, but he wasn't safe, right? So Trick went to help Perkz. Then Trick pushes, leaves, because he can just go to mid into top side. Perkz pushes out once he's safe. He takes over the mid lane duty that's when Mythic started, because they pushed out while they went top. They helped on top side, so Mythic invaded for vision, which meant eventually Trick and Expect, and this is still the same Trick that was earlier bottom lane, we're now hitting top lane turret.
Yeah, and Trick was really just honestly making massive plays early on, but he hasn't stopped. He hasn't let up the pressure, despite the fact that he hasn't been able to pick up any more kills for himself. Still a handful of assists. Hustlin just desperately trying to free up some vision here, and Giants desperately trying to find a play on the map, but you can see them running around like headless chickens at the moment.
Yeah, they're keeping the map as tiny as they can, because they can only fill it with so many wards before getting picked off. But that means that G2 can always go into 1-3-1, start pressuring, and then do the same concept over and over. Right now, they're looking just to isolate the next objective, and that is the Ocean Drake.
Should be able to get it. 45 seconds still remaining before that becomes the reality, but still a big lead for G2 right now. Let's see if Giants can make moves up top.
Yeah, that is the reaction. They know the Ocean spawning in 35. They know Expect is trying to hold that, and maybe they're praying for a third kill and getting Expect, but Expect seems hang close. Maybe he's going to ulti for wave clear. Yeah, he just wants to stall. It's going to buy him like 10 seconds, but it's enough to maybe take the Ocean for free or cross map onto turrets.
Maybe they can do it. Perkz has got some minions of his own leading into tier 2 right now in the mid. And G2 recognizing that are going to go ahead and ping for it. Should be able to finish the job, even though Memento and Hikyu are here to finish off a tower. It's much needed gold for these guys, but they're trading an inner just for their first, if they can finish it.
It is the only play that Giants could make on the map, and they found it, so that was kudos to them. G2, they obviously weren't going to wait for this Ocean to spawn, so they tried to play for turrets, but Giants successfully hold, so in essence, it is a bit of a win for Giants.
Get a little bit of gold for themselves, and you can see disparity in items across the board. Hikyu actually having gone for the Infinity Edge early on in that Caitlyn build. That's an old one.
Yeah, he's too far behind. He feels like he just needs some power on the first few shots. I hope they stick, because he won't be alive long enough anyways.
Okay, Dragon smited away. G2 were able to do it. Giants couldn't see it, but they knew it happened. Pretty obvious at this point. Let's see where G2 go next. Still a lot of pings for Giants. They are trying to hang firm.
Yeah, G2's probably going to play pretty slow. Sven might have to do some summoners here if Giants push through, because Mythi's Sightstone is empty. Whenever this guy's Sightstone is empty, it's very hard for G2 to make that play that they just did. They can rely on Trick here. Is he actually going to 1v1 Knight?
Oh boy, Knight's going to hop the wall. Trick's going to follow him in. Shadow Assault. It's more like a Shadow Escape, but is it going to be enough to kick? And Trick picks it up.
That is just dirty, because Trick didn't even perfectly follow the town. He popped his Q and ended in the middle of the wall, which means the game pushes you out in any direction. So you had to kind of waste an extra auto attack, but he still found the perfect combo right there. That is really good awareness of his damage.
Oh, yes, indeed. Despite the physics of it, he made it work. G2, they're knocking down that inner tower. It is 4-1 on towers this game. 8-2 in kills, just shy of 20 minutes. Perkz is going to take an ace in the hole, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, playing the Lee Sin into the tower, it's quite tricky knowing when to follow up a Q, because his leap over walls is actually quite slow from Talon. It's not like a flash. You need to wait for him to completely finish that animation, and then you can follow him a Q and land right next to them. Otherwise, you may get pushed to a side, because if you land in the wall, the game will always put you outside of it.
Well, Trick is not done yet. He's still hunting as he starts his back away. We'll see if he goes in to dive on Memento. I don't think so. G2 are going to let off the pressure for just a second. Go back, spend some of that hard-earned gold.
Yeah, they're filling the enemy jungle with control wards because their Sightstone is still empty. Mythic still hasn't put or found a moment to base here, because the pressure is just, it seems too easy for G2 to follow up.
Well, they're going to try to make the play. Flax just barrels Mythic back, and now with Knight there at his back, let's see if they can get the play. Oh, he misses on the hook, and he burned his flash already. Knight finds a second.
7.5 Pyro. We just moved that wall ever so slightly to the right, threw Mythic off.
Unlucky, man.
Unlucky.
I mean, terrain, this is an important thing, this game. Terrain is important to remember.
Yeah, terrain is important. No, we actually did not move the wall. Mythic is just a tad unlucky. Here it is again. Look at what he does. He pops the Q, doesn't pop it instantly. See, he pops it and ends up in the middle of that tree, and the game pushes him to the left side. That's why you have to path around. But then here, like, red buff kick into auto. Love seeing that play from Trick. Quite easy. And when your jungler can comfortably 1v1 the enemy mid laner, you're in a state of the game where you can take it slow.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, he's only got the Warrior enchant really for damage. Everything else he's been building is defensive, but he's just so far ahead right now. Level 13 to the 11 of his counterpart.
Yeah, he's out-leveling the enemy mid laner as jungle.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
And this is after the experience nerfs that we had earlier, you know, in the season. If this was very much at the start of the season, maybe junglers were doing that. Yeah, they were fast clearing, starting their second buff at like level 6, sometimes 7 if they were getting some ganks off. It was a little bit over the top.
Yeah. To be fair, he's got a Zilean on his team. That helps a bit.
That is true. If Perkz actually did the funnel, though, it's no longer the old school free win Zilean.
Yep. Well, the way Perkz is playing, it's starting to look that way. 40K to 31.5 right now in gold. G2, they've got bags and bags of money. And the real question now is, do they try to force the dance around the Baron, see if Giants respond, or do they just keep this 1-3-1 going?
I think they'll do both at the same time, Para. I think they can just format
multitasking.
G2 are that good.
They can do it at once.
They're gonna force the Baron pressure with the 1-3-1. Perkz is just gonna peel off. Step 1 is obviously deny vision. Well, step 1 is push your lanes. They push mid, they push top, and then you can do something. Let's follow it again here. Step 1 is push top, and then you can poke the turret if you want to, or you move into enemy jungle, get something.
There we
Giants
go.
looking for an engage.
Trying to do it. Let's see if they can make it happen. Shadow Assault, and they're looking for Sven. Do they have the damage exhaust on Knight? But Flaxus comes around and claims the kill with a big barrel on top of the head of the AD carry. Mithy gets an ultimate out of Perkz right now. Memento going a little bit low, but this fight has gone hectic. Mithy's back up. Perkz going in. Trick is stopped for just a second by Hikyu, who's running away from the barbecue. Let's see if Flaxus can live through this one, though. It doesn't look like it, and Perkz claims a kill. That's a 1-for-1 in the extended fight.
But it was actually a great fight from Giants, honestly. They found the one opening they could. They get the teleport. It was a little bit of hubris from G2. They knew this was coming. You saw how quick Sven was on the flash. He totally expected Giants to try and engage right there. The problem was, teleport was incredibly late. There was this communication, this false sense of security for G2 where they're like, no, this is fine. We can take it. And suddenly, wham, bam, body slam came in from the right side.
Yeah. Giants, they managed to trade 1-for-1, but they do lose another turret in the process, and the waves are still pushing against them. But when you're this far behind, you got to keep making plays, and kudos to this Giants team for not rolling over.
Yeah, every move from G2 is the right move right now. So like we have to criticize them. Like that teleport from Expect should have been slightly faster. Obviously, this is in a world where they're 8,000 gold ahead at 23 minutes. So they did everything right. I'm just looking for a little bit of extra polish.
Yep. Well, I don't know if they're going to break that record for the fastest game, because that was just set a little earlier in the split, rather. A little bit earlier today, but 23.5 minutes, they're definitely looking pretty polished. It is a 10,000 gold advantage now, still growing, but G2 still making minor mistakes, but they can get away with it.
Yeah, let's check Mithy here. So they have the vision. They're not pushing too fast. Look how they're waiting for all 5 members to be on the map. They're waiting for Trick to show up. Hikyu has no mana, so he has to be careful.
But he does have a memento. Let's see if they're able to get the outplay. No, it's going to be the back off from Perkz. He saw that one coming.
Yeah, super comfortable right now for G2 to start playing on the bottom side of the map. They see so much tension and pressure on top side to kind of deny the Baron vision. They can actually just walk down the bottom lane whenever they want, take their 2 as well.
Yeah, who needs the Baron right now? Mithy's sitting comfortably in this jungle. Expect drawing pressure from Flaxus to try and counter push the minion wave, but they just keep slowly etching away at these turrets, and there's not a lot Giants can really do. Trying to play this pick composition, only 2 kills on Knight in this game, and it's a hard comp to play, but it's always hard to play against G2.
Yeah, no, I like this vision setup. Again, they're not tunneled or focused too much on the Nashor because they don't have a real tank with them. And Expect this in the bottom lane, so it takes them quite a while to do that Baron right now. So they say, you know what, let's just take another tier 2 bottom lane. 25 minutes, we don't need to rush the Baron. Take it quite slow.
Nope, keep firing multi-arrows there. Sven's honestly going to be left alone to finish the job. Giants, though, they're trying to force a Baron.
He just started Perkz TP or walk back to the mid lane. He has double bomb. He can make their life a living hell.
Okay, well, there's one bomb on now. The moment of truth here. Can Giants grab the big purple worm? G2 are closing in. There's Caitlyn traps around. The Ash Arrow's not going to connect, though, but there's the bomb damage. The Baron's helping out. In comes Mithy. Hustling. He's going low. It's going to get smited by Giants, but will there be anyone left to keep it on? Memento's trapped in the pit. He gets kicked out, followed by Trick up. That is 3 quick kills picked up by G2.
Hikyu made it out. He did it. The sole survivor that G2 sent back to the base to tell them about the horrors that went on in the Baron pit.
Yeah, but they deny the Baron potentially, or deny the Baron from G2, but G2, they're more than comfortable to just push against this Baron empowered wave here.
Yeah, Baron helps you push, but if they're all dead, I think you can just walk the creeps in there. Let's see what Flaxus can do here, but this is looking pretty grim for Giants.
Well, let's see if Giants can hold the line right now. Hustle's coming up in about 4 seconds. Hikyu and Flaxus don't want any part of this G2 death ball. Inhibitor number 1 is going to go down very shortly. They finish the job. One more auto attack from Sven, and G2 will not push their luck, backing out.
And again, at this point in the game, Giants are making all the right calls. They go in for the hard engage top. They go for the cross map Baron. They have to try it. The problem is there are no good solutions left. You come to a point where you've given away too much, whether it's in draft or in the early game, that you actually can't do anything, barring major throws by your opponents.
G2, not prone to doing that in the European LCS especially, and honestly the experience gap's just so huge. You look at the players of Giants, and a lot of them having come in fairly recently, or coming into the start of the split rather, you have like 3 new members, right, on this Giants team compared to G2 that kept everything all together. Here's this Baron play again.
Yeah, and you see Perkz is not flashing into Fog of War, right? Like this guy he's not trying to double bomb steal the Nashor. He knows like it's fine if you lose an Nashor. it's still a 50-50 with Trick here. He goes a little bit too early because every Giants member stops dealing damage to it, so that's good. Eventually, Memento steals it with his smite. But then they know they can clean up, so they're looking ahead. And that is the great thing about G2 Esports as a team. They are always planning ahead domestically. Problem is, when the pace of the game is so fast, or you're playing versus opponents that also are planning a minute and a half to get ahead, and maybe even 2 minutes, that's when you run into issues, when they're countering your proactive plays.
Well, G2 aren't having that trouble right now, but we'll see. These guys are looking ahead to the playoffs. They're looking to shore up their play as much as possible and moving on potentially for internationals. But back into this game, still looking to close this one out.
Cheeky little flank coming from Flaxish. He's looking for a body slam onto Sven here.
Mentos here, but Trick's going to spy him out. Knight takes down Sven. Maybe this is the chance for Giants. They found Mithy, whose anchor does not connect where he wants it to right now.
God, we keep moving them walls, Pyra. That was
That's a double kill for Knight, though. I mean, this has got to be Giants looking to push now.
Look, man, sometimes when you're confident and you win every game, sometimes you believe your anchor is just a little bigger than it actually is in reality. And that is the reality check for Mithy right now. He has to come to terms with the fact that he's just playing with a slightly smaller anchor.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's still weighing him down a little bit. Yeah. Giants will be able to get a tower in the mid. That's only their second of the game. They had an opening, but look what Trick's doing. Pinging down on the bottom side. Hey, there's a big minion wave. Maybe I can knock down an inhib turret.
And this was Giants planning that move because Flaxius was hiding in that brush for a while rather. And you could see him like have the play in his head. He told his teammates, and then Flaxius and Knight were honestly on the same frame. They attacked Sven here, so that's a really good engagement by Giants.
Okay, Hikyu chasing Trick off. So Giants, yeah, they found the play. They found what they needed to, but is it too little? Is it too late? 10,000 gold down. I mean, it's honestly been G2's game to lose for a long time here, but Knight, 2 crucial kills. That's some much needed gold for the Talon.
Yeah, we're looking at G2 putting the dots on the eye. So far, they've misplaced them. Put a dot on an A or...
Need to give him a new form.
On a G, yeah.
Knight's kicked around.
Another sheet of paper.
One more time. Requesting a do-over. The G2 definitely looking for the end game here. Trick has been a big part of it. Mithy's going to get caught one more time. Doesn't need the anchor, though. He's tanky enough.
That's why you play tanks. Your support.
It's okay if you face check.
Yep.
Preplo approved, right?
Yep, it's my job. I'm just doing my job here, guys. Taking some damage, soaking.
I do the same thing up top lane. I like to play myself some tanks. I get involved. Get in people's face without dying too much.
Are you dirty Poppy player?
No, Shen, actually.
Shen.
It's a secret. No one bans him in silver.
Yeah. Do you actually teleport to your lanes? Or you just,
yeah. No, I stand united.
Yeah.
That's what you do. That's one of the reasons Shen's been banned so much. And Giants, they unfortunately couldn't get too much out of that Baron power play. They didn't have a whole lot of people alive for it. So it's kind of excusable.
It's a grim -30.
Yeah. Oh, well,
it's
you
like
compare the average.
This is like the participation trophy for Baron power plays. Hey, at least you tried.
Well, and that's, I mean, honestly, for Giants, the fact that they didn't give up when the game snowballed out of control so fast is admirable against such a difficult opponent right now. They're trying to hang tough, but close to 30 minutes on the game time. G2 are looking to end this one.
Yeah, they're pushing in all 3 lanes at once here. G2 always having Trick in support, matching one of the carries that needs to push in. I think Perkz has been doing a great job, has not been picked off. Historically speaking, in summer, Perkz was having issues playing on side lanes with carries, going for the play, the kill, way too often. And right now we see him play Zilean with teleport in a more supportive function, not getting the highlight plays, still performing.
See if they're able to get some highlights here, but G2, they get themselves out with the redemption as well. And that's a good point. Perkz has honestly been very vocal about his focus on team play and improving his mechanics so he doesn't make first off, improving his mechanics, but also improving his decision-making so he doesn't get stuck in those bad play moments.
And he actually talked about that a little bit at the start of the season where he was focused so much on the team play that he was neglecting his mechanics. He was so busy of looking at the bigger picture that he forgot how to play some matchups here, but he's definitely shored that up, put in the hours, put in the work, and I think he's become a more well-rounded player, a lot more consistent as well.
Yeah. Back to being the top mid laner in Europe as well, and let's see if he can keep it going right now. Bombs on.
And when you see that Yomus, when you hear that sound, you know Knight's trying to come for you, so good back off from G2. Mid lane inhib spawns again, looking to take that down.
Yeah, rotating right in, Mithy and Perkz on the front. Just keep poking away at it here, and you can see where Expect is. He's looking to rotate around on the top side.
Yeah.
Giants scrambling to defend their base.
Expect to lean mid for just a second to see if you need to put an equalizer. Right now, the top lane tower is chunked. You're not moving to bottom lane. They could split up again here or just brute force. It is taking quite a while here.
Yeah, but G2 are playing this one out safe, right? They have every advantage, but they don't want to get wiped and give Giants a chance to get back into this game, especially with the Baron just a minute away.
Yeah, if there's ever time to throw, it is literally like 40 seconds before Nash responds, because a fight usually takes you like, what, 20, 30 seconds before everything's done, 10 seconds travel time, that would be the red carpet, straight into the game for
5
Giants.
seconds to ping, GG go Nash, right? Yeah, that's how it goes. So G2, they're not going to take
Takes you 5 seconds to ping in silver?
Yeah. Well, I play with lag. I'm gonna go with that.
Yeah, the Berlin disgusting lag spike, 40 MS.
Oh, it does happen at the worst times.
It does indeed.
Yeah. Well, GG Berlin Internet, but that's okay. Right here on the LAN, these guys have the mechanics to make it work.
8 ping. Have you ever played on a LAN?
A couple times. Done a few play tests myself. Oh man, it feels good.
It's a lot quicker. I miss that. It makes me miss Korea, man.
Yeah?
Korea plays LAN every game because they have 8 ping. Or 9, depending where you live.
Oh, it's a big difference, right?
Faker's like, nah, man, I can't play on this.
Only at the OGN Studios. All right, Perkz is making a walk down once again, sitting on the side lane. Baron is live, so you can see G2 making a show of force, getting the vision cleared out. And honestly, they've just been so on the up and up here. They might just be able to rush this one down, but they're not going to do it. Keeping controlled, keeping cool heads.
They can actually do it from the pit. Obviously, Giants know this is a bait. They just have to respect it. They just have to check. They know they can't not check. So they're going for vision denial here. And
Baron's procced.
They're just starting it. Whew.
Oh boy, this is risky.
Bold, to say the least, but I like it. You know, if you're gonna go out with a bang, Pyra.
Might as well. Blaze of Glory, Giants, they're gonna start backing off as Trick takes the Sonic Wave in. Giants have backed away. Mithy on the front line, but Hikyu's isolated from the rest of the team. He's gonna have to flash. Depth charge goes in. There's bombs up, but they got the heals now. Memento in the front. Here comes Knight around the side. Can he get a pick off? I don't know if that's gonna happen. The 5v5 is G2 territory. Knight does get one pick up off to Sven, but Hikyu has already fallen. Memento, Knight way too low involved, and Flaxich is going down to Mithy.
Yeah.
Looks like it's G2's.
G2 takes it. Sven has to be mad. He has to wonder, like, where did that revive go? Was it Mithy that went down there? I saw somebody got revived, but then Sven got attacked right after.
Yep. Unlucky, unfortunately, for Sven, but the rest of G2 are having no such problems. Knight is hastily backing away, and G2, they decide they don't need the Baron. Why not? Let's go right into the base.
But it was actually a GA that we saw from animation-wise from Flaxich, so Perkz just sold his 80 carry, man. KDA player looking for that MVP trophy.
Wow, sabotage, unfortunately, on the side of G2, but, you know, they're still looking quite flawless right now. It's 33.5 minutes, and now that they've broken the base once again up top, they're going to head towards Baron.
Yeah, poor little Hikyu, stuck on the outside. It was like, guys, we're fighting. Team hello. And then he had to flash out. The arrow was absorbed, I think, by Flaxich, and that was the guy who in the end popped his GA. Let's watch this again. So like, Hikyu is trying to do damage to Mithy from the side. He realizes he's Caitlyn and behind, so he's not doing any damage. And then follow the revive. It is Flaxich that goes down, and then Sven takes aggro, takes more aggro, and Perkz is just, he's on the side, man, killing Hikyu instead of peeling for his 80 carry. He values killing the opposing 80 carry more than saving Sven.
Hey, at least that's the same thing as, that's one thing that's the same in my solo queue games, so I can at least get that experience there. Hustlin just gets chased down at the end, flash from Expect. I mean, honestly, when you're this far ahead, you can make these plays happen. Giants, they tried a bold move, it backfired.
Yeah, and even when you're not ahead, if you group up versus a Rumble Comp and a Zilean, they control choke points so well. Any double bomb connecting, lost fight. Any equalizer should guarantee you a lost fight. Knight had an opening right there, he found Sven, but usually Sven would get revived there. So even on an even matchup, that would be a horrible spot for Giants to fight.
G2 still not pushing over the top because they know they have 2 downed inhibitors, one in the top, one in the mid. Giants, though, are pushing up in force to try and keep G2 on their toes here. These guys will not die without a fight. Flaxich gets bombed and stunned, and the Baron is going down to half health here. G2, are they going to turn off it? Are they going to keep committing? Memento's around the side looking for a steal, but Trick finds him, forces the repel up and out. And now Flaxich, Mithy, everyone trying to hold the line. Redemption comes out, but is it too little? Is it too late? The bomb's on, the damage is there. Trick picks up the Caitlyn, and G2 holding firm in this 5v5. Knight's going to have to parkour the wall. I don't think he's getting out alive either. Memento and Hustlin being chased down 1v2 by Trick. The blast cone's taken. Trick's still hunting, though.
Yeah, he is just looking for the stall. Memento trying to get some jungle creeps to reach, and in the end, it's not enough. G2 looking to play the game. They poise themselves well. They look for Knight on the flank. This time, Perkz was always ready with the revive, and then eventually they turn around on the weak side of Giants, and they demolish them in this team fight.
Superior execution, and they will not just demolish them in this fight, they will school them, taking the game here, finishing off the last Nexus turret. Let the Winions do the job. G2 wipe their hands and get ready for round 2 as they have taken a big lead in this series.
Dirty KDA players, Pyra. Look at what they're doing here. Poor Hustlin, he just wants the game to end.
Oh man, now that is just BM. Expect is picking up an unstoppable kill. G2 Esports on the victory.
Yeah, you can see it, you know. in darker times, you can see the true tendencies of EU Solo Queue come back. KDA playing Perkz, who's like, nah, I'm not going to save my AD carry. I just need another kill.
Yeah.
A couple of fountain dives here. But yeah, super fantastic early game from G2. They played everything right. They completely dismantled Giants at no point in the game were they under pressure. And then we were just kind of talk about the game. We look at the gold, and suddenly it's 8,000 in the lead so early on for G2.
And it just kept going. I mean, usually Giants are able to hold on at least 10 minutes into this game before really falling far behind, but you can just see the big difference in how much pressure G2 were able to apply early on. And you know, this is some earlier aggression rather than them kind of taking a step back, what they were doing earlier on in the split. It's nice to see this in-your-face aggression without overcommitting.
Yeah, and you see also the value in just efficient pathing, especially Trick early on. Despite a couple members dying and a couple of river deaths right there, this guy goes into the enemy jungle and he steals everything away from him.
Yeah, just took it all away, and G2 back to business. They're just going to take a look back at, you know, hey, how do we do that? How can we make it a little bit better? Let's get from an S- to an S+.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's quite a few phases in the game that are worth showing. G2 probably shouldn't have closed as slowly as they did. They had a couple of overextensions, but they know. That's the cool thing about these coaches. Whenever you watch a G2 VOD review, if you ever get the privilege, like, they just put on the replay and the guys go instantly, yeah, no. I know, this is my bad. I've talked to Prolly often. When there's like really dumb stuff happening, he just puts up the replay and he just waits. He just
doesn't have to say anything.
Gives him some silence. And then these guys start like, no, Prolly, you don't understand. It was this and this and this and this. And it's actually a really fun environment.
Yeah, well, and the players, you know, they're critical. Honestly, sometimes people say you're the biggest critic of yourself. That's especially true when you're at the pro gamer level. You know what that's all about.
Nah, I was really cocky. That's why I ended up here, you know. It's all like this kind of self-reflection thing and not blaming your teammates.
Oh.
It wasn't really my style, you know.
Okay, well, it's always good we can have you on the desk instead, so it's nice.
I can still criticize other players.
Yeah, there we go.
That's
it feels good, right?
As long as you stay close enough to them, it feels good. If you're dropping down to Diamond 1, you lose a lot of credibility over
I thought you got back to Masters.
We're down again.
Okay. Changes every
I'm on my
week
way
or
to you,
week.
Pyro. I heard about the wondrous life in Silver, where it takes 5 seconds to ping an Asher, and you have all that
Telling you,
liberty
man.
to play Shen.
Hey, I told you that was lag.
I'm gonna come lag with you in Silver.
Okay. Well, sometimes the lag's up here, unfortunately. But enough about my play. I mean, it was just so impressive to see the way G2 is doing it. But for a closer look at the mid lane game one, we're going to hand it over to Vedius and Sencux.
Thank you very much, Pyra. Sencux and I are going to break down some mid lane plays from game one. So thank you once again for being here with me, Sencux. We had an extremely riveting matchup between Zilean and Talon. So I'm going to start off. Can you please tell me a little bit about that matchup? And if you are the Talon, what are your expectations? What are your plans for that game?
I mean, I will look to roam a lot. I don't think Zilean should be able to contest the push that much unless he hits a lot of bombs. So I think in general, Talon should just come out to the lane, and after 6, he should look to roam with his E. It's really easy for him to rotate through lanes, and I think in general he should get a lead on other lanes and not that much on himself.
Okay, so the goal for Talon really should be to not focus on his own lane, but to look around the map. And our first replay that we're going to look at early on actually is where he gets his first advantage. So I want you to break down exactly what Knight didn't do well here that you think he could do better.
I think in general, when he throws his W, he's going a bit too forward. So I think in this line...
Ooh.
Oh, that was the bubble. You got it on the line.
Yeah.
On this line, I don't think he should cross this line ever and go to Q him, because he needs his W back and forth because he doesn't have ult yet. So he needs to proc his passive, which requires 3 spells to hit. But what happens is that like he walks forward for a Q that we will see. You can clear it. He walks forward for a Q, doesn't get his passive. He gets greedy with his flash, which I think is a mistake in itself because he doesn't have anything to kill him with. And if he wants to flash after him, he should wait a bit for his cooldowns. So I think in general here it's a misplay and he shouldn't have to die. Even though they get Trig in the end, it should be a clean 1-0 for them.
So basically, when you're looking at Talon, you need to try and make sure that you land all 3 procs to make sure that he lets that passive, because that's where a lot of his damage comes from. So we wanted to look a little bit more at Knight in the mid lane on this Talon, because something that you mentioned actually is what he wants to avoid is taking a lot of these bombs. And I think that what we illustrate here is that most of the time he actually took a lot of these bombs throughout the game.
I think, yeah, in the middle of the laning phase from here on, from this point on and 2 minutes ahead, he takes way too many bombs and he gets way too poked, and he should never get poked out of this lane in general. Like, if you're Zilean and you're really happy with this laning phase, how it went, I think Perkz can be more than happy about his performance, about hitting bombs left, right, and center. I think in general, Talon should stay healthy, look to avoid the bombs, even use Q and minions to maybe dodge them. And then he should look to just push the wave and roam around. But what happens instead is that he gets hit by so many bombs, like here's another one, and then he gets poked down. And he doesn't have any vision on the top side of the map, as you can see. So it looks like right now that he's a bit pressured by Lee Sin, and that's also a problem that he will like get very far behind in the CS, and then Trick could just go into the lane after he gets hit by another bomb, and they get a free mid tower.
And this is one of the big issues that they had in this game, because as you rightly said, the expectations of Knight was very much that we wanted to see him making map plays on the side lane, but because he took so much harassment in the mid lane, it really stymied his ability to have any effect anywhere else.
Yeah, I think in general, Trick and Perkz played it really well about pressuring mid and not making sure that Talon stays in mid lane and that he doesn't roam around. It's kind of like a TF in a way, that you don't want to let him snowball these side lanes, but he's not going to be that strong if he gets a hit. I mean, Talon gets a bit stronger if he gets a hit, but he didn't get any lane leads because it's really hard to kill a Zilean after 6.
Makes sense. So our final replay, I wanted to get your insight, your thought process in one of these big fights. So let's say that you're Knight here, you're Talon. Now, what is your pathing? What's your idea behind how do you want to get into this fight, and what exactly do you want to do in this fight?
I think in general, if I haven't jumped over the Baron pit wall here, I would probably like jump over the wall and look to get Ashe and Rumble down here that you will see will be split. But if he doesn't have that, it seemed like he had it on cooldown, but we can't really see that. Then I'll roam around here, and you will look to still go on the Ashe, but he jumps over the wall, gets into the Baron pit, so he still has a good position behind them. And then he can proc his ulti with a Q or an auto attack, and the ult will go on Ashe. And what you will see is that Ashe will pretty much get one shot in this fight, and that's how he should look to play every fight. Sadly, they are a bit too far behind, and he gets one shot by 2 bombs from Perkz. So it's really hard to play this kind of fights for Talon, but I think in general he played this fight very clean. He also gets out alive, but sadly for him, the rest of his team is dead.
So basically what we're looking for is to try and get onto the backline. So if we roll the clip out, Senkux highlighted a great way in which you can do that. It was obviously a great team play as well, because we see a fantastic setup for Sven getting knocked into the warm embrace of Talon. But this is typically what you want to aim to do in a lot of these fights, right? Try and get this flanking positioning off so that you can come in from a side where no one can see you and then immediately dive onto that big damage threat.
Yeah, then you one-shot him, you proc Storm Raiders, and you jump over walls very quickly, and you can look like a little parkour monkey, and you can jump around the map and get away from free kills.
So it was a pretty one-sided game. If you're Giants now and you're 1-0 down, what are your thoughts coming into game 2?
I think in general, they should try maybe something different that they practice for the week. I don't know if they have anything, like, obviously I don't watch the scrims, but they should try to play a bit of a style like this, I think, a bit of risk, playing Talon and roam around and get early leads and snowball it from there, because I don't think their macro play is at the level of G2's.
Very fair. So we're going to take a quick break, but when we return, we'll have the second game between Giants and G2.
Exhaust is on. There's the bomb. Oh, I think Memento's running out of time. He has to flash, but he's not getting out of there. That's first blood. Expected still trying to climb away. Repel in and out. There's a body slam come off cooldown. Knight manages to secure the kill. Knight's back again. Let's see if Trick can get out of here. Double bomb. In goes Knight once again. He burns Flash. He burns Ignite, and he's not going to get the kill. But maybe Flaxus can get something back. Oh boy, this is a close one. Trick and Flaxus getting revenge.
Trick can just join and add more to the pressure. Now we're in all-in moments.
They grab Hiku. He has to heal and flash his way out, but Hustlin is gonna go down to Sven.
Get something.
There we
Giants
go.
looking for an engage.
Trying to do it. Let's see if they can make it happen. Shadow Assault, and they're looking for Sven. Do they have the damage exhaust on Knight? But Flaxus comes around and claims the kill with a big barrel on top of the head of the AD carry. G2 are closing in. There's Caitlyn traps around. The Ashe Arrow's not going to connect, though, but there's the bomb damage. The Baron's helping out. In comes Mithy. Hustling. He's going low. It's going to get smarted by Giants, but will there be anyone left to keep it on? Memento's trapped in the pit. He gets kicked out, followed by Trick up. That is 3 quick kills picked up by G2. Trying to hold the line. Redemption comes out, but is it too little? Is it too late? The bomb's on. The damage is there. Trick picks up the Caitlyn, and G2 holding firm in this 5v5.
Taking the game here, finishing off the last Nexus turret. Let the Winions do the job. G2 wipe their hands and get ready for round 2 as they have taken a big lead in this series.
Welcome back to the European LCS. We missed you. And of course, Giants and G2, they're going up for game number 2 right now. But if you don't want to miss us at Hamburg for the spring finals, remember, tickets are going to be, another batch rather, released very, very soon. So keep an eye out for those. Are you excited for Hamburg, Crepo?
Oh, I love studio events. I like big stage events rather, because I think that's where the players, they get rewarded for a lot of their hard work. Because LCS sometimes for these guys, it feels like another day at the office, you know? You come in and like these games for G2 right now, this is almost routine. But there's this moment when they get on stage and like they get the crowd intros and everybody starts cheering their names and they get this like smothering in applause that you see like that all those hours that they put in at home where nobody's watching are just so worth it. Those are like the career-defining moments. Getting on that stage for some of these members, and that's honestly aspiration for every single pro player. It's one of the best moments you could ever imagine. And that's what they're playing for.
Yeah, you want to make it all the way to the end. G2, they're looking in good position, but they've got to get through the playoffs first. For Giants, they're hoping to survive. They're going to be playing in a different type of tournament.
Yeah, Giants, they can experience that moment from the other side. They can maybe go to the crowd in Hamburg, because I don't think they'll make it.
It's a different kind of excitement, though, when you're talking about playing in promotion, but they want to make a strong showing against G2. We saw them fight it out in this last game. Let's see what happens different in the picks and bans. Maybe they'll adopt a different type of composition.
Yeah, it's just, G2 is just too practiced in the early game. Like, if you fire at them with some standard moves that they've seen every single time in scrims, they will read it and they will counter you. That's exactly what happened in the early game.
Giants selecting red side for game number 2. So things mixing up here. There's a Malzahar ban at a G2 to start things off.
Yeah, it's another blue side ban here. So it seems that teams are no longer willing to early pick Malzahar, not that strong, but they don't want to give it away. You have a lot of leeway on these blue sides to kind of pick or ban away just annoying stuff that you don't really want to deal with. We're no longer in a meta where everything is just super broken, especially on red side.
Speaking of annoying stuff for Giants, the Nautilus, that's banned away now, so Mithy won't get a chance on it. Fizz also banned. G2 once again.
Again, these strong kind of top lane champions that are a little bit niche, like the Fizz, they want to remove them from the top lane champion pool so Flaxis can't carry. This guy is already playing with much lower jungle proximity than a lot of the other top laners here. Last game, rather, we saw Giants trying to solve that, send Memento there early, but it backfired. They didn't quite get the gank off. Flaxis actually engaged a little bit too early. They gave it away to, gave away the gank rather to G2, and then G2 could at least adapt.
Memento also got set a little bit behind too. Had to give up his life and his flash early on, and G2 making a cheeky play. You got to think Giants will be ready for this one this time around. The Shen's banned now by them. They're sticking it to the top lane. Well, Nautilus is flex, you count support, and there's a Renekton ban by G2.
Right, it looks like G2 actually just wants to play Rumble again, or Giants may actually early rotate the pick itself, removing the strong tanks away, getting just a pressure top lane matchup is what they're looking for.
All right, we'll see what Giants take as their last ban. Maybe they ban the Rumble themselves. It's been a lot of top
Camille
lanes.
is also still there.
That's
You
true.
may not want to give that over.
Thinking about that one right now. A lot of talk, a lot of chatter on the Giants headsets, and it is Camille banned away.
The Galio tribute.
He's not changed yet, not on this patch.
Time to say goodbye if you want to. It's likely going to be this Rumble though.
Yeah.
Because there's only a few picks left here that you can really pick into it. Where he doesn't get the push. Obviously, you can play Rumble matchups, and you need jungle pressure. There's also a case to be made for Elise if you want to play that style if you're G2. Would be surprised to see the Rengar here. I think it's okay. I think you can definitely play it, but it doesn't seem to be the highest value.
No, and that goes back to the Rumble at the last second. They switch it up. So we'll see what Giants opt to play into it this time around.
I mean, Giants, they just still need to put all the money on the early game. I would just draft Elise here again. Elise Lulu is a good opener. Elise Ashe is something you could play.
Yeah, possibility. We saw in the last time around, G2, they took their first pick phase to grab that Ashe themselves. Lee Sin as well. A lot of early pressure from the G2 side. The Giants match that. Do they take the Ashe here? 3 seconds. And it's, wow, the Rengar.
Okay, they play the Rengar. There are quite a few matchups where he is the weaker jungle matchup, so you need to supplement that with stronger lanes. This is also kind of a late spiker. Rengar has maybe one gank level 3-4 where he can try, but other than that, he will be farming until 6, and with the skill difference in individual player talent, I think level 6 may just be too late already.
Yeah, Memento hasn't honestly played a whole lot of Rengar throughout this split. It's only going to be his second game on it, and the Ashe is locked in. That's definitely been much more what he's been playing, but everybody in the European LCS was playing Ashe.
Yeah, AP top laner makes it so that you can comfortably pick an AD jungler, and that seems to what Trick is looking for. This is something we saw very often. Obviously no CC between the two of them, but just wealth of damage.
Oh, yes, indeed. And honestly, Trick is able to get this Graves rolling on a number of occasions quite earlier than you might expect from players that are hoping for, you know, that level 6 to be able to dish all the damage. Very comfortable pick for Trick throughout his tenure in the European LCS, and he locks it.
Yeah, I wonder if Mithy is just going to lock in the Pixie Fairy here. You know, with that Polymorph, you could really shut down a Rengar engage. You don't really want to give that combo bot lane either. Ashe with a range support that can poke so well, that can also then put Wild Growth on Rengar is actually quite a good combo for Giants.
Ooh, yeah. Let's see if they deny it. 10 seconds still ticking for G2. They're taking more time, both teams, honestly, in this pick phase.
It's definitely something they're thinking about.
The Tahm Kench, though, that's a Mithy special.
Yeah, they're going for a different kind of denial. Again, just wanting some frontline. Playing these all damage comps with no frontline is quite hard to play. And this way they also have really massive displacement. Is this the standard old school counter to Ashe very often? At Worlds we saw Tahm Kench banned and Ashe rotated then because it was just so easy to play against this arrow. When you play Ashe versus the Tahm Kench comp, you kind of have to hit the Tahm Kench himself.
Yep. Stop him from doing a whole lot and try to take him down to 0 before the Grey Health comes into effect. Giants, instead of a Lulu, looks like they're opting into some more tanky supports themselves. That's a Braum.
It seems just like a read on Hustlin. I think they're not afraid of the Lulu because just Hustlin doesn't play it either or plays it just not very well. And the fact that he goes for a Braum here indicates like champion pool issue for sure. This is not where you would expect a Braum pick to come out.
In the first set of picks, they take themselves their bottom lane, but definitely a little more unorthodox. Giants now, they're going to go ahead and ban away the Jhin. G2 still looking for an AD carry on their side, but that looks a bit dated.
Yeah, I don't think... Jhin is alright in this patch, but I don't think you can ever squeeze Ven here. This guy's going to play into Ashe Braum. This guy can play any AD carry with any support and definitely go even CS because there's just not enough pressure.
Yeah, back to Giants. Let's see what they do again. Do they continue to try and squeeze Ven?
They just get rid of the... G2 gets rid of one of these strong laners into the Rumble here. Again, this is top lane squeeze. Maybe they just get... They won't get rid of the Lulu, obviously, here where they did last game. And yeah, you were right. More squeezing on the AD carry position.
Yep, Kalista. That one banned away from Sven now. G2, let's see what they do. Is it once again going to be something against the Rumble? The Gnar was banned out last time. See if they do that again against Flaxish.
That seems very predictable here. That's a good spot here. If you're Giants... Pick the Syndra here, I guess. Syndra, Orianna, 2 good blind picks, but neither really has an edge. Or do you want to wait with your counter pick mid and just lock in top lane here? What are you going to play into the Rumble? I guess, yeah, I guess you just lock in top here if you want to save your counter pick.
Oh, maybe Knight's trying to have his way once again. This Talon, he did get a couple of kills, but it just didn't do enough, and he stuck to it so much, and one of the few to really commit to it, they take it blind.
It feels like they're so afraid of Perkz playing Talon here or something that they lock it this early, because they set up an entire draft where they have mid lane last pick, right? And they just don't use it. What are they going to end up last picking here? Which role? It's the top lane. So they're going to use their last pick to pick a champion in the champion that was picked first by G2 Esports. That generally indicates that your draft wasn't good. And of course, Ven is like 90% sure to just lock in Ezreal. Super safe laning phase with the Tahm Kench. The only way Giants break that open is if they actually group with their jungler and poke. But Rengar is not a type of champion that does that. So unless Talon actually roams down and punishes the push from Ashe, it's going to be super hard for Giants to break open this game.
Yeah, and Perkz can very comfortably take the Zilean again if he wants to against the Talon. He's going to lock it in. That's the last one over to Giants.
They have now 2 denial spells versus this hard engage from Giants. Giants, they're playing with a massive shotgun. Talon, Rengar, they go in, they pop you, or they die. And that's exactly what G2 are countering here with the Devour and with the Zilean.
Yeah, same kind of comp from Giants last time. We saw that not quite work out. G2, they've got some pretty scary team fights, but a lot of denial from that pick.
All right, Flax, just give me the secret weapon.
What do you got?
Tell me what was so important that you had the first rotation Talon, not pick a single champion and play a side laner. It's going to be the Echo. All right.
Let's see if it works out for him. I do not know. Double TP on Giant side.
You know
Wait
what?
a minute, though.
I actually like this pick. No, they should swap it around. If it's actually Talon top, I'd be interested.
That'd be crazy.
Regardless who plays this Echo, I actually like the pick a lot because Echo is one of the stronger side lane mages. It's really hard to beat him. He can also run double teleport, which solves that issue where Zilean himself is running double TP. These guys can swap up until 20 seconds, but I think it's somewhat worth seeing this Echo in the second phase.
Yeah. We'll see if Giant's secret weapon is enough to pull off a win. Yeah, they still can swap this one.
2 more. 1. And
there we go.
It's locked, so it is going to be Echo in the mid lane into Zilean. Has a really annoying harass pattern for Zilean to deal with all the jumps. And an 80 burst top laner into Rumble top. This is such a swingy matchup. Oh, we need to see the junglers visit this matchup early on in the top lane.
Well, we saw that last time around, Krepa. We might see it again as the coaches shake hands to walk off the stage. It could be the final time today. G2 really crushing it in game number 1, looking for a 2-0, continuing that undefeated streak. And with a win, they'll lock themselves in that first seed for Group A.
But this is fun. When matches are so predictable and you think, you know what, G2, they're going to walk in the park, take the 2-0, we get something different. We get something spicy. You know, the Talon in the top lane, Echo mid for Knight. a pick we've seen before, but at least we see potential for Giants to really break it open this super hard engaged game.
Yeah, Giants, they've definitely been trying. They're not going to roll over and take a loss from G2 lightly. Can they claw back a game with their switcheroo in the pick and ban phase? If you think so, hop on Twitter and tweet hashtag GIAWin over at LOL Esports. We'll find out as we load onto the Rift.
Yeah, there's a minor small pause right now on the Rift, so we're just going to keep the studio cam on for a little bit.
Suspense building.
Yep, just building the hype.
It was a quick client crash. We'll get that one rebooted. Sometimes you bug splat.
Yeah, occasionally. No Kha'Zix this game, though.
Yeah, not this time around. It's a quickie, though, and it honestly heightening the tension here. Giants, they are hoping that they can grab themselves a surprise victory here. A lot of pick potential. If they can pop members of G2 before Mithy can come to the rescue, before Perkz can deny those. Yeah, I mean, there's so many tools on the side of G2, and they know how to use them. But we saw Giants picking up a couple of kills last time around. Maybe they can roll the snowball.
Yeah, maybe they can. We'll need to see how these lanes play out. Push should be on the side of... I feel like Echo will have the push early on in the mid lane too. So it could actually be that the Giants, if they visit top lane for some pressure, they could end up with quite a few pushing lanes if they play it well. It all depends on where Memento paths. If you can get into the lane, for example, Rengar isn't a great ganker, but he's a great counter ganker if he can sneak into a lane somewhere.
That's a good point. They prioritize that pretty heavily. You got to think if Giants had this whole comp in mind, they've got a cheeky plan. We'll find out. We're about to load up once again. Take number 2. Every now and again it happens, but here we go onto the Rift. Keep an eye on these two in the mid lane, Perkz and Knight, and see what they're able to dish out this time. Knight swapping things up with the Talon going top and Echo going mid.
I mean, there still may be a role swap within a lane swap, right?
I mean, that is just too many levels for me, Krepo. I can't handle it.
That would actually be really funny, because these guys don't actually have to go into the lane.
Mind games.
Where they go, yep.
That's true. Just because that's where you sit doesn't mean it. We've seen a couple of tricky things happen.
I remember TSM doing that. Because back in the day, the 3 bans, they weren't spaced out. They were all on the top laner. And Reggie became a top laner just so he no longer had to kind of tell Dyrus what to ban. He just did it himself.
Surprise, Twisted Fate top.
Yep. Turns out it's a roll swap 2 mid anyways.
Hey, well, it's like that's the full circle, right?
Yep. That's actually a cool way to get around the rules.
No cheeky moves by G2 this time. Stacking line of scrimmage. Last time around, if you remember, they walked their way right into Memento and smacked him down for first blood. But this time, Giants are playing it safe out, and G2 are not going to go for it.
And I really actually hate playing Braum into Tahm Kench. It's a really tough matchup. Because every single good thing about Braum is like the passive stacking, right? And the shield. It gets completely denied. Because you're a champion that plays well in the front line if you're kind of melee skirmishing, but Tahm Kench is just better. He'll hit you 3 times and devour you, and you get all that % damage. Tahm Kench himself doesn't really get cared if he gets stacked because he has the great health. It's such a punishing matchup to play.
And Hustlin picked this when he already knew that Tahm Kench was coming. I mean, that's the puzzling thing. And maybe, as you said, it denotes some champion pool issues here. Hard leash from Memento as Hustlin and Hikyu helping out on the blue buff.
It's definitely a priority pick for him. And this means they lose the push on bottom lane as well, because there's that Raptor start from Trick, a little leash from Perkz. Perkz is fine yielding the pressure. Look at Sven, he's like kind of soft prepping the wave. They're not fast pushing. They don't need to push any more than this. They get a single creep advantage with the option to opt in the second creep. And now they can just slow it down, right? They want to get the minions in a state where you always guarantee that you have the push, but not so much that you give your enemies a chance to freely farm on the turret. That way you can maximize the time you spend level 2 where they are level 1. And that's obviously after 3 melee creeps here. They're going to rush it down right now and see if they can then get some poke advantage on the enemy bot lane rather.
Yeah. Showcasing superiority in that bottom lane, but Trick has gone in for the level 2 gank. He just dashes, but so does Knight. That's a lot of damage with the end of the line, though.
And you know how we were talking about earlier, how if you sacrifice that bomb, you lose the push versus this Echo maybe? Well, it doesn't matter. Perkz plays super aggro, and Knight just gets poked out by Trick here, who has no issues revealing himself, because this is all in the terms of pressure.
Oh, yes. Taking a look at Flaxish up in the top side. He's keeping pace with Expect in terms of CS, but it's obviously a very early start. Talk me through this matchup in the top lane, Krepo. This is something I don't often see.
I mean, I'm no talent expert. I mean, generally when you see Rumble, your analysis is Rumble pushes earlier very often. And then you need to avoid the ganks. And that's exactly what's happening here. He lost some CS on the early push. Flaxish has the trades. He can actually play more aggressive in lane than most top laners, and he's incredibly hard to gank because he can always just jump over that really big wall.
Yep. Knight making Perkz' life a little bit hard, but the bomb return damage. Talked about junglers and where they were going to be going this game, and Memento hasn't made the journey, but Trick was already on that level 2 in the mid lane. Does he return there, is the question.
Yeah, it's the problem with the Z-Drive Resonance as well on the Echo. If he deals enough damage, like the passive pops, he speeds up and it's really hard to double bomb him, right? Like how, like a stationary target, yes, but if he dashes in, deals damage, and walks out and you miss your double bomb, you will just take so much damage. So that's why the pressure advantage really is on this Echo.
Yeah. Even though Perkz was taking some damage, he's able to keep the farm advantage for himself.
Ooh, that's actually a good point. This guy's up 8 CS. That should never happen early on.
It's a big difference in how they've been playing. Memento is going to get spotted.
This sucks. If you're Memento, you just cleared your jungle, you see the enemy walk in, take away your scrying plant, and put a ward on top of you. This means this guy is playing against a team that has perfect information.
Yeah, feels bad, man. And Memento, honestly, he's been such a crucial part of this Giants team throughout the split, looking to him to make the big plays early on. And in all honesty, when he gets shut down, doesn't really work out well for them.
Yeah, see it again here. He, obviously, a decent player on a really bad team is prone to get these kind of stats. You know, this guy has the highest damage percent for junglers, mostly because his team is not dealing that much damage. You know, he has the highest kill percent because, again, his team isn't getting that many kills. He needs this team to step up, but also he needs to be able to kind of help the lanes, because we saw earlier how much a single gank can do for you. Perkz now has a flash.
Single play, but yeah, the bomb's out.
Memento's
Here
here.
comes
Actually,
Memento.
this guy we killed.
Here we go. Here's the time for him to shine, and he gets first blood.
Perkovic, that was
greedy.
That was interesting with the capitalization on the int and the ing. That was really not good.
Oh, man. You're on fire today, Krepo. All right, 5 minutes in now. Giants, they get themselves first blood. It's on that jungler. Maybe that's the start of something. The pick composition that Giants have built for themselves. Baiting Perkz in to an inadvisable situation. Sven Amithi, though, is still pushing on this bottom side into the duels.
And when we look at the matchups, we can look at the greatest. You know, we don't need to look at Expect versus Flaxish, but Smeb actually played Talon into Rumble and he lost in that matchup. Then again, he was playing versus SKT, so maybe that's unfair.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, quality is...
So we know that Talon loses to Rumble when you play versus SKT. Does it lose to Rumble when you play versus the European SKT?
I suppose.
G2 Esports.
But right now, I don't know if Perkz is necessarily faker with the way this one got played out.
I mean, he knows that if this is a pure 1v1, he can actually get a double bomb on Knight pretty comfortably. Problem is, the jungle just showed up, and he also probably didn't expect Echo to have enough mana for both spells, because that was borderline enough. So you definitely understand the rationale from Perkz. He knows he can make hang on, just watch his dive.
Okay, wave, flashing in, and Expect is gonna...
All right, back to the point. He knows he can make a calculated play, and if it fails, he has his flash to save him. Obviously, he wasn't thinking about the jungler. Now, these type of plays I just love here. Just pressure early with Rumble, put him low, and then get your jungler to dive in, and it seems so easy.
Gating what the Talon can really do. Hard for him to really make a big play here. Now, Perkz and Knight both taking a little bit low. Perkz does not have his flash. Knight's still sitting on that one, so might need it in just a minute, though. He's getting taken quite low at the minute, but let's see Trick coming around the side. Knight does have 6. Is he gonna pull that snapback? No, he does, right into Perkz, trying to make the play. One more auto is all he needs, and he gets it.
Ooh, Knight's actually gonna walk away here, so this is super well played by the Giants mid laner here, but Perkz, with a bit of an error in positioning, you can definitely see that trailing ghost. You know he's going to ulti here. Both bombs used as well. Trick picked up 1 to get some damage, but he went a bit too far forward, and he got left behind. Very well played by Knight here on the Echo.
Yeah, I can give him a couple of stacks on CL2, so we'll have a little extra damage working on it.
And this is really fun to see, because now we can see, has Perkz solved one of his issues? This guy used to be a massive tilter, and he admits it freely as well. But he actually was pretty proud of how he handled and deals with kind of bad streaks of luck right now, or just misplays, where he will only get affected for a few minutes and then play super consistent again.
All right, we'll get back to that in just a second, because Memento's jumping on top of Expect, who has his flash. He should be able to walk this one out pretty easily. Memento taking a tower shot. But more to your point,
yeah,
it has been a little odd to see kind of Perkz falling a little bit into those bad habits, and in all honesty, he was running a clinic on Knight last game.
Yeah, I was looking for the outplay here, but the added mobility from this Echo pick makes it so that he has a lot harder time getting the double bombs that he was getting a game ago.
Memento's back. Let's see if he can find Expect now. Still holding on to that flash. He's going to have to burn it. Shadow Assault. There goes the equalizer. And Flax is just left alone. He has to hop the wall. Way too late.
What an absolutely bonkers play by Expect here. He completely turns it around. He gets the flash, which means if then Flax gets the gap closer down, he will land straight on an equalizer. And Memento went for the dive super obviously without his ultimate available. So no kind of stacks gain faster for that Rengar. So that was a really ill-advised dive there.
Yeah, you know, it's going a little rough in the early game when you try for a dive, you get outplayed under the tower. Expect safe enough. I mean, he's honestly been playing with a lot of pressure these days, so he knows how to handle it.
Yeah, if you say you failed, try and try again here. That is not true when you're playing a jungler. If you go to the lane, you fail in a play at all, this guy gets away without flash being used, probably not wise going back again.
Yeah, maybe he learns that one lesson. Let's see. 2-2 in kills, though. Still a very even game on the goal, but it has been a lot of play attempts. Knight is going to wait and bait in this brush, but who is baiting who? Smokescreen comes in to cover up Knight, and Perkz dodges out of the parallel convergence.
Yeah. Perkz steps out. Just looking to play wave clear duty right now. Hustling, looking for some river vision. The bot lane, not really too much has happened, but again, Sven up in CS.
Yeah. Sven is definitely keeping HiQ and Hustling kind of push back on this one. Let's take a look one more time at the play up top.
Yeah, I really love the flash timing here. Like he waits for them to get the aggro, then flashes out, so he knows that when Flaxis plans to proc that ultimate, if Memento wants to follow that damage, both of them would play on Equalizer, and it's so easy to juggle the turret aggro out there. Just not enough damage for the burst.
Yeah, beautiful play by Expect. Flaxis 0-2 on this Talon. The switcheroo has not done what they wanted. He's finding himself down in the CS as well. Memento.
Main man in jungle. Mithy is looking for him. Trick is actually quite a strong jungler when it comes to awareness of where the enemy jungler could be. Very rarely do you see G2 play without knowledge of where the opposing jungler is.
Yeah, it gives them a lot of foresight, a lot of ability to not make these bad plays. Perkz safely pushing now as he knows Memento is not going to be ganking this lane anytime soon as he wandered back into his own jungle. A lot of vision for Giants, though, in this G2 jungle on the bottom side. They just haven't been able to do much but take away camps.
They lose a ward there, but they were playing with 4 control wards on the map here. A lot more even game here, and a lot of it comes from this pressure in the mid lane.
Whoop. Well, Perkz is taken low, but he does not have to use his Chrono Shift.
Yeah, he always has means to get back into the lane, but this is an entirely different scope what we saw last game. Perkz going up versus Knight here, not longer the one being the aggressor, you know, putting the poke down. Look at it last game. Such a stellar performance, didn't die a single time, was really aware. 750 damage per minute, which is quite high, especially on a pick like Zilean. Yep. He was landing a lot of bombs in laning phase as well.
Yeah, he was looking real excellent. This time Knight definitely threw him a bit of a curveball, but let's see what happens down on the bottom side. Mithy, the Ash Arrow lands on him. He has to burn his flash.
Yeah, but Knight is coming as well here, so they're looking for great help to take down. Now Knight wants to dive.
Okay, parallel convergence thrown down. G2 know what is up. Hustling flashing forward. Instant exhaust onto Knight. That is a big glacial fissure here. Can they finish off Mithy before Hustling goes down? The answer is yes, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Knight going in. Here, Bada. He's looking for Sven, and he swings, but it's EQ that claims the kill onto Sven.
Yeah, Flax has made his way down with teleport as well. We see mid lane Perkz approaching as well, but double bombs are down, so is the refresh. Not too much is going to happen here. I like the way Hustling still applied all the stacks that were necessary. Memento's flanking as well. Is Perkz in trouble?
He's got flash. It doesn't look like it. Meanwhile, up top, Trick is able to take a tower.
Yeah, Trick can turn a bad situation into a great one because this guy knows how to capitalize here. Look at what he's doing on the top side of the map. Over prioritization here from Giants on that play. While they win out in the microcosm, if you zoom out the map in the big side, the macro, G2 win out yet again.
Just have better awareness of what's going on, and now Knight, looks like Perkz was looking to dive him, but Knight was ready at the back of it all still. Even though they make an individual outplays here, Expect is on top of Flaxis with the Shadow Assault.
He's got to guess, you know, you don't see him, but now Knight gets cancelled again here.
Knight can't catch a break now.
Perkz not falling for the same bait here, just going for the base cancels, and now there's so much pressure on this Giants lineup.
Let's see if Giants can hold off the push right now. We're getting close to 12 minutes on the mark. G2, that gold lead starting to swing again.
HiQ has to be careful here because Mithy can hand deliver anybody behind him with the Abyssal Voyage. There's a lot of people basing.
It's always a possibility. Right now, G2 don't need to go for the dive, though, because they're just keeping pressure on the mid, pressure on the top. They've already gotten the tower, but there's a teleport here.
All right, Perkz needs to run down. Mithy can maybe buy enough time here. Sven needs to stay alive.
Yeah, Mithy got walked right into, and instantly you can see Knight. He snaps back all the way to the base. Giants, all of a sudden, they can't keep on pushing.
Yeah, that's a little fishy right there. Obviously, you find yourself 45 down TP and ultimate. This is a major hit to the economy of Giants.
G2, they can keep this pressure on right now. There's a Mountain Drake, too. If they can grab this tower, well, they have to live through this because Expect steps too far forward, but still, he's able to flash out of danger after the Ash Arrow.
A little bit of a miscalculation there. This is kind of the style that G2 like playing. Looking for small victories over and over, putting the enemy in kind of a gridlock position where they can only make bad plays. They lost their flash, but they gained the teleport cooldown and an Echo ultimate on the other side, which means now Perkz can play a lot more aggressive. He can really push on the advantage, and obviously a lot easier when Trick is grouping with him.
Despite the fact that Knight had a couple kills kills here. Wasn't enough for them to really be able to do too much. Here's how he picked him up.
Yeah, a couple things to look for. Hustling goes in with Q-Flash to really get the aggro early. Then he puts his shield in front of Sven. And then just this last tick here is really important because he gets the exhaust out. And then Sven actually makes the mistake of not flashing early. When you play versus Echo and he starts his E animation, it's often very much so too late to flash. So you really want to respect him and flash early.
Yeah. Well, Flaxus is respecting the positional that G2 have. He's going to have to hop the wall, but he dies in the midst of it once again. Expect 3-0 now on this Rumble.
Yeah, 3-0. I think if you hit Talon in his ultimate, you get a kind of a shimmer. So you can see where he is in that invisibility, and that's exactly what happened there. Flaxus walked in, connected with the Electro Harpoon, and it was enough for Expect to determine his location.
Yep, Flaxus not having a great time on this Talon. Switch up. Still Knight. He's pretty happy about this Echo pick. Is it going to be enough? Memento stealing away.
Memento's level 8, by the way.
Red buff.
Trick is level 10. This guy is taking side lane turrets, taking the farm. Now Sven's under pressure. He needs Mithy to warp back in, but Giants are committing.
Flashing forward. Tom Kench is coming, and he dodges out the Glacial Fissure, but will he die? No, it's Mithy to the rescue.
Yeah.
Spits Sven back out.
EQ's tanking a full minion wave. Mithy can actually go mess with him.
Exhaust is on. True Shot Barrage. It's only going to clip onto Hustlin right now, but Giants are on the wrong side of this one. Sven sidesteps the big arrow, and now they're on to Hikyu once again. Memento coming in to try and finish up a kill. Mithy going low. It's Memento taking down Sven, and Giants, they commit super hard, but it is a 1 for 2.
Yeah, but how much time have they bought? Trick is here, going for 1. Trick, can he get 2?
In, blown away, trying to finish off Memento. Red buff ticking is not enough, and Knight even tanking tower shots. How low is that HP
and
bar?
now we need to look at the map here. Can Perkz get damaged mid? No, he says, you know what, I can't finish that turret. I'm just going to prevent Talon from taking top lane tower. So we see Perkz playing the smart game here, going to the top side of the map here. There was a lot of time bought here. I love the way Sven was just ultra aware of the way the situation could change out. He never blindly went to that trade that Mithy was setting up for him. Kept his distance, sidestepped both ultimates of the enemy bot lane.
Yep, forced a huge commitment from Giants. They still were able to pick up some big kills, but Trick coming in, flashing to manage to finish off one himself. It's 6-6 in kills. It's 15 minutes on the game, and you can see the big goal difference, objective control. It's only one tower, but in all honesty, G2, they're just getting a lot more off the map.
Yeah, but the fatty first tower gold, Pyra, that's what you're looking for.
Oh yeah, we saw that big 650 pop up when Trick was finishing it off himself. G2, they've got the map control. They can keep on working with it. And you can see some of the difference in items starting to come through. EQ actually opted for the Blade of the Rune King finish off first, and, well, he might have needed it for the kite.
A Borg Ash. That's the first. All right. I'm actually not quite sure on that one. I'm not convincingly going to call it bad just yet, but something tells me it's not the greatest.
It's interesting.
It's definitely...
That's what I say when I don't know.
Yeah, peculiar. Peculiar build here by Hikyu.
Yeah. Knight's been honestly doing all right, though, but a couple kills in lane, getting one down on the bottom side, it just hasn't been enough, and it's the same kind of story when he was playing Talon last time around. He's got the Proto Belt, he's got assassination potential, but you know, here's where the denial starts to come in. Mithy's Perkz, they've just got the tools to be able to stop it.
Ooh, Expect's in trouble, Pyra. He's
Yeah, he is.
On. He was hiding in a brush that was warded. He's getting pushed in. He needs to get that wave clear because he's at least at risk of getting dove. Will he survive?
There we
There's
go.
obviously Perkz who can
No flash.
come in technically with teleport. Perkz is actually
Equalizer.
coming.
Oh, they're just going to try and finish him off, but look at the damage the Hustler's taking. No, Expect forces them to flash away, and Perkz finishes his TP channel right now. Expect manages to push all 3 members back.
Turbo Rumble coming in here, looking at the collapse here, piling on by Giants. Now obviously Knight's under pressure here because he's outnumbered.
And he throws the Time Winder, but immediately he wishes he could rewind right about now, but he's got no chrono break. And the collateral damage is just not enough to finish him off, but man, that was close.
But that leaves Giants exposed here. What a swift reaction from Perkz here. We asked ourselves earlier, is he going to be mentally affected by those misplays? No. He was right on time to save Expect, and not even that. Turn him around. That was pretty much Rorschach right there. Giants, they weren't ganking Expect. Expect was ganking them.
Sometimes the things you least expect, and well, he's playing big, man. 3-0 on this Rumble, and it all started with Giants just trying to make big plays on him, but he has been resilient and outplaying Giants at every angle. The rest of G2, honestly, not too far behind that as well, as they keep their gold lead, extending it up to about 4,000 on the mark. 17.5 minutes on this map.
Yeah, the only player that could ever deal with Expect in a side lane could maybe be Knight on that Echo, because he is itemizing so well. Ninja Tabis, and then Seeker's Arm Guard. Combination of Talon and Rengar is not going to take this guy down. Not without him dragging somebody in the grave at least.
Yeah, Flaxus definitely not tanky enough right now. Knight can usually get himself out of harm's way, but Giants, they really need him to be able to pick off other priority targets here. Giants, they just need some towers right now to try and come back.
Yeah, this Talon pick was sacrificed. First game it was picked early. Second game it was used as a flex tool to really enable that Echo. Yeah, Flaxus is suffering.
I like what Giants are trying, experimenting a little bit. You know when you're facing off against a top-tier team, well, you're probably going to lose. You might as well do something a little unorthodox, throw people off.
No, I think these flex picks will be really valuable if they end up in promo tournament. You can take a win off a not-so-experienced team using these kind of tactics. You can really throw them for a loop and pick and ban.
Yes, indeed, but G2, they definitely didn't seem to be phased by it. Mithy, Abyssal voyaging straight into lane. Flax is trying to hold this tower, but G2, they should be able to finish it off. Maybe they want to elect for the dive. No, just forcing Flax's away. The Ash Arrow, the teleport. Here's the counter engage here. Hustlin's incoming, Knight's on it. They don't want to go for Mithy just yet, but they're going to have no choice as Sven was already out of there. Mithy sacrificed.
Look for the cross map. What are they going to do? Push top into rotation, or push mid into rotate top is definitely an option here for G2. Or double siege mid top here. Look at the poke from Mithy, or from Perkz rather.
He was chasing down Memento off the back of that, and now he's all alone in this mid tower.
Yeah, Drake just shadowing the dragon here, looking to hold. A lot of chip damage here, but no objective looking to fall. Drake still gets to steal away the Scuttle Crab. So this is G2 are playing on 3 objectives at once: top, mid, and dragon.
Trying to grab everything they can while Giants were away. G2 looking to make the play.
Bot lane turret as well. You see Rumble peeling off. He could actually go join mid. I think that would be a good rotation here from Expect. Yeah, look, safe path into mid. Release Perkz of the duty, and that means Perkz could technically rotate bot if he wants to. But it looks like Rumble is just kind of taking away the red buff here. In between the lanes, stealing objectives. Really smart map play by G2.
Getting everything they want right now. Expect even taking the blast cone out over the Baron Pit to get out of harm's way once again. We're close to 20 minutes right now, and the first dragon will be started, easily taken out by Trick and Sven. Mountain Drake will help them knock down more objectives a little bit more fast, a little faster I should say. Expect is finding Knight. Speaking of fast, how about that? The damage, the snapback. Expect's overheating, but that's not going to be for very long. Equalizer thrown down. Tries to cut off his escape path, but he's got no tower to go back to, and Mithy is incoming. Let's see if Knight's going down here, and Perkz as well. Knight tries to make the play on the backside, but not going to happen.
Yeah, Expect knew he would always win that fight, because worst case he would disengage and his team would back him up. Devour and the revive was enabled. And this is again Giants' super hard commitment to one lane. You know, trying to make a single pick here, but this time Sven shifts in time. He doesn't get slowed. Knight can't trail him and chase his gap closer. They get 1 kill, but at the meantime, there are so many objectives taken as a cross map play by G2.
Yep. Even when they lose something, they're able to pick back a lot more. Towers, Dragon, Giants still scrambling to try and find more than just a kill. And, you know, even though Mithy was sacrificed at the same time, there's not much else Giants could get off of it.
Especially Memento. This guy keeps going for plays, and he walks back into his own jungle, and everything's gone. Like, you can't farm a single creep anymore because either Trick or Expect are just taking it away.
Yeah, you can see the big difference in farm right now. It's like, I mean, okay, so maybe jungle CS doesn't mean exactly what it looks like all the time, but still, that's a pretty big difference.
I mean, you can look at the gold here, right? Like 8.8k on Trick right now, and there's 6.8k, so 2,000 gold of the lead is just on Trick versus Memento. And the way you can actually see that G2 generate this amount of gold on the jungle is where he is during a lot of these plays. When you're this far ahead, as a support, so often you want to call your jungler over and you're like, yo man, like, let's duo invade, let's get deep vision, and let's choke him out and force him to face check. G2 actually play a very much so slower game because Trick is always clearing his jungle and the enemy jungler. This guy will optimize farm in a way where team-wise you have slightly less pressure, but over a long period of time, G2 get a lot more resources because they're always maximizing on their side and then taking away half of the other side. That way, they get a lot more.
Yep. Trading a tower right now, but Flax just trying to hold on. Expect actually gets nailed by the Ash Arrow. Eaten up by Mithy. There is the denial. That was close, though.
Oh, he spits him into the wall.
Oh, boy. Memento's going in for a hop. He sees the play. He's going to land a bullet strike onto Mithy, and in comes Hustlin. Now, can they finish it? Equalizer is there. Glacial Fissure. It's a fight of ice and fire right now. Crepo Memento, though, he's leaping on in. He's trying to win the game. No, it's Mithy who swallows him up, spits him back out, and Expect comes up with kill number 5.
Couple interesting devours right there. But they were calling for a medic. They needed Perkz to come in with the revive. And again, Trick on the side lane, just dealing with that echo pressure. And Knight didn't snowball enough in this game that he can't even deal with a jungler on the turret.
Giants trying to mobilize fast to make big plays, but they end up giving a kill over once again to this Rumble, who's honestly popping off at this point. Zanya's complete, and he's got to have a lot of gold in his pocket to go spend back at the item shop.
Must be so fun for these G2 members to play slightly tanky champions and have a medic on standby. They can just put ask the Air Force to drop him in. Teleport Zilean can always come in and revive you. All you gotta do is wait 5 seconds.
Yeah, they got the big guns, man. Giants, well, they're playing with the baseball bat right now. Knight's still trying to find some kills. 2, 1, and 3. He does have Lich Bane complete. He's still a side lane threat, but there's so many tools to deny picks.
Yeah, but his Rengar has really not been working out for the Giants. Even right now, they're struggling. Flaxish, look, what can he do in this situation?
Goes invis for a few seconds, gets some damage.
With the jukes.
Oh.
I can definitely, this play is defendable. It's just, it looks a little bit fun. This is not so defendable. This is really risky. Cost them a teleport. Look, it's Sven cutting over because they always have mid lane pressure. They always have somebody joining from mid to bot, from mid to top, and they can always win the fights if they stall. And that's why the Zilean pick is such a great 1-3-1 pick. Here they're trying to spit them into the bombs. Eventually, you see these guys still get stunned by double bomb, so because they're overlapping. Also, a little cool mechanic you can do.
The Rengar's been trying to get tanky, Spirit Visage and all, but not enough damage, and again, so much denial from the G2 side. We are 23 minutes into this one. There's going to be another Mountain Drake on the map soon, but right now the vision is all targeted towards the Baron side.
Yeah, looking for a quick day here in the ULCS.
Yeah, it will be if this ends this way.
Splyce 2-0ing Vitality after a bit of a comeback. Giants never really got a goal lead here in this game. It looked good for only a second in the first game, and then G2's prowess just came powering through.
Yeah. So there's the experience difference as well. And you look at Giants, mentioning it last game, and you have 3 newer members coming in, or 3 roster changes rather. G2 sticking with it, and you know they're showing that their experience, 2-time winners of the European LCS, looking for a 3rd as we keep on pushing towards playoffs.
That's something we actually haven't talked about, Pyra, like the contrast in these teams. G2 kept their entire roster together, and then you have Giants rotating new members in every single split. It seems like the guys can't keep the roster together for a while. And then Trick. Oh, run, Tricky! Yep.
I mean, they had all the escapes. Flash, swallowed.
That's teamwork right there. That's the stuff you build over time, Pyra, playing multiple splits together. Perks coming in now, looking for an action. And then you need to look at the coaching, right? G2, as they're sieging in here, looking for more damage.
Yeah, Trick taking tower shots. It's all right, though. They're still firing away at this turret. Knight looking to come in parallel. Convergence over the side. Teleport now as he pushes away towards the minion.
G2 want to reset right here, and they want to go back to the bottom lane. And now they have TP advantage, so you could actually expect coming here pretty soon if they find a ward. But again, yeah, G2, they invested in coaching staff. They invested in infrastructure to teach these players to perform better or become better versions of themselves. If you look at Giants, it's kind of only Lozak right there. Last year, their drafting improved, but he even credited it to their AD carry back then, so he now joined them as well. But yeah, that's the problem. Like, Giants, they're always fighting an uphill battle every single season.
Yeah, I mean, they've made playoffs a handful of times as well. We've seen Giants honestly come up on the up and up, but they've had, you know, more times in the promotion tournament. It looks like they might be headed there again. Still some games to play out right now. It's Trick and Hustlin, Tusslin. Knight coming in to try and make a big play onto Trick, but they still had that Zilean ultimate on him. Now he comes around the side. Let's see if he can finish it, and he does outplay the jungle, but Perkz is hot on his heels right now. Time Winder's out, and I don't think he's going to live through that one.
Nope, he gets the shield. Oh, just in time.
Oh, wow, he's going to walk it out. Let's see if he can get away. It's a great escape. No, Sven denies him.
Sven denies him. Papa Sven comes in, and yeah, that was a really well-timed kind of shift forward from Knight, because he followed the gap closer from Trick. You know, as Trick ulted, he still landed on top of him, and that's what got him the kill. And then some really good moves using the shield very well from the parallel convergence. This wasn't quite enough.
Talking about accolades and experience, I mean, yes, Knight was the guy that we looked to last year as the Giants' big standout player. He's one of the guys that remained, and he can still make big plays every now and again. You see it here.
Yeah, he's really good on these kind of skirmishy, kind of mobile mid laners like Talon and Echo, but the problem is they are very hard to slot in and play around. Like, it is much harder to play around a Talon and an Echo than it is to play with a Syndra and an Orianna. It's not cookie cutter, it's not straightforward. So even though, yes, this might happen, like, look at it right here. Like, he follows Trick all the way. And then look at how he gets his shield. Like, these are all nice moments, you know, like a couple photographs in the game, but the big picture is still always in favor of the opposing teams, because Giants, they're just struggling in the mid to late game to get their macro together.
Yeah, honestly, they've looked like they just haven't had a whole lot that they've been able to do past the laning phase in most of their games, and it's nice to see them trying to make these picks, trying to make these plays, but G2 just out-macroed them.
Yeah, that's what, when in doubt, you just group on a single lane, try and get a kill right, but it becomes so predictable that you will always get cross-map, because the beauty is not in the play itself, it is in the setup. It is in always having side lanes pushing, it's always having deep vision, and always having a plan B ready.
Oh yeah. G2 right now, they've got plans A through Z in all honesty, and they don't need to change things up. Finishing off the Mountain Drake, Memento is looking to hop in and try to make something happen, but it's way too little, way too late.
Yeah, this is Giants not even aware that they were in that pit, because they saw Perkz stop. They're like, guys, let's cross-map them, let's go Dragon. They get to Dragon's like, oh, they blast on their way in. Where do we go?
It looks like back to base. That seems to be the answer. 28 minutes now.
Turtle up.
G2 still growing that lead. Last time it took them 36 minutes to close out. They slowed down just a little bit. Minor critique we can level at G2, but right now they have got tower wrecking power. They've got Baron demolishing power. That's 2 Mountain Drakes. That's a big gold lead. What are they going to do with it?
Really good vision control. There's one single ward hopped over that little wall where there's a double TP possible. They're looking to close out the second mid lane turret so they can push in even farther. Sven, look how he's playing, always ready to shift into Mithy's mouth right there.
And he does. Right there, off the back of it. Even dishes some fadeaway damage onto Hiku. Flax is heading back up to the top to clear waves. Knight will try to equalize on the bottom side. Should get this turret, but I mean, that's an inner for an outer.
Yeah, but this is going to be Baron Force. There's no way Expect walks to mid lane without G2 starting Nashor. The whole reason that Expect is here is because they're starting Nashor. Giants should be aware of this. They are now, but is it simply too much too late?
They don't even need to peel off right now. It's already gone down to 25,000. Oh, the Ash Arrow comes in. It's not going to snipe off anybody.
Yeah, you saw Perkz reroute the traffic. He's like, nope, you shall not pass here. Talking to Memento right there. He had to go the long way around, look for a leap, and then G2 moved away from the Baron, so you couldn't even leap into the pit. If he was on time, obviously sidestepping the arrow, because the only way an arrow steals an Asher is the splash damage.
Yep, so they were able to outplay even that possibility. Giants coming up empty-handed once again. And G2, what can they do with the Baron empowered minions across all the lanes?
Kyra, put your teleports in the side lanes if you want, or you can just go for the kind of rush mid. It looks like they're splitting up still.
Yep. Still one unconquered tower outside the base, and it is in that bottom lane.
Yeah, Sven can even play more aggro right now. He has self-peel finished. He went for Blade of the Ruined King, and then he went for Gauntlet. Actually, interesting different build here. Pretty much old school, no more the... I mean, different. I mean, it's just not the Triforce that we saw so often. So he's so peel-oriented. He really wants to get rid of this town, this Rengar, and this Echo that's going to jump in. He has QSS to get out of maybe the Bolas or the Arrow, so you'll see a much more liberated Ezreal pick here.
And they have a lot of damage to spare across the map as well. I mean, you look at Expect 5 and 0 on this Rumble. Trick has been doing his usual thing, and Perkz has got quite a lot as well.
It's also sustained. It's much better to go Iceborne here. I definitely like that pick. Sven doesn't even have to be afraid here. He plays so far forward because he has obviously that QSS and Mithy next to him.
And with a couple Mountain Drakes as well as the Baron buff, they're able to easily polish off that last tower, demolishing it, and let's see what they can do in this 1-3-1.
Perkz just goes mid. It's a 1-3-1 that will always turn into like a collapse because you want Perkz with the team, right? You don't want your Zillion split pushing, but you still want him to put pressure on the lanes. So that is what Perkz is doing right now. He pushes up mid, and then he's ready to turbo speed himself up to the bottom lane.
Ozark looking on, hoping his team has answers to try and get a collapse themselves.
G2 should play slow here because they just want to let Rumble push in the top side. They just want 5 members of Giants in vision bottom wave so the Rumble can push in. Now obviously Talon's going to hold, and then Expect has to decide, does he go mid with his team or can he win the 1v1?
So far he's looking at that 1v1, but meanwhile he's checking on Knight as he goes all in onto Perkz, dodging bombs.
Obviously, if they commit too far in the mid lane, that leaves an opening in the bottom lane. That is what G2 is trying to do here. They were trying to pull out the defense of Giants into directions where they can't really hold anymore, and then they can force open a turret. And once one turret falls, this push and pull will really work out.
Knight's looking for the collapse, though. Not going to be able to find it right now, and you can see Expect being brought into the mid.
They want to force mid here. Look at Expect. He came down. The zoning from Perkz goes out. It's actually not the bottom lane turret. It's also the mid lane turret that's going to fall. And right now, Giants are crumbling.
G2 are getting everything they want right now, scrambling between everybody to try and get out of harm's way. It's Mithy who gets caught in the Ash Arrow. Equalizer gets thrown down. Will Giants pay for that one? They're getting low, but Redemption coming in. In comes Perkz on the flash. Knight snaps back right into the team, but he's forced to get the hell out of there as Sven chases him down to pick a kill. The rest of Giants licking their wounds, heading back to Fountain, but their base is in shambles.
Yeah, a couple lucky moments right there. Mithy going down without being able to be revived, because obviously Sven did not take that 8 carry, that arrow out for his support, even though he had QSS. And then Devour available. They sold Mithy, but it wasn't enough. A nice move from Knight as well. He used his ultimate to dodge the second bomb from Perkz. But even with all that, it was just too much gold advantage for G2.
And they keep on growing it, grabbing themselves both inhibitors, pushing into the base. Giants, they're not done just yet, but man, they're bleeding out at the moment.
Yeah, they're bleeding out. 2 inhibs down. This should be a clean finish for G2. Put the dots on the eye, go home with another 2-0, and remain undefeated in series for well over a year right now in the European LCS.
Here's that play again.
Yeah, look at him. Mithy, he's like, I'll devour you. You can QSS the arrow. I got you. He got sold. And then Perkz comes in. I mean, it's going to be like a hero. Flash double bomb. 1 bomb. 2. Nope. Knight just jumps out. Doesn't block his teammates. Sven is actually going out of mana in these fights. That's how long they're lasting.
Yeah,
so these are really well-played fights by Giants. The problem is simply too late. Expect is dealing a ton of damage.
Yeah, playing with a lot of heart, trying to hang on, but it's oh so hard against this G2 squad. controlling everything on the map right now.
Mithy,
Oh,
zero
yeah.
damage.
I wonder why that was.
That's when you wait for your team to win, and then you make give them some feedback after the fight. So like, hey guys, my name's Tahm Kench. I have Devour. he's so pissed off that he bought his own QSS. He's like, you know what, guys? If you're not gonna help me,
Never again.
I'm gonna help myself. I'm gonna buy my own QSS.
He's got enough gold to spare, though. G2, their coffer's pretty much overflowing this time around. There's another dragon spawning. It's Infernal, but there is no need for G2 to try and pick this one up. They're marching up the top lane. It's a 4-1 with Expect in the mid, trying to finish out the last of those inhibitors.
Yep,
See if they can end the game here.
And now looking for the side flank. Mithy
Asher.
again, but
Oh, they found
surprise!
Mithy. This time he has the QSS, get him out of harm's way. Flax just going around the side. Big Glacial Fissure here, but there's Redemption on Knight in the back. Do they have enough damage to finish off the job? Expect was flanking the flankers, but he goes golden as Knight can't finish him off just yet. There we go, the big shutdown. But meanwhile, the rest of Giants are falling to pieces, and Hiku is going to have to get to the safety of tower. Or is it so safe? Trick coming in, a double kill, a triple kill, and there's no defenders left for Giants.
Yeah, straight to the Nexus for G2. Flanker Z right there, Pyra. They take it home.
Oh, yes, they do. 2-0 for G2. They continue their undefeated domestic streak. GG, well played.
And they're happy. That was a super clean fight by G2 Esports, mainly because they caught Giants completely off guard. They were trying to do the same thing, take out the Tahm Kench, and that's what you have to do. That's why Tahm Kench is such a strong pick versus Ashe, because you're always forced to try and take him out first. The second he popped that QSS, Giants knew it was over.
Yep. Big buy there at the end for the Tahm Kench, and G2 can be pretty happy with their performance in both of those games.
The entire organization kind of right there, 5 players. And then they have Sharks, Weldon, and Young Buck. And then obviously Ocelot's not here. He was here last week in the studios.
Yep.
He released an interview where he told them he loves them unconditionally because.
Because. Win or lose.
And then he followed up. It was quite fun from a grammatic point of view. But yes, he says, you know what, these guys, it doesn't matter. If they fail again, we're going to give it our all. We're going to set us up for success as best as we can. And then it doesn't really matter what happens next, as long as we gave it our all during the split. And that mentality allows you to play with the necessary amount of freedom.
Yeah. It's got to feel good, not just being in a big lead, not just being 11-0 and close enough to that perfect split, but they know that their owners got their back, the whole org's got their back. And this is what a top-tier team in Europe looks like.
Yeah, look at them, man. Coaching staff rolling up the mouse pads for you. Well done. Adding value to the team. It's probably for an interview, but yeah.
Of course. But yeah, G2, they've just got to be so happy with what's going on. Maybe a little bit of critique in game 1, not finishing as fast as they could. Okay, they improved it by a minute, but honestly, you're just trying to knock off little things there, and it's just minor improvements every time.
If you ask them what was happening in that closure, they're like, yeah, okay, we were trolling a bit. That's what they will tell you. But yeah, these guys know that's the best part about it. As much flack as they get for failing internationally, they just show up consistently a tier ahead of the teams in Europe, and they honestly understand their mistakes, and that's why it's so hard. Like, it's so hard for them to find, I think, practice that can push them forward. Because when you get smashed in scrims, you can open up the VOD and be like, okay, where did we go wrong? How did they outplay us this hard? But when you're this good of a team, especially on stage, it's really hard to improve.
Yeah, I mean, it honestly is, and this is why they've got to be looking ahead to more international competition. Obviously, we're getting ahead of ourselves because they've got to play through the playoffs, of course, but, I mean, with that win, they lock themselves the #1 seed in their group. It was all but confirmed before, but they officially do it. They dot it down on paper. It means they get the bye for week 1, and they can kick back and watch as the other teams fight it out.
I think Expect right here put a vote for himself here for MVP with that performance. Because he took the aggro in both games. He was getting targeted. In this Rumble, he showed up with tons of damage. Trick also played well here. So those would be kind of the 2 guys that I'm looking at for MVP performance. Obviously, we can't give too much to Sven because he's playing scaling carries. And once he scaled up, the game's over, Pyra. They're like 8,000, 10,000 gold in the lead.
Playing as slippery as he could. I mean, Giants still managed to find a couple picks on him early on in the game, but as you mentioned, they're just tunneling so fast on trying to get individual kills. But that's it for us. For more Quick Shot standing by with G2's AD Carry.
That's Sven.
Thank you very much, guys. I just had to get Sven his microphone there, so I forgot to pick it up. Anyways, congratulations. Another 2-0, another undefeated week. This is becoming a pretty regular occurrence. Quickshot interviewing Sven on the couch. Let's talk about the series. Was it as easy as it looked to me as a viewer?
Like, I don't want to say it's easy. It was easy, but it wasn't hard, at least.
Why is that?
I just don't think the Giants they are the last place team in our group, and they're not very, very good, and like there's not like it's flame or anything, but it's just the truth that we're the best team and they're one of the worst teams. So
I think that's fair, and I'm putting you on the spot with a slightly unfair question, of course. Sven, what is it that makes G2 so good now? What is the magical ingredient that keeps you guys undefeated here on European soil for so long?
I don't know about last split. Last split, I think we were not that good actually, but I think now we're more of a strategical team with more macro play than last split. I think now everyone has learned a lot of macro, especially Dejan, expect. I think he now knows more about how to move on the map, how to play a tank as a carry, or the other way around. And I think now we can beat every team in the league without like having to be better players, like mechanically or anything, or lane phase wins. But I think now we're just more methodical macro team, and I think we have learned a lot from IM especially. So yeah.
Well, it's definitely showing through in terms of all the results. Let's talk about you specifically and how the AD carry role has changed. I mean, since you've joined the LCS on the stage, the best ADC in Europe. You've been through all the different metas over the last couple of years and whatnot. So what do you think of the state of AD carry in 2017, now that we are in week 9, there's only 1 week left of LCS?
Well, so Jhin and Varus suffer the classic Riot curse of something is OP, that's not the champion, so we will nerf that. And then the champions, so Varus and Jhin got nerfed, the Varus Q, the Jhin ultimate, Deathfire Touch, and then the items, and then the Vitality finally, right? So those champs suck now with their old builds. So when Jhin and Varus got nerfed, things like Ashe become even more popular, on red side mainly, and champions like Ezreal, Kalista, Caitlyn took a step forward. And so yeah, now bot lane is more balanced in a way, where you can play anything you want, with some picks being better on some sides, like Ashe is better on red side, for example, because she's good with last pick support, for example. So yeah, now bot lane meta is more balanced in a way, where there's more champions available and more champions playable.
Does this benefit the Sven Mithy G2 duo? Because I spoke to you guys a few weeks ago and we talked about how Mithy was inting a little bit and the meta wasn't exactly in your favor. So is this a small step back into something where Sven and Mithy can be the best in the West again?
Yeah, I think ever since the meta changed, we've been better. But I think Jhin, Varus, Prison is not my best kind of champions, but I don't think that's the reason we were bad before. I think we just needed to get back into our best shape and really like figure out how to play the game now, because the game has changed a lot since Worlds, and I think we just were not very good before, and I think now we're starting to pick it up a little bit more, both champion-wise and like macro and our play-wise.
Well, it helps. Yeah. You're getting to playoffs, right? This is the time when to pick it up, of course. Let's just get 1 or 2 more quick questions on you personally now. We've talked about the meta and how it adjusts. How do you personally adapt and change? Obviously, you play a lot of solo queue. Obviously, you play a lot of champions. But how big of a shift is it going from, Kalista last year to Jhin this year to now Ashe, for example, for you personally?
Well, for AD carries, there's never been main champions in my role, right? Like top has tanks, AP carries, assassins, mid has the same kind of thing, where there's more champions to play. Whereas in bot lane, the meta only goes back to something that was played before. There's never new champions. There's like 1 AD carry a year, right? So you don't have to learn anything. You just have to go back to what you played before, right? I have always played something. Like I played Ashe before, right? I played Kalista before. So going back to something is easier than learning something new. But for patch changes, you have to like test the new things, like Warlords, for example. You just play 20 games in a row with Warlords, and like, this really sucks, and oh, this is really OP, so now I'll play it too. And then sometimes you're right, sometimes in hindsight you're not right, and you just have to test it in scrims against real players, against like real teams, and you test the solo queue, and you try to like figure out if it's good or not, and then yeah.
Well, it definitely shows. I mean, undefeated again in spring. Sven, thank you very much for the interview, and I'll probably see you next week. Before that, though, let's head up to the analyst desk to wrap up the day with a post-game lobby.
Thank you so much, Trevor, and welcome everybody to the post-game lobby, where Vedius and I are joined by Sencux and G2's Perkz. Just talking to Sven there, fantastic interview, always a good insight. He said in nice words, well, obviously they are the bottom team in the group and we are the best team in the group, so it wouldn't be that hard of a matchup. How do you look back on your play versus Giants?
I think in game 1, I felt really insane because I was just playing my buttons all the time and catching waves deep and stuff. And in game 2, maybe I got a bit overexcited early game because I was first time playing against Echo, at Zilean at least, and I was trying to play aggressive like I did in game 1, but against Echo it was a bit harder because he actually counters Zilean super hard on lane, so I should not play that aggressive. And I burned flash and I died to Rengar gank because I didn't see him, and the next time I walked into Echo, so my early game was rather unlucky, but I think besides that, I think my play after laning phase was good too.
Can you explain a little more as to why you think that the Echo is so favorable into the Zilean? Because it's not a matchup that many people at home get to see very often.
Well, many people barely anyone plays like Zilean, but I like Zilean, but I think Echo can dodge every bomb and he can perma push all the time, every lane. So I tried to contest the wave so he doesn't have priority. And then I was getting like jumped around, you know, and he can go in, get speed and speed out. So it's really hard to trade him. I think I did a good job the first 5 levels, but then I fucked up big time, and then I got punished for it.
Yeah, you get one. Sencux, you were saying actually that you thought in the first game, I was like, oh, Talon versus Zilean, we don't get to see that often, so that's cool. But you said, well, it's not really that riveting of a matchup as Zilean, but I feel like Perkz did play it quite interestingly, like quite aggressive and whatnot. Would you agree with that?
I mean, he was hitting bombs left, right, and center. So I think Knight kind of had one of those bad games where you get hit by every Zilean bomb. I don't know. I think in general, I think Talon should maybe have an upper hand, at least in the early game, but I get that later in the game, Zilean can ult the 80, so he can't really one-shot anyone. I think in general, just Perkz really outplayed him in the inning phase, and then Trick going into auto-attack the tower, and then he's 50 CS down, and then you just say unlucky game, go next.
Yeah, I just like the way, I thought you just played it in a very aggressive manner as opposed to just like waiting the game out.
Well, I just like to play my lanes how I think it's supposed to be played, or just play aggressive if your jungler is there, and if my jungler is not there, I will let him push or whatever. But I think me and Trink play really well on pressure, and we play well together if I have pressure lane on mid. But if I don't have pressure lane on mid, then it's maybe a bit harder. So.
Yeah, would you say your together play with Trick has changed or evolved over the split?
I think it has evolved so much. I think from last split at least, because summer split, the mid meta was just farm mid like for the whole time. It was just like lane subs and stuff. So mid was like really irrelevant most of the games. It was just like 4v4 game, and we haven't like played much together. And then at Worlds, like when the mid meta changed to early mid or like mid pressure champs, we were playing. We were doing good in scrims, but on stage we just collapsed, and I didn't play good with him, and he didn't play good with me, and I think we just were not on the same page, and we were working really hard on it since the beginning of the split, and I think we evolved so much. Like we just play really good one to each other.
Right, yeah, it does look like it. And you were saying the same thing about how you and Trashy were finding
yeah, I mean, we never, like, I think in spring last year, I think Perkz and Trick was playing already well together, but as you say, like in summer, it wasn't really needed as much. But I think me and Trashy never had that, and like that's what we had to build up in this split in the beginning as well. So yeah, I mean, we're getting a lot better at it, and we're working a lot better together.
Interestingly, Wonder was saying last week when we talked to him on the post-game lobby as well that he thought it was so cool that he could play any champion, or if he wanted to play any champion, he could tell Trashy, and then they would make up a plan to make it work. Wouldn't you like to do that? I mean, the mid lane pool is so diverse, but is that also a possibility that you say, hey guys, I really want to make this work, and an innovative pick, because that's not really been your style historically?
I mean, I had some innovative pick last year, but
Oh,
Macedonia, I don't know. I think in general it's just like, if you want to play a champ and your team trusts you and you actually think it's good, you can try it. And I don't know, I think that goes for every single player, like in the team, even Trashy himself.
Sion. Don't play Sion.
I mean,
don't get any ideas.
We've given him chances to play Sion, but he was not at the max level from MVP, so he's not going to continue playing Sion. I think in general, it's just every player has a responsibility to know if a champion is good or not, and then people need to trust him. And if you go into game and you go 0-10, then that sucks, and then you will not play it in the next scrim, and
right.
then you continue.
Yeah, like what was it last week? Because you guys had like a draft, and we had the feeling that Yamato said, hey, you can all play whatever you want. And Mickey was feeding... Oh, it was first pick Trash, wasn't it?
Oh, I think so.
Yeah. It was first pick Trash, and it was a Fizz game as well. And Mickey didn't have the best game, so we made like a meme that he would never be allowed to pick whatever he wants. But
I mean, he hit hooks today, so it's fine.
Yeah.
he gets food.
No hook, no food.
Yeah, no hook, no food.
No hook, no food. That used to be Daler meme, right?
Yep.
Wasn't it? Yeah. All right. In any case, for this series, the player of the series was Expect there, and we heard Sven talking about it as well, how he feels that on a macro level, Expect has improved enormously. Is there anything more you can say about that? Because it's very obvious in the games, but...
Yeah, I think it's insane. Like his improvement over the course from Summer Split, where he came from LSPL team, which is like basically like you didn't know anything about the game or like life as a pro player. So it was just like he adapted to EU style and he learned everything about the game with us, and he was like really willing to learn. So it was amazing. Actually, it's amazing to work with this kind of person who just accepts every kind of criticism. Like sometimes he accepts like too much criticism. Like we're literally just like talking shit on him just so he improves, you know. And then he improved, and now he's like, I think he's so good now. Like I think he's best off in EU.
Wow, there we go. And he's playing very well as well. How do you deal with criticism and feedback, Perkz?
I think I deal really well with criticism. I think if I haven't dealt with criticism, I would be stuck to my summer split mindset, or maybe I wouldn't. But I think everyone in our team deals well with criticism, and that's why we are this good, I think. Yeah. Or if we couldn't deal with criticism, then we would just be stuck on our way of playing, like gank only top, or like some teams, or I don't know. I think it's very important to be able to give criticism and receive it.
Yeah, I mean, also in the caster team.
EU LCS, right? Like, the moment Ryze gets nerfed, Perkz can't play it anymore. He can't bring out all the improvements that he was able to make on that champion,
and he flames it on Twitter.
But I'm very impressed with what Perkz has done. I mean, he earned MVP at IEM as well, and I think that as an individual, both you and Expect have grown a significant amount. How much do you feel that was thanks to the support staff that you have? Because a lot this split, we've actually been looking at the support staff and considering how much value it really does bring to teams.
I think the support staff is useful, and it was a great addition by G2. Like, it relieves some pressure from Joy, some pressure from us, some pressure from organization, and but I think it's mostly it was myself reflecting upon myself and trying to like step down of trying to be a star player like I did in Summer Split. Was trying like too much and just playing how I think it's supposed to be played, and try to play like as perfect as I can. I will never play perfect. There is always something I can do better, but I will try to play as perfect as I can. Like my role, how it's supposed to be played. If I'm supposed to go in, I will go in. If I'm supposed to die for my team, I will not play for KDA. If I'm supposed to play for KDA, I'll play for KDA. And yeah, I think I have improved a lot, and I will just look to keep improving.
Yeah, it does show. Sencux Perkz has all the personal goals for this year in the split. What was for you kind of the personal goal for your mid lane play specifically?
Wanted to get away from this passive style of play, like what is known for playing Kassadin and Melsa, standing at your tower, getting behind in CS kind of style. So I want to shift away from that and show what more that I can do and how I play in scrims and stuff, and play more like that on stage, I think.
Play more aggro. Well, you got to play today. You guys beat Vitality to an also pretty handy win there in the end, and you guys also locked in your spot for the playoffs officially, so you'll be going to the quarterfinals. At least, Perkz, did you see a lot of this? How did Sencux play?
I actually didn't see the game because we were in the shuttle.
Yeah.
I saw game 2, and game 2 was just like, his matchup is just like, I don't think Kassadin is the best pick. But maybe it's good, like maybe I'm being close-minded, but I think like Kassadin just gets pushed in, and if you have a losing bot lane matchup, they can just go mid and take your turret. But I think Sencux played really good after, like he was actually doing good in teamfight and stuff, and the level 16 power spike hit in, then the Kassadonia shrines.
I mean, the game got kind of out of hand at one point, and I think they should have been able to win the game of taking Nash, but they didn't really force too much, and then just hit level 16, and then it's time to fight with a 1 sec cooldown on a jump, and the first game was pretty stompy, so
yeah.
I think in general there's not much to take from the second game from a player. Like, you can't really point out one player that did really well from our team, because it was mainly just like farming out from every single side and played from there.
This time was really sick though, like on our hard journey. It's Mickey Exler.
I mean, I think actually he didn't have flash. I thought he had flash.
I think that the way in which Splyce played this series, though, was actually very impressive. You had the fastest game of the split in game 1, and now, like, looking ahead for playoffs, do you see yourself meeting G2 in the final, or do you see yourself, like, how do you see yourself looking at the promotion tournament and looking at
promotion
G2's
tournament?
Promotion
No,
tournament.
the playoffs.
I don't know, actually. I think in general we're just going to take it step by step. Right now, so if we're going to... There's still a chance that we get second, so we play for that first. If we get third, then we will play Misfits, and I still think we can win that series. So in general, we were going to take the quarterfinal first and then look from there.
Yeah, let's look at the chances that you get second. Taking a look at the standing and the playoff picture, which is rather almost complete. G2, you guys have locked in the top seed as a result of today. Woo! No, that word is banned. Never doing it again. But that's really good for you guys. You get a straight bye to the semifinals, and of course, it's a big struggle there for Unicorns of Love H2K, who gets it. And if H2K were to drop lower, then Splyce would get in second position, and you would avoid Misfits, and you'd likely play Fnatic or Roccat? So those are a bunch of discussions. Let's start with the first one. What is the probability that Splyce makes it into second? Maybe we can ask Perk. So Splyce still has to play the Unicorns of Love and H2K. And H2K still has to play Vitality and Splyce.
I think the chances of Splyce getting second is honestly like fairly low, but I think they can do it. It just depends like how they pick it up for last week. Like it's always, usually the last split, like last week was so irrelevant, but I think now it's so hyped. Like you can see these teams fighting for second spot. Like who's gonna get Fnatic? Who's gonna get the free win in the quarters? And it's just gonna be really fun to see the next week.
That's some haters on
That
Twitter.
is not exactly.
I'm just joking before he hits me and lose to Fnatic. Like just a joke, guys.
Well, you locked in your buy, so I mean, I think it would only be karma at this point. But let's talk about Fnatic and Roccat because Roccat is on a tear. They had.
That's an interesting battle.
Excuse me?
That is an interesting
That
battle.
is a very interesting battle, not one that I had expected coming into the split. Verius, Roccat now on a 4-series win, and they're playing Misfits tomorrow, which will be kind of the breaking point because they're also playing G2 later. So they have to win one of those 2 series for Roccat. Do you see it happening?
I think it's a big ask. I think it's unlikely that Roccat will be able to take a series off of Misfits. But I think the goal should be to see what they can do, because I think that the fact that they've made this amount of growth in such a short space of time is definitely a positive aspect for them. And I think that they should prioritize on locking in that 4th place spot and doing what they can at improving towards looking at summer.
Right, but who deserves it more?
Who deserves the 3rd place spot more? I mean,
the team that gets it deserves
the
it.
team that gets it deserves
Thank you. Because I think that when you look at the first half of the split, right, Roccat, they sucked, right? They had no impact on the game. They really didn't. Individually, they were getting outperformed by everyone in the league. They had no sense of macro. And while they did bring in someone else that better understand how to play the game and work as a team, I think Fnatic had a better grasp of that earlier on in the split. So
we were discussing this actually this week.
I agree.
You agree as well?
But I think Fnatic, I'm just disappointed in them because I thought before going into split they were going to be like a top tier team with all the players and how they build the roster. Like they were really like trying, I think, to build like an Europe roster, but it just they haven't shown any room for improvement since then.
So we were thinking about this week, and although Fnatic, of course, it was kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy. They made this team and they said it was going to be good, but are they actually going under their expectations? Because to me, if I didn't have any of that context and I look at Fnatic and look at a team with almost all new rosters, a new plan for the split, I would say getting to the playoffs alone would be enough. And is it just because of the image that they made about them around themselves of like, hey, this is the all-English roster, that we just had bigger expectations for them than what was reachable?
I think in general, like I think Caps had some hype coming in as well, and I don't know, they have like some veterans players in like Soaz and Reckless, so I think in general, like just looking at the roster, they should be able to be a top team, and people expected Caps, even though he was the rookie, to become like rookie of the split and become one of those like maybe the best mid in the EU at that time. So I think that's why people had a high expectation as well. The problem is just that they needed to improve because they were a new team, but they didn't really improve at all.
Luca, do you think that Caps hasn't been able to come into his own or be that dominating as we kind of not thought he would, but maybe he could because of the team's performance, or is he just not there yet or not able to get there?
I'm not sure. Okay, I think at the beginning of split, like before going into split, I thought like I was playing against Caps in solo queue and some like mix-up scrims, and I was playing against Fnatic in scrims, and I was getting so destroyed every game. I was like, oh, no. I was getting really triggered, and then after like, because I didn't play that much in no season, I was doing school and other like real life stuff, so I was like getting a bit depressed, so I started finding spamming more games, and after like 2 or 3 weeks into the split, I felt that he didn't improve as much as I did over the course, and I think it might be because of the team problem, like I don't know, coaching infrastructure or whatever, that didn't like allow him to improve as a player. I still think like he has great future, like he's just his first split. It's a bit unlucky, like on and off, but I think with some time, like he will be a really good mid laner.
Yeah, that's definitely something to follow up on Caps' individual performance. And when we look at the individual performances as a whole, Splyce's Wunder has extended his lead at the top of the player of the series leaderboard. 6 points. Jankos, then Kakao, and Sven with 4, and expect me talking to Chachi 3. No Sankuks, no perks in.
I'm getting robbed.
Robbed? Well, you happen to have a couple of people on your team.
I'm really getting robbed this split, I think.
I got robbed last week.
So should you be in the place of Sven or expect? Or what?
I think on the Wunder place. Joke.
Actually, how many series did we win? Was it 7? I think we've won.
Yeah, I guess
7.
Wunder is just carrying alone. You know, that's my guess.
Wunder is insane.
I mean, can you say something nice about Wunder?
I mean, I think he's the best top lane in the EU, so I think.
Actually, how long have you now been playing with Wunder? Because we had this great conversation earlier on that I think is a beautiful story between him and Wunder.
I mean, I went to school with his cousin, so we've known each other for about 5 or 6 years, and we used to play kind of for fun on a really low elo team back in season 2, I think it was, and then we kind of grinded together and played through Challenger Series, and now we're standing on the LCS stage. Better love story than Twilight, right?
Fantastic. Yep. But what I want to know is, you just called Wunder the best top laner in EU. He just called Expect the best top laner in EU. So how close is it, and who's wrong?
I don't know. I'm just judging by my own personal improvement of him and how he plays with us. I can't know what Wunder does for his team. Maybe he is better and more influential for Splyce, but I'm not sure. So it's always hard to judge. It's always like a double-edged sword. He can be better, or this guy can be better. Maybe he can have better games. This guy can have worse games. I think, it's debatable.
I think in general, Wunder, from an outside perspective, it's easier to look at individual players because you don't know what players do in comms and as a team. And I still think that Wunder has outshined pretty much every top laner that's been in EU last split and also this split.
Jachi or the Wamne? Ferius, weigh in here.
I think that both top laners add a lot of value to their team, but when you look at G2, you can make the argument that Expect does his job for what he needs to do to the team, right? When we look at the lineup, you can play around Sven now because of the shifts in AD carry meta. You can play around Perks if he wants to, rather than playing Zilean. That's up to him. But you can also play around Trick, right? So Expect isn't necessarily expected to be a carry. When we look at Splyce, in my opinion, I tend to look more at the top laners when I think of carries, because I think that on a mechanical level, Wunder has the advantage in many instances, and I think that it's just that the expectation lies on him to be more of a carry than, say, Expect would. That's not to say that one is necessarily better than the other. They just bring different things to their teams, right?
Yeah,
we're definitely not biased over here at all.
I could agree.
I mean, it's only natural that you're biased towards your own team members.
Yeah, of course. I will say my team is the best. My teammates are the best.
Yeah, all right.
I mean, they're in first. I don't know if I can say it. Maybe, actually, my teammates are the best. I'm the problem. That's why.
Exactly. If anything goes bad, I'm the problem. Read Reddit. It's always the same.
All right. Well, we'll see, and we'll also be following up. G2 is still undefeated. So is that going to change? Are you gonna drop the ball?
I mean, I'm gonna try hard, work hard.
To drop the ball?
No, to undo the state. But if it happens, I would not think it will be a necessary betting. TSM losing to P1 last split and ruining their undefeated split, I think. It's just some things that can shock you a bit before playoffs, I think is not bad. But if we lose, we are not going to get complacent. I think we are going to do well.
Yeah, that is what we want to hear going into the postseason as well. If you get that MSI spot and whatnot, but that is all in the future. For us, though, also in the future, we'll be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Central European Time for another evening of EULCS ROCCAT versus Misfits, OG, UOL, H2K, Vitality, Fnatic, Giants. I really want to see if ROCCAT can do it. That'll be all the hype for me in the beginning of the year.
I think that's going to be a big one, see how much ROCCAT have improved. Misfits will be a big test for them, but also I think Giants versus Fnatic is an extremely exciting matchup because of how much it means for the standings. And we've already seen Fnatic fall to ROCCAT. Will they end up falling to the other bottom team as well?
Yeah, I'll have to see. Fnatic, they can't drop the ball there, or it's pretty dire for them. Any match or team that you guys are particularly looking forward to in light of the playoffs? You want to see how UOL does, how Misfits does?
I don't know. I think the most hype matchup is probably the Giants versus Fnatic.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the most close series of the week. I think the other matches should be quite straightforward.
All right.
I agree. I think Fnatic still has the upper hand, or should have, but I wouldn't be surprised if they lost. I still expect them to win. And for playoffs, I think Unicorns is looking really strong again, which is, I don't know, the first 5 weeks, they are so good, and then they have a slump for 2 weeks, and then they play against H2K, and they win, and pretty convincingly. So, I don't know, Unicorns are on fire now. fear their horns.
Fear their horns. They are on fire. That is true. We'll see that
I'm
tomorrow.
gonna hear that on stage next week.
You're gonna hear it, yeah.
All right. Are you the guy that's always screaming in the crowd when you Can you do it? Do you know what it is?
I rather not cringe over.
I would say that Cobb's impression of it is probably the best.
Oh, his impression? All right, we'll have to remember that if he ever joins us on the desk. But thank you guys very much for joining us and talking about all things League of Legando. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow at 5 p.m. Central European Time. That is 9 a.m. Pacific as the EULCS 2017 Spring Split continues. Have a great night.
Peace.
The answer is fight. Choco's going to get caught by a death sentence and the arrow. Double teleport into the river. Splice, smite down the dragon. It looks like Cabo. He cancels the TP. Hachani's caught by a cocoon. Splice get dragon and 2 kills as well. Hachani's down. Wonder gets the stun. Relentless pursuit, but the range is too short. Steal back. Gets his first kill of the game.
Splice win the fastest game of spring and secure their spot in the quarterfinals.
Goes down the Hemo Blade. There is support. Hachani and Joker coming in. Ash Arrow catches onto Trashy. Trashy goes down for first blood.
Copy and Senko's get out of range of Tempered Fate, and Wonder is being culled down where he stands. The body slam allows enough damage for Copy to pick up the kill into Cabo. Hachani burns down. It's a double for Copy's Ezreal.
And they turn the game around from a 4,000 gold deficit for a clean 2-0 over Vitality.
He's going to have a whole horde of G2 members coming for him. Seems like he doesn't see us. Exhaust is on. There's the bomb. Oh, I think Memento's running out of time. He has to flash, but he's not getting out of there. That's first blood. Trying to hold the line. Redemption comes out, but is it too little? Is it too late? The bomb's on. The damage is there. Trick picks up the Caitlyn, and G2 holding firm in this 5v5.
Making the game here, finishing off the last Nexus turret. Let the Winions do the job. G2 wipe their hands and get ready for round 2 as they have taken a big lead in this series.
You need to go gym. You have too much energy. I feel like my brain is exploding, you know, like I can control everything.
Knight does have 6. Is he going to pull that snapback? No, he does. Right into Perks, trying to make the play. One more auto is all he needs, and he gets it. Big glacial fissure here, but there's Redemption on Knight in the back. Do they have enough damage to finish off the job? Expect was flanking the flankers, but he goes golden as Knight can't finish him off just yet. There we go, the big shutdown. But meanwhile, the rest of Giants are falling to pieces, and Hiku is going to have to get to the safety of tower. Or is it so safe? Trick coming in, a double kill, a triple kill, and there's no defenders left for Giants.
Yeah, straight to the Nexus 4G2 flankers. See right there, Pyra. They take it home.
Oh, yes, they do. 2-0 for G2. They continue their undefeated domestic streak. GG, well played.